Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What if Deku's childhood friend had all 4 elements? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mr. Aizawa opened the door to the classroom and stood in front of the students, sighing as he closed his eyes for a moment. Attention class. We have a new student joining us today. You can come in now. He looked at me as I stood in the doorway, and I walked in with a smile. Hi everyone, my name is FNLN. It's nice to meet all of you. I smiled at the class. It's nice to meet you, a small boy with purple ball on his head said, staring at my chest. Feeling a bit creeped out, I decided to ignore him. Just then I heard a gasp. I looked over to my right and my eyes widened. It was them. YN. Izuku smiled, tears forming in his eyes. Back, Katsuki mumbled, his eyes wide. Wow, you guys know her? A boy with yellow hair and a black stripe questioned. Izuku spoke up, we were childhood friends. I nodded in agreement, and everyone started whispering. Anyway, take a seat next to the empty desk next to Bakugou and Kirishima, Mr. Aizawa mumbled. I nodded and took a seat next to the redhead and the blonde. Why are you back? Katsuki growled. I looked at him and smiled. It's good to see you too, and Izuku, I missed you. I smiled at the green-haired boy behind Katsuki. We have to catch up after class, he said, and I nodded. Hey, I'm Izuku Kirishima. It's nice to meet you, the redhead next to me said, a light, friendly blush on his cheeks. It's nice to meet you, Izuku, I replied. Wow. First name basis already. He blushed even harder. I like the name Izuku, I giggled. He gave me a thumbs up. Call me Izuku then. After class, everyone rushed over to my desk. I was taken aback by the sudden action. Everyone started blurting out their names and quirks. They all seemed nice. I noticed Katsuki still slouching in his seat, staring at me. I raised an eyebrow, then looked away. So what's your quirk? Mina asked. I lowered my head a bit. Well, I have the power of the 4 elements. My mother has fire and air while my dad has earth and water quirks. I inherited all 4. That's so cool. Achiko shouted. I smiled and chuckled nervously, I guess. Whoa, that's insane. You're like the most powerful one here. Kaminari stated. Oh, shut up. Everyone knows I'm the strongest one here. Katsuki yelled. I see you haven't changed a bit, I said, crossing my arms and smirking at him. He became even angrier, if that was even possible. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It means you're still an egomaniac. I shouted back. Everyone gasped at my sudden outburst. Something I should mention, YN and Kacchan are pretty similar in a way, Izuku said, forming a sweat drop while telling our classmates. Except I'm nicer than this idiot, I pointed my thumb towards Katsuki. He growled, fight me. You know what? That's not a bad idea, I smirked at him. He was taken aback by my words as he blushed, then smirked. After school. Guys, I don't think this is a good idea. Izuku nervously waved his hands. Man, I can't wait for this. I'm sure YN will win. Izuku added. I smiled and stood up. Behind the school, don't be late, I said while walking away. Demon, she's impressive, Izuku whispered. What did you just say? Katsuki shouted, small explosions coming from his hands. Izuku scratched the back of his neck. I didn't think you'd hear that. She's really confident, just like Bakugou, Todoroki said in a monotone. Ribbit, she's pretty cool, Tsu added. Yeah, and I can't wait to see this fight. Siro punched his fist in the air. You ready, Bakugou? Huh? Where'd he go? Izuku noticed that Katsuki's seat was empty. I should go check on him, Izuku said as he ran out the door. Hey you! Wait up! I stopped in my tracks once I heard his voice. I knew he would come after me. I turned around to face Katsuki, who was now taller than me. When we were kids, we used to be the same height. Why the hell did you come back after all these years? He growled. I gasped quickly and turned away. You remember my mother, right? Yeah. Mikasa, he shrugged. I turned back around to face him. 7 years ago, she disappeared. My dad knew I'd go out searching for her, so he decided to move out of town. As I got older, I watched all my favorite heroes in action and decided I wanted to become one too. Maybe then I'll find her. I didn't notice Izuku was next to Katsuki, listening closely. "YN," he said, giving me a sad look. Katsuki gritted his teeth but quickly covered it with a frown. Sorry?" He blushed and looked away. Izuku and I looked at him, surprised. "Who are you and what have you done to Katsuki?" I asked. "Kacchan? Sorry." Izuku trembled. "When did you show up, nerd?" Katsuki exploded. "And he's back. Wow, your quirk's amazing, Kacchan. When I get mine, I hope it's just as cool." Izuku gleamed with excitement. "Whatever, that. No matter what power you end up with, you'll never be able to beat me," Katsuki smirked. "Hey, don't be so self-centered, Katsuki," I exclaimed. He gave me a look and scoffed. "Your elements don't compare to my explosions, YN. I bet I could beat you in a fight," he stated while punching his hands together, causing a small explosion. It was my turn to scoff. "I'll beat you before you make your first move." Guys," Izuku frowned. "I'm way better than you." Katsuki crossed his arms. I rolled my eyes. "One day we'll fight, and I'll show you that that's not true." Once school was over, Izuku and I waited behind the school for Katsuki. As expected, the whole class showed up. "Man, this should be good." Kaminari grinned. Drew nodded. "I'm rooting for YN." "You're not nervous, YN?" Achiko asked. I shook my head. "No way. I know Katsuki, I'm not afraid." "Wow, you're tough," Siro raised his eyebrows. "I wonder where Bakugou is." Tsu put her finger on her chin. "I'm right here, you morons." They all gasped once he spoke. He came from behind the crowd, his eyes boring into mine. "You guys might want to stand back." I stretched my arms and legs. Katsuki did the same. Everyone backed up towards the wall. I kept my eye on Katsuki and he kept his eye on me. This was the first time we were actually fighting each other. Katsuki didn't hesitate to jump at me. I quickly dodged his explosion by forming a rock wall from the ground. Everyone was surprised by my moves, their jaws dropped. "Holy crap!" Drew and Kaminari exclaimed simultaneously. "She's pretty scary, but hot." Mineta trembled, only to be slapped by Tsu with her tongue. Katsuki flew back and grunted. He charged at me again, this time from my left side. I waved my hand, and a wave of water crashed into him, causing him to fall back once more. Out of the 4 elements, water was the strongest for me. It came from the water molecules in the air and quickly formed into a powerful wave. However, using too much water could cause me to become dehydrated. "Damn it," he wiped his mouth. "You haven't put a single scratch on me. Hell, you haven't even touched me. Try harder, Katsuki." I aimed my arm towards him, and fire shot out. He blocked his face but didn't fall back. Just then, he jumped at me and landed a hit. "Finally," he smirked. I grunted and held out my arms as a mini tornado swirled around him. He screamed in frustration. I stomped on the ground, causing it to shake. He fell down and screamed again. "Time to finish this." I raised my arms and a giant water spiral shot at him. He hacked and coughed. I walked over to him and placed my shoe onto his chest. "This isn't over," he said. I gasped as he grabbed my leg and threw me aside. He then quickly straddled my waist, smirking again as he raised his hand, which had little explosions popping. "I win." "Not exactly." I turned my arm into rock and punched him square in the jaw. He flew back and grabbed his chin. "You bye." "That's enough, you two." Mr. Aizawa used his scarf to stop us. He glared at us with his tired eyes. "I kind of expected this from Bakugou, but, Ellen, it's your first day, and you're already making a bad impression," he said, and I looked down at my feet. "Sorry." "It was my fault," Katsuki cut me off. I looked up at him to see him looking down at me. "Is this true?" Mr. Aizawa asked me. I quickly nodded and he let go of us. "Detention for both of you tomorrow," he said before walking away. Katsuki and I awkwardly stood there. That fight was insane but awesome at the same time. Wyan, you're awesome. Ichiro grabbed my shoulder. I blushed and thanked him. Katsuki clicked his tongue while looking away. SCKS that you guys have detention tomorrow, Mina said. Well, I had a feeling we would get in trouble, I responded. Ichiro gasped. So you knew you would get in trouble yet you still fought Bakugou? That's so manly. He closed his eyes and gripped his shirt. Thanks. I chuckled. Everyone eventually went home after the fight. I decided to head home as well. Izuku asked if I wanted to walk with him, Ochiko, and Ida, but I refused. After the fight I was worn out. Hey, idiot. I stopped in my tracks and sighed. Katsuki ran in front of me. Don't think that you're the victor here, he yelled. I rolled my eyes. I never said I was. You aren't the victor either. We'll continue the fight another time. I then noticed the scrape on his chin. Was that from me? I didn't mean to hit him that hard. Without thinking, I gently touched the wound. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He blushed and took a step back. I frowned and gripped my skirt. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm fine. He looked down at me. I looked at my hand. No, I hurt you. I'm sorry, Kay. Before I could finish my sentence, he grabbed my hands and looked into my eyes. I told you, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I blushed and removed his grip. I started to walk away, but he quickly grabbed my shoulder. I gasped and turned my head. His hair was covering his eyes. I'll walk you home. What? I looked at him in shock. He let go of me and walked beside me. It's too dark to walk alone. He refused to look at me. I noticed the blush on his cheeks, which made me smile. Since when are you so nice? A vein popped on his head. I'm always nice, you idiot. Of course you are, I teased. He gave me a dirty look. Shut it, you. We walked in silence for about 5 minutes until he finally spoke up. So, do you live in a new house? He quietly asked, his eyes glued to his shoes. I shook my head. No one bought our house when we left, so we just bought it again. He didn't respond. Was something wrong? We reached the entrance to my house and I opened the gate, then stopped. Katsuki looked at me, confused. Is something bothering you? I asked, looking over my shoulder. His eyes widened a bit, then narrowed. No. I hesitated. Katsuki. His breath hitched as he clenched his jaw. I noticed a few tears running down his face. My heart sank at the sight. It's just that you left me and Deku behind, then out of nowhere, you show up, he said, his voice shaky. How could you leave, then appear again? Just when I thought I forgot about you. My head dropped. Without thinking again, I hugged him. He sobbed quietly onto my shoulder, his arms wrapping around me. I missed you. So much, he cried. My face flushed as a few tears fell from my eyes. I missed you too, I mumbled into his chest. Just when I was about to speak again, he quickly pulled away and wiped his tears. If you tell anyone about this, I'll kill you. I laughed and wiped my eyes. Don't worry, I wouldn't want people getting the wrong idea. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. He wiped his eyes again and headed home. I watched him as he slowly walked away with his hands in his pockets. My face immediately turned red once I realized what I just did. I hugged him. Good morning, class. Mr. Aizawa stood in front of the board. Today we'll be doing some battle training. He pressed a button, and numbered suitcases came out of the wall. Go put your costumes on, he said before leaving the room. My dad helped me design my costume before I came to UA. I grabbed the suitcase and went to the girls' locker room filled with excitement. Ochiko asked me how I liked UA so far. I smiled and replied, "Oh, I love it. I can't wait to become a hero." Mina tilted her head and inquired, "So did you take the entrance exam or did you get in with recommendations?" I got in with recommendations. My mom was a hero, I said, frowning. My mother was the hero known as Element. Ever since her disappearance, all the heroes and citizens had been devastated. She was actually good friends with All Might. Kyoka's eyes widened in surprise. Element was your mother? I nodded, forcing a smile. Ochiko frowned and said, I'm sorry about her disappearance. I gave her a single nod and put on my costume. It was a bodysuit in my favorite color paired with black shorts and knee-high black boots. I also wore goggles and gloves that matched. Momo smiled and complimented, "Cute costume." "Yeah, I'm sure Bakugou will love it." Mina chirped, but Sue quickly shushed her. I blushed furiously and shook my head. "What? It's not like that. I would never go out with that idiot." I stammered while the girls laughed. Mina wiggled her eyebrows and teased, "We never mentioned going out with him." I laughed nervously and suggested, "Let's get out of here." Once we arrived at Ground Beta, All Might explained the rules of our exercise. Of course, I was paired up with Katsuki and Ida. We were the villains tasked with defending the bomb while Izuku and Achiko had to capture us. The three of us walked into the building where the fake bomb was located. I noticed that Katsuki wasn't focused. "Did you know that Deku had a quirk, YN?" he asked without looking at me, but I could tell he was angry. The truth was, I knew about One for All and that Izuku had inherited that power. All Might had told me the day I started UA. I was close to All Might because of my mother, so he was okay with sharing that information. Izuku didn't know that I was aware, but I planned to tell him another time. How should I respond? I thought. "Yeah, he showed me," I said as I started to walk towards him but stopped when I saw him shaking with rage. "I'm gonna roast that demon nerd today." "Wyan, you should stay here with me and defend the weapon," Ida began, but Katsuki cut him off. "No. She's coming with me." Katsuki grabbed my wrist and led me into the corridor. Ida shook his head and sighed, "So unprofessional." "Why do you need me?" I asked as he dragged me along. He finally let go and shushed me. I rolled my eyes, knowing he was going after Izuku. That meant I should probably go after Achiko. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud explosion. I noticed that the blonde boy had disappeared from my sight. I groaned and ran towards the rubble. Izuku was on the ground with Achiko. "What's the matter, Deku? Scared to face me?" "Kacchan, I'm not scared of you anymore." Izuku raised his fists. Katsuki scowled, then smiled. "Since you're such a stalker, you probably know how my quirk, explosion, works." He held onto a small trigger on his gauntlet. I gasped and grabbed his shoulder. "What do you think you're doing? You're going too far. Young Bakugou, don't do it. You'll hurt him." I heard All Might's voice through the earpiece. "He'll be fine as long as he dodges." Katsuki slowly pulled the trigger. "Katsuki, stop." I yelled just before the blast. I immediately ran through the broken wall towards Izuku. "Izuku!" I knelt beside him. "Is that even allowed?" he quietly asked. I sighed with relief, knowing he was okay. These things are awesome. The more nitro sweat stored in these gauntlets, the bigger the explosion is. Katsuki walked through the smoke. I felt my anger rising. "Go ahead, use your stupid quirk on me." Katsuki glared at Izuku. I stepped in front of him. "Leave him alone, Katsuki." His breath hitched, but that didn't stop him. "Get out of my way." "Shut up." Without hesitation, my fist made contact with his face. He flew back and hit the wall. I held my fists in front of me. "I told you, I'm not scared of you, Bakugou." He clenched his fists and warned, "Do that one more time and I'll make you regret it." Once again, I heard All Might through the earpiece. "Young Bakugou, use that blast again and I'll end the fight. Your team will lose." "What?" Katsuki stood up and yelled, "Fine. We'll fight head to head." Before I could react, Izuku pushed me out of the way. I watched as Katsuki threw him around like a rag doll. "Deku, don't you ever forget what you are. You're a weakling." Izuku screamed as Katsuki slammed him into the ground. My fists trembled as I watched the two argue. "Kacchan, I know you're better than me. That's why I want to beat you. Because you're amazing. You're more of an idiot than I realized. Come at me." Katsuki charged at him, and Izuku did the same. "Detroit. Ah. Stop it, you two. Smaz." A giant force spread throughout the room, causing the ceilings to break. I blocked my face with my arms. Once it calmed, I slowly stood up and watched as Katsuki trembled. "UBSTRD. You've been hiding your true powers for years." Katsuki clenched his jaw. I wasn't going to use it, but this was the only way I had any chance at winning, Izuku said before falling down. I rushed to his side. Katsuki's eyes widened, and his breath hitched. The hero team wins. After the battle training, Izuku was sent to Recovery Girl. Luckily, no one else had any serious injuries. At the end of the day, I headed back to the classroom for detention. Once I entered, I noticed Katsuki sitting at his desk with his feet up. He looked at me and narrowed his eyes. I ignored him and took a seat as far away from him as possible. Mr. Aizawa was sleeping in front of the classroom in his sleeping bag. There was a moment of silence until I finally spoke up. "You could have hurt him, you know?" "That nerd will be fine," he replied, leaning his head back. I honestly didn't know what else to say. He acted so differently yesterday. It was like he was a whole different person. I decided to spend the hour reading a book. As I was reading, a shadow towered over me. I looked up and gasped as Katsuki grabbed the book out of my hands. "You wouldn't mind if I blew this up, would you?" he asked, waving the book around. I stood up and placed my hands on the desk. "Give it back," I whispered, hoping not to wake Mr. Aizawa. Katsuki's eyes trailed down, and he immediately blushed a deep shade of red. Confused, I looked down and noticed that I had a bit of cleavage showing. I grunted and blushed as well, quickly buttoning up my shirt. I grabbed the book as he was distracted. He shook his head and looked over towards Mr. Aizawa. "He's fast asleep, let's get out of here," he said, grabbing his bag. I looked at him in shock. "We can't just leave. What if he wakes up?" I protested. He looked back at me. "It's Aizawa. Do you really think he'll wake up within an hour?" I looked down at my hands, thinking for a moment. I couldn't afford to get in trouble again. "Don't be such a baby," he said, grabbing my bag and heading out the door. I chased after him. "Hey! See? He didn't notice," he remarked as we looked back at the sleeping man slouched in front of the room. I grabbed my bag and started walking. "That's it?" "No thank you," his voice called from behind. "Thank you for what?" "Your genius plan." I scoffed. He caught up to me and mumbled, "You really know how to annoy me." Katsuki walked me home again. It seemed like this would be happening on a daily basis. Yes, he had an explosive side, but he also had a softer side that he only showed to me. "So what did you and Izuku talk about earlier? You know, before detention?" I asked. I already knew what happened because I had eavesdropped on them. Izuku had told him that someone gave him his power, which caused me to panic a bit. I was worried that he would tell Katsuki about One for All. What really upset me was seeing Katsuki with teary eyes. When I saw that ice guy, I realized I couldn't beat him in a head-to-head fight. I even agree with what that girl said. "Enjoy that win, Det. You won't be getting another. I'm just getting started. Got that? I'm going to end up the #1 hero no matter what." "That's none of your business," he growled, clenching his fists. I didn't know why I asked him that. Maybe I just wanted to know if he would tell me. "Whatever," I replied, putting my hands in my pockets. It was silent for the rest of the walk. We went our separate ways once we reached my house. I didn't tell my dad about detention. I knew he would be upset, so I just told him that I hung out with some friends after school. "Back so soon?" Dad turned around from the stove, where he was making ramen. "Yeah, they had to go home. I'm going to head upstairs and do homework," I told him, and he nodded. "I'll call you when dinner is ready." I nodded and walked upstairs to my room. I dropped my bag on the floor and plopped onto my bed. I'll do my homework later, I thought. Instead, I decided to take a nap. Just when I was about to close my eyes, my phone started ringing. I groaned and picked it up without looking at the caller ID. "Hello. YN. Hey, it's Ijiru," a cheerful voice spoke into my ear. "Hey, what's up?" I replied. Ijiru had given me his number the day we met, along with the other students. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to do something tomorrow?" His voice cracked, he sounded nervous. "Sure. How about after school? We can go to the park," I suggested. He didn't hesitate to respond. "Yeah. That'd be great. I could tell he was smiling, and the thought of him made me smile too. I'll see you tomorrow then, he said before saying goodbye and hanging up. I placed my phone on the table next to my bed and took a nap. The next day. "Wanna walk with us after school?" Izuku asked while eating his rice. We were currently at lunch, sitting together with Achiko and Ida. "I'd love to, but I'm hanging out with Ijuru after school," I said, taking a sip of my water. Achiko and Ida raised their eyebrows. "Are you going out with him?" Achiko smiled. I blushed a deep shade of red and shook my head. "And no, it's not like that at all. Just because they hang out doesn't mean they're dating," Ida told her, and she giggled. "I think you two would make a great couple," she said, closing her eyes and grinning. I continued to blush and ate in silence. Little did I know, Katsuki was nearby, listening to our conversation from 2 tables over. I noticed his gaze on me and immediately frowned. His eyes were dark as he glared at me. What was his problem? "Ignore him," Izuku whispered too. I shrugged it off and continued to eat. After lunch, Katsuki was eyeing me throughout the entire class. I was curious about what he was thinking. He didn't look too happy, as if he ever looked happy. "Hey, Ijuru." I waved. He was with Kaminari and Kyoka, who both gave him a smug look before walking away. "Ready to go?" I asked, holding onto the straps of my book bag. "Yeah," he replied, a light blush forming on his cheeks. We started walking towards the small park nearby. Izuku, Katsuki, and I always came here when we were kids. I had so many memories here with them. I frowned, realizing that nothing was the same anymore. "You all right?" Ijuru asked, turning towards me. I looked up and nodded. "Yeah." "So what do you want to do?" he asked, putting his bag down on the bench. I did the same. "We can climb up the monkey bars and sit on top of it?" I suggested, and he nodded. We climbed up the monkey bars and sat on top of them. The sun was already setting. It was so peaceful. "Wow, I didn't realize how much you can see from up here," he said, looking out into the distance. I stared at him for a moment, studying his features. He had a little scar on his eyebrow. I wondered how he got that. He caught me staring and blushed. I blushed as well and quickly looked away, but I saw him smile from the corner of my eye. "I wonder, what was Bakugou like as a kid? Was he always so reckless?" he asked suddenly. I gasped quietly at his question. A dozen memories flooded my mind. "Katsuki? What are you doing?" "Leave him alone." I stood in front of Izuku, who was lying on the ground. "Stay out of this, YN. This has nothing to do with you," Katsuki shouted, punching his hands together. I didn't move a muscle. I wasn't scared, I just wanted to protect my friend. "You're hurting him." "Why? What did he do to you?" Tears started falling from my eyes. I had never seen Katsuki like this before. Ever since his quirk manifested, he changed. "If you don't move, then I'll just take you down too." He raised his fist. Before he could hit me, I ducked and grabbed his torso, pushing him down. "Stop it. You said you wanted to be a hero, right? Well, this isn't what heroes do. You're acting like a monster." I cried out. "YN?" Izuku whimpered. Katsuki gritted his teeth and grabbed my arm, throwing me aside. "Whatever, I don't need you too. I can still become the #1 hero without you." "Katsuki? Well, he wasn't always like that. He was Izuku and my best friend. We were like the 3 musketeers. That all changed when he got his quirk." I looked down at my dangling feet. Ijuru stayed quiet for a moment, as if he knew I didn't want to talk about it. "I'm sorry that happened," he said, and I sighed. No one ever asked me about my relationship with Katsuki, so I never talked about it. The memories hit me hard. I knew I wouldn't have that relationship with Katsuki again. "That's life," I shrugged, wiping my eyes. I hadn't realized I was tearing up. Ijuru put his hand on my shoulder, comforting me. "You know, I'm glad I met you, Ijuru. I feel like I can tell you anything." I looked at him with my flushed face. His cheeks heated up as he looked into my eyes. We were sitting dangerously close to each other. My heart started beating faster. We stared at each other for a moment. I noticed him leaning in slowly, and I did the same. "What are you two doing?" A loud voice startled us. We jumped away from each other, both blushing once we realized what we were about to do. I squinted my eyes, trying to make out the dark figure that came from behind the tree. Katsuki? I gasped. Bakugou? Izuku furrowed his eyebrows. What the hell are you doing here? I said as Izuku and I jumped off the monkey bars. We walked toward the angry blonde. I always come here after school. He refused to look at us. Even though it was dark, I could still see the blush on his cheeks. So then why did you interrupt us? That's so unmanly. Izuku grabbed his shoulder, but Katsuki shrugged him off. I don't need two morons making out in my spot, he grumbled. A vein popped on my head. Since when is this your spot? Since forever, you idiot. Our foreheads clashed. Izuku nervously chuckled. All right, let's not get violent. Get out of here, dumb hair. Katsuki took a step back and put his hands in his pockets, his gaze on the ground. Don't tell him what to do. I yelled at Katsuki. I need to talk to you in private, all right? He yelled back. It's getting late anyway. I'll see you guys tomorrow, Izuku said and smiled at me before walking away. I sighed and covered my face with my hands. Katsuki groaned. Well, what do you want to talk to me about? I was angry, but I tried to stay calm. Katsuki looked a bit guilty and also sad. Why him? He quickly said. I looked at him confused. What do you mean? He's my friend. A friend that you were about to kiss? He raised his voice, his fists clenched. Why was he so upset? Yeah, I was about to kiss him, so what? Why do you care? He looked at me and frowned. I don't. Whatever, just forget it. He started to walk away, but I stopped him. Katsuki, are you jealous? His breath hitched at my words. He slowly turned around but didn't look at me. He took a deep breath. Why would I be jealous? I jumped at his sudden outburst. Why did you stop us then? I could have had my first kiss. Well, maybe I don't want you to have your first kiss with him. Both of our eyes widened. Before I could respond, he started to run away. Hey, where are you going? He didn't answer me. I just watched him disappear into the darkness. Now I was all alone. Great. Why did I just say that? It just slipped out. Damn it. Now I look like a coward. What will she say to me tomorrow? No one better find out about this. Why did I follow them? Why did I feel some type of way when they were together? I have to ignore these weird feelings. I hadn't spoken to Izuku or Katsuki since that day. It had been a week already. Izuku only greeted me in the mornings, but that was it. As for Katsuki, he completely ignored me. I couldn't stop thinking about what he said. Well, maybe I don't want you to have your first kiss with him. Was he really jealous? Was he into me? My face heated up at that thought. YN? You okay? You look flustered. Sue tilted her head. I quickly shook my head. I'm fine. Are you sure? You've been staring at your sandwich for 5 minutes. Mina raised her eyebrows. I'm telling you, I'm fine. I sighed. I didn't want to tell them about that day. Katsuki would kill me. Plus, I wouldn't want to embarrass Izuku. Anyway, how are you handling the semester, YN? Achiko asked with a mouthful of noodles. I quietly laughed as she slurped. Pretty well. We've got your back, YN. We're friends after all. Turu's invisible fist punched the air. Yeah. We've all gotten pretty close, huh? Mina added. Are you excited about becoming a hero, YN? Sue put her finger on her chin. I smiled and nodded. I'm ready to become number 1. Oh, are you now? A voice chimed in. I looked up and saw a girl staring down at me. Can I help you? I asked with a raised eyebrow. The girl stayed quiet beside me. Don't remember me, YN? Her golden eyes darkened. My eyes widened. Maya? She did a humph and smirked. Let me tell you about Maya. Besides Katsuki, she was another bully. She always made fun of me as kids, just like how Katsuki did with Izuku. She was basically a nuisance. Every day, she'd tell me that she was better than me. I had no idea she went to. What are you doing here? I narrowed my eyes, my tone low. One wrong move and she'd go nuts. What does it look like, stupid? I'm here to become a hero. I'll be more popular than MT Lady and Midnight. She sneered. I rolled my eyes. She hasn't changed a bit either. I stood up and faced her, demanding to know why she was all up in my face. She crossed her arms and replied, "A little birdie told me that you were back in town. I wanted to make sure that I was just in a nightmare. Looks like I'm not." I retorted, "I see you're still the two-faced person who gets everything she wants," placing my hands on my hips. The whole cafeteria had crowded around us, and I noticed Izuku's worried eyes and Katsuki's anger directed not at me, but at Maya. Maya glanced around the crowd and suggested, "Looks like we got an audience. How about we show them who's better?" I shook my head. "Thanks, but no thanks. A pro hero doesn't get into trouble, unlike some people," I said before walking away. A few cheers erupted from the crowd, accompanied by Maya's growl. "You won't get away with this, YN," she shouted after me. Once we returned to class, Izuku approached me asking, "What was that all about?" It seemed like he had forgotten about our earlier incident or was just ignoring it for now, which made me a bit upset. "Or? She's someone I've known since I was young," I replied, sitting at my desk. Izuku came over, nervously scratching his head. "Maybe it's not a good idea to get into a fight with her," he suggested. I clenched my fist, determined. I have to beat her, whether it's in a friendly battle or not. After all the years of torture from her, it's time for some payback. Katsuki joined the conversation, questioning, "Really think you can beat her?" My heart skipped a beat at his sudden appearance, and I scowled at him. "Don't give me that look, you know I hate her too," he added, rolling his eyes. "Oh really? You're just like her." I slammed my hands on the desk, causing everyone to jump back. "What did you just say?" Katsuki's hand began to smoke in frustration. "Sit down, everyone. Class has now begun." Present Mike burst through the door. Katsuki scowled back at me and took a seat at his desk. "Now for today's basic hero training. This time, All Might, myself, and one other will supervise," Mr. Aizawa announced with a sigh. Zero raised his hand, asking, "What are we doing exactly?" Mr. Aizawa held up a card that read, "Rescue. Preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods," he explained. "Rescue training," Izuku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance as the class began to chat about the unexpected training. "I'm not done," Mr. Aizawa groaned. "It's up to each of you whether or not you want to wear your costumes. The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be taking a bus. That's all, now go get ready." Once we all put on our costumes, we waited outside for the bus. "Hey Deku, where's your costume?" Achiko asked. Izuku scratched his neck, explaining, "Well, it got destroyed during battle training. The school is making a new one, so I'll just have to wait." Katsuki spat in annoyance. "Attention everyone. Line up accordingly and fill those seats in an orderly fashion." Ida blew a whistle, prompting Achiko and me to snicker. As we entered the bus, Katsuki pulled me into the seat next to him. I yelped as he tugged me down to sit. "I didn't want to sit with anyone else," he said, looking out the window. I sighed and decided to stay there. The ride wasn't as long as I thought it would be, and I spent most of the time laughing at how Kaminari and Tsu were teasing Katsuki. Once we arrived, everyone squealed, mostly the girls. "This is awesome," I exclaimed, looking around at the different areas. There was a flood zone, a landslide zone, a fire zone, and so much more. Izuku patted my back, saying, "I'm so pumped." The class gasped as the Pro Hero 13 greeted us. Every accident and disaster you can imagine. I built this facility myself. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, 13 announced. "Just like Universal Studios Japan," the class said in unison. 13, where's All Might? "I thought he was meeting us here," Mr. Aizawa questioned. "It seems he reached his limit during the morning commute," 13 responded. I knew what they were talking about. All Might's strong form wasn't holding up. 13 continued, "As I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in and tear apart anything. And you've used it to save people from all types of disasters." Izuku grinned. Indeed. However, my power can easily kill. I have no doubt that there are some of you with similar abilities. I glanced at Katsuki, who was already looking at me. He scoffed, I'm not dumb enough to kill someone with my quirk. This class will show you a new perspective. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. That is all. I thank you for listening. 13 bowed. All right, class. First off, Mr. Izawa began, but he was cut off by a purple vortex that started to form. As it grew bigger, a man popped his head out, covered in plastic hands. More frightening-looking people followed. What's going on? I took a step forward, but Mr. Izawa stopped me from coming any closer. Huddle up and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Who are they? Izuku squinted to see better. Those are villains. Everyone stay back. Mr. Izawa jumped into action, and we all stayed behind 13. Ida motioned for everyone to follow him. Everyone evacuate immediately. I won't allow that. A black, purple mist swirled in front of us, forming a figure with yellow glowing eyes. Greetings, the deep voice from the mist figure spoke. We are the League of Villains. We have come to UA to end the life of the symbol of peace. Just then, Katsuki and Izuku jumped at the misty figure and attacked. I ran after them, shouting, What the hell, you too? Not if we end you first. Izuku declared, his arm hardening. 13 yelled at us to get back. Before any of us could move, the misty figure swirled around us. Katsuki grabbed me to prevent me from being swept away by the force of the mist. The next thing I knew, we were in a different place, one of the disaster zones. I slowly lifted myself up, calling out, Katsuki, Izuku, are you okay? We're fine, Katsuki growled while rubbing his head. But where are we? Izuku dusted off his pants. It seems like we're in one of the disaster zones, I said, moving some rubble out of my way. It must be the collapse zone. Yeah, you're right, look out. Izuku pointed behind me. Before I could turn around, Katsuki blasted one of the villains. The three of us backed up against each other, facing more villains that had appeared. Katsuki smirked and said, Let's get rid of these JRs. Izuku hardened his arm while I covered mine with flames. Get him. We fought the villains with ease. Thankfully, there weren't that many of them. After a few minutes of fighting, we finally knocked out the last villain. I think that was the last one, Katsuki breathed out. Good. Now let's hurry up and help the others. If we're here, then I bet everyone else is still in the USJ too. 13 probably has his hands full since we rushed in to attack like that. None of this would have happened if we let him handle that misty guy. Izuku panted. From the corner of my eye, I spotted a little lizard man creeping up on Katsuki with a knife. Before I could reach out, Katsuki grabbed the lizard's head and took him down. Anyway, with small fries like these guys, I'm sure our classmates will be able to handle them, he said. That reaction time was insane. Izuku and I gasped. Also, when are you so calm and rational? Izuku smiled. Katsuki gritted his teeth and replied, I'm always calm and rational, you red-haired loser. Calm down, will ya? I sighed. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Let's get out of here. As we found our way out of the collapse zone, I heard a familiar voice. Is that All Might? I smiled, but it quickly faded as I saw Izuku running towards him. The mist guy popped up in front of Izuku. I was about to call out to him, but Katsuki stepped in, using a blast to attack the mist guy. Get the hell out of my way. Katsuki grabbed the metal that was attached to the mist guy's body and slammed him into the ground. Izuku and I took the opportunity to attack the guy with the plastic hands. Damn it, we missed. Izuku groaned. Kacchan, guys. Izuku teared up and smiled. I ran over to him and hugged him. Are you all right? He wiped the dust off of his knees. Yeah, I'm okay, watch out. Izuku pushed me as a creepy bird-like monster hit a wall. All Might coughed. Don't move. Izuku and I turned our heads towards Katsuki. He was still pinning down the warp gate guy. You try anything funny and I'll blow you up so bad that they'll be piecing you back together for weeks. Oh, that doesn't sound very heroic. Izuku added. Nomu, take out the explosive brat. We need our way out, the hand guy said. The bird monster stood up and aimed its fist at Katsuki. Katsuki! I screamed. Katsuki's eyes widened as the fist came closer. In a blink of an eye, smoke surrounded us. I coughed and tried to keep my eyes open to see if Katsuki was all right. Kacchan, you dodged that? Izuku screamed once he saw that Katsuki was sitting next to him. Shut up, you nerd. No, I didn't. All Might. My eyes widened as All Might was now in Katsuki's place. We have to help him. I balled his hands into fists. No, stay back. All Might raised his voice. He wasn't smiling like he always was. We have to get out of here. I took a step back. We all watched as All Might was fighting Nomu. Ultrea. All Might landed a huge hit on Nomu, causing it to fly into the air, breaking the ceiling. Imagine having power like that, Katsuki mumbled. I may have failed, but I'll be back. You're dead, All Might. The hand guy stepped into the vortex that formed from the mist guy and disappeared. Wow, I breathed out. At that moment, all the other pro heroes entered the destroyed US. The police came and counted the students to make sure that we were all here. Thankfully, no one was severely injured, except for Mr. Aizawa. One of the detectives walked up to us. We will escort you all back to school. But detective, what about Mr. Aizawa? Sue asked, placing her finger on her chin. He has severe injuries, but he should be okay. What about Deku? Achiko asked. Ida chimed in, is Midoriya okay? He's being taken care of by Recovery Girl, so don't worry, the detective smiled. What a day it's been, I said, biting my lip. Katsuki scoffed. You barely did anything. I attacked those villains in the collapse zone. What are you talking about? I glared at him. He rolled his eyes. I was still better than you. I rolled my eyes as well. Whatever. Classes were cancelled the day after the USJ incident. We didn't get all the rest we needed. We were currently back in the classroom waiting for homeroom to start. Do you think we'll have a substitute? Sue asked. Just then, Mr. Aizawa walked in with bandages all over him. I'm glad to see that you're doing okay, Mr. Aizawa. Ida exclaimed. Achiko added, you call that doing okay? My well-being isn't important right now. Your fight isn't over yet. Our fight? Katsuki mumbled. UA's sports festival is fast approaching. Mr. Aizawa glanced at us through his bandages. We just had a villain attack. Is this really a good time? It's necessary. To demonstrate that UA's crisis management protocols are sound, that's the thinking, apparently, Mr. Aizawa explained. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. Many pro heroes will be watching, so make sure to give it your all. That is all. Go enjoy lunch. The bell rang, and everyone got up to head to the cafeteria. YN, have you ever seen the sports festival? Achiko asked me. I smiled down at her. Of course. I used to watch it with my mother all the time. I trailed off. It'll be a lot of fun. She giggled. I chuckled softly at her expression. The sports festival was in 4 days. I had been training in the park all day since it was Saturday. Everyone was training as well, so I hadn't really spoken to anyone. I punched the tree with a fiery fist, making a burned hole. What did that tree ever do to you? I jumped and quickly turned around. Katsuki stood behind me with a hand on his hip. What do you want? I turned back around and prepared to punch the tree next to it. He ignored my question. Instead, he grabbed my arm, and I felt his chest against my back. I blushed at the sudden action. Fix your form. He moved my arm a bit, his other hand resting on my waist. My heart rate increased. You'll be able to attack better like this. He let go of me and waited for me to do another punch. My fist was engulfed in flames as I struck the tree, and this time, it broke and fell down. See, he stood next to me. I smiled, but it quickly faded. Why are you helping me? He blushed lightly and looked away. The way you were doing it before annoyed me. I raised an eyebrow and smirked. So you were watching me? He blushed even harder. Stop asking questions and let me train you. I was taken aback by his words. Okay. I put my hands on my hips. That's it? You're not gonna yell or something? He furrowed his eyebrows. I smiled and shook my head. All right then. He nervously rubbed the back of his head. When do we start? I asked after taking a sip of water. He grabbed a stick from the ground and drew a giant circle. We'll fight. Whoever leaves the circle loses. Show me what you're really made of. He threw the stick away. I stepped inside the circle and started warming up. In the blink of an eye, his hand was in my face. A huge explosion caused me to fall back. What the hell? I wasn't even ready. I stood up and dusted off my shorts. He smirked and came at me again, using his explosion to lift himself into the air and hit me from behind. Damn it, give me some time to think. I touched my back. He didn't stop his movements. I quickly dodged them. You don't have time to think. He hit me again. I started to heat up, my body filled with rage and fire. Flames covered me. Finally, you use your quirk. He smirked again. I glared at him and shot my flames out. He dodged it by using his explosion to lift himself up. I quickly waved my hand, and the ground shot up, hitting him while he was in the air. He fell down, close to the circle. Is that all you got? Come on, I know you got more than that. He said while running. I stepped on the ground, causing it to shake. He stumbled but didn't fall. Come at me with all you got. He held out both hands. Stun grenade. Once the smoke cleared, his eyes widened as he realized I had dodged his attack with a rock wall. I stood on top of it. Get down here. He used his quirk to get on top of the wall. It was very narrow. Both of us had to be careful or else we would fall. Don't you dare attack me up here. It's too narrow. I held out my arms, trying to keep my balance. TC whatever. He tried hitting me again, but his foot slipped. Whoa! Before he hit the ground, I grabbed his arm. He lifted his head to look up at me. I could have saved myself, you know, he mumbled. I chuckled and smiled, pulling him up. I then placed my hand on the wall, and it slowly lowered, finally disappearing. I think we're done for today, I panted. Hey, I'm not done with you yet, Ack. My fist made contact with his cheek. That's enough. Bite? He rubbed his now red cheek and looked away. We all have a limit, you know. I looked at my hands, they started to turn pale. Yeah. He grumbled. I took a seat next to him on the ground. You look pretty tired, you should head home, I said, and he huffed. Quit acting like my mother. I chuckled. You know, I haven't seen your mom since I moved. I'd like to visit her. No way. He narrowed his eyes. And why not? Because she always teases you. I bumped his shoulder. He blushed and rolled his eyes. That old hag never leaves me alone. You know that. It's funny. I started laughing. He growled and his hands started smoking. That's enough, I said. I placed my hand over his. He blushed at the sudden action, and seeing him like that made me blush as well. Get your hands off of me. The sports festival was finally here. We were currently in the waiting room, ready for the festival to start. I sat at a table with Izuku, Kaminari, Todoroki, and Katsuki. Katsuki trained me harder every day. I wasn't disappointed, though. I learned a lot of useful things. Of course, he would complain about being better than me. Attention everyone. The sports festival is about to begin. Ida burst through the door. Everyone took deep breaths, including Katsuki. I was actually nervous. Millions of people were watching, but that wasn't why I was nervous. Hey Mom? When I get into UA and fight in the sports festival, will you be there to cheer me on? I looked up at my mother, who was watching the TV screen with a smile. We watched the annual sports festival together every year. Of course. I want to see you become #1 and show everyone you're the best one there. She patted my head. One day, I'm gonna win the sports festival just for you. And I want you to be there with me when I get that gold medal. Are you alright? You seem upset. Izuku touched my arm. I slightly flinched. I'm fine. Just nervous. Huh. Scaredy cat, Katsuki mumbled. I rolled my eyes at him. We all exited the room and walked out into the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first years of the hero course, Class 1A. Present Mike shouted. I looked around the stadium, and an image of my mother sitting in the first row appeared. I looked down at my feet and sighed. And now, representing Class 1A is Katsuki Bakugou. The R-rated hero, Midnight, spoke, swaying her hips. All the guys around me blushed, except Katsuki, of course. With a poker face, he walked onto the little stage and stood in front of the mic with his hands in his pockets. Everyone gasped, then waited for his speech. I just want to say, I'm gonna win. I knew he would say something like that. Everyone started booing him. I just sighed and shook my head. Typical Katsuki. Why do you have to be so disrespectful? You're representing us all. Ida moved his hand in an up and down motion. Izuku sighed just like I did. Not my fault, you're all just stepping stones to my victory. Katsuki gave Ida a thumbs down. He then stepped off the stage. I watched as Katsuki walked past me. His eyes didn't look at me. Midnight started to explain the rules for the obstacle race. I made sure to move in front of everyone once the race began. Begin! I rushed through the crowd and didn't get squished. Thank goodness. As I was running, I noticed a figure in front of me. Todoroki. He looked at me for a moment, then ran away. I gasped when I noticed the ice covering the ground. I used the air to lift myself, flying over it. Katsuki and the other students did the same with their quirks. Before we had a chance to reach the next part, giant robots appeared in front of us. So these are the robots from the entrance exam? I heard Todoroki whisper. He ended up freezing them. I decided to fly over them again using the air. Katsuki was close behind me. Get out of my way, you idiot, he called from behind. I ignored him and tried to distance myself as quickly as possible. I heard him yelling from a distance. Just then, a body collided with mine, causing us both to fall to the ground. I rubbed my head and looked up at Katsuki, who was on top of me. What the hell? I blushed and pushed him off. He wiped the dirt from his pants and growled, You just had to get in my way. You were the one who, oh forget this, I can't waste my time on you. I flew again over the cliff with ropes. The next part was right in front of me. I continued to fly through the bombs on the ground. USEK. Katsuki flew next to me. Both of us were trying to catch up to Todoroki. I ended up behind them as they fought for first place. Just then, pink smoke surrounded us. I coughed and looked up at the flying figure. Izuku Midoriya is now in first place. Present Mike shouted through the speakers. I watched as Izuku stepped on Todoroki and Katsuki's backs to get another hit on the bombs. He was now ahead of all of us. I started running after the three. Finally, I reached the finish line. Izuku started tearing up, realizing that he had won, even without using his quirk. I smiled and looked at the scoreboard. I was in fourth place. Deku, no way, not again. Katsuki's body shook with anger. Everyone else started rushing in at that moment. Hey, YN. Good job getting into fourth place. Ichiro grabbed my shoulder while panting. Thanks. I smiled at him. Seems like you and that iron guy are a lot alike. I hate the fact that we're so similar, he groaned. Don't worry, I personally believe that you're stronger than him. I winked. He blushed and nervously laughed. YN. Izuku came up to us. Good job. Thanks. Same to you. You got first place. I hugged him. Yeah man. And you didn't even use your quirk. Ichiro added. Izuku frantically waved his hands around, trying to make up an excuse. Hey Izuku, I want to talk to you. I decided to finally tell him that I knew about his quirk, one for all. Okay. I gave Ichiro a look, and he nodded, walking away. I grabbed Izuku's hand and brought him inside. Is something wrong? He leaned against the wall. I stood on the opposite side. Izuku, I know about one for all. His eyes widened with fear and shock. What? That's right. She knows everything. All Might interrupted. Izuku looked back at me and All Might, but how? Midoriya, I was good friends with her mother, Element. YN is like a daughter to me. I trust her, so I told her. I nodded in agreement. Izuku looked at his hand. Oh, well, I'm actually glad you know. None of the other students know, not even Kacchan. I know that. I promised not to tell anyone, especially him. The next game was fairly simple. Teams of 4 had to catch the other team's headbands to gain points. Midnight gave us 15 minutes to pick our groups. YN. I looked down at the short student, Mineta. "Wanna team up with me?" He gave me a creepy look, and I rolled my eyes. Not happening. I heard him whine as I walked away. "Team up with me?" "No, you definitely want to team up with me. Please let me be on your team, Bakugou." I looked at the crowd surrounding Katsuki. He looked at me and walked away from the begging faces. Before I could say anything, he grabbed the collar of my uniform and dragged me back toward the crowd. "You're with me," he said. I shoved him off. "And what makes you think that I'll team up with you?" "Bakugou." YN. I was gonna try Todoroki, but he already picked a group, so hey. Let's team up. Izuku gave a thumbs up. "Hey, dumb hair," Katsuki said with a blank expression. "My name's Kirishima. And my hair's not that different from yours. Alright, we don't have much time. Let's just pick someone." I interrupted their conversation. We decided to pick Zero to join us. Of course, Katsuki was on top. I was beside him, holding him up. "We're going after that nerd." Katsuki gritted his teeth and cracked his knuckles. Who wouldn't go after Izuku? He was the one with 10 million points after all. "Begin." We quickly started to sprint toward Izuku's team. He was with Achiko, Tokoyami, and a girl with pink hair. "Not so fast, losers." Blue fire shot in our direction. I looked in front of Izuku and faced Maya. She was the rider, her arms covered with blue flames. "Get the hell out of our way." Katsuki glared at her. "I got this." I stomped on the ground, causing everyone to lose their balance. Maya held onto her teammates' heads, trying not to fall. "Let's make this nice and easy, hand us the headband," she said. Katsuki scoffed. "I don't think so. There's Midoriya." "Bakugou, you got this." Izuku and the rest of us ran past Maya, ignoring her calls. Katsuki flew up from his explosions and tried to grab Izuku and Todoroki's headbands. Before he could reach them, "Time's up." Just then he fell to the ground. "You okay, man?" Izuku and the rest of us ran up to him. He just screamed and hit the ground. I shook my head. "Quit acting like a child." "What did you just say?" He picked up his head and glared at me. I just chuckled and walked past him. Izuku was with his team, crying. "Why are you crying?" I chuckled nervously and patted his shoulder. "He's just so happy," Achiko said while petting Dark Shadow. The last part of the sports festival was about to begin. Our class sat upstairs, watching the first battle. As the first battle went on, I decided to wait in the waiting room. I was next, and I was battling a girl who was on Maya's team during the cavalry round. The sound of the door bursting open made me jump. Katsuki sat next to me in silence. I turned to him and asked, "Can I help you?" He looked away, his cheeks flushed. "I just wanted to wish you luck," he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. "What?" I raised an eyebrow, prompting him to sigh and look down at his lap. "I just wanted to wish you luck," he repeated, speaking a bit slower this time. "Ah, Kacchan. You better not lose or I'll kill you." A tick appeared on his forehead, and I couldn't help but laugh and nod. Of course. We both fell into a comfortable silence, lost in our thoughts. "Anyway, that's all I wanted to say," he began, but I interrupted him by grabbing his arm, preventing him from leaving the room. "Katsuki." I felt my cheeks heat up as I glanced away, aware that he was blushing too. Before he could respond, I hugged him tightly. He stepped back slightly, surprised. What are you doing, idiot?" His arms shot up in confusion. "I don't know. I'm just nervous, I guess," I mumbled into his chest. He froze for a moment but then pulled me closer. "Since when do you get nervous?" "That's not thine." "I know," he smirked, looking down at me. I met his gaze, feeling a connection between us. I told my mother a long time ago that I'd win the sports festival just for her. She said she'll be in the front row, cheering me on. I pulled away slightly, and his crimson eyes scanned my face. His hands gripped my shoulders, and I gasped at the sudden closeness. I could feel his warm breath. Even though she's not here physically, she's still watching you. Even when you lose to me, she'll still be proud. I smiled at his words, knowing he would always strive to be number one. Thank you, I said, caressing his cheek. His eyes widened at my touch, and before I could lean in closer, Present Mick's voice boomed through the arena. That was an interesting fight, wasn't it, Eraserhead? Up next we got YN versus Shimi Shigari. You better go, Katsuki whispered, and I nodded, rushing out of the room. As I stepped onto the platform, a petite girl with long black hair glared at me. I glared back defiantly. You're that girl from Class 1A, right? YN, was it? Maya told me so much about you, she sneered. I rolled my eyes and ignored her comment, focusing instead on igniting my flames. Begin. I'll make sure to leave you begging for mercy, I declared, stomping on the ground as it rose toward her. She jumped to dodge, using her hair as a shield. So her quirk was hair, I noted. I'll make sure to burn that hair. Flames erupted from my hands, rushing toward her. I attempted to strike, but her hair ensnared my arm, throwing me aside. I quickly created a rock wall to prevent myself from crossing the line. What's the matter? Try harder, you weakling, she taunted, her hair wrapping around me and flinging me around. I struggled against her grip, using my flames to burn part of her hair. She yelped in surprise as I crashed to the ground. You son of a... I dodged another hair attack by using the air, but her hair quickly ensnared me again, covering my mouth and making it hard to breathe. You're done, she smirked, and I felt tears forming in my eyes. I couldn't lose. Come on, you can do better than that. Katsuki's voice echoed in my mind. My eyes shot open. I could feel the anger surging within me. Stay away from him, I shouted, hitting her with my flaming fist. Finally, she was out of bounds. YN is the winner. Midnight raised her hand, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Shiremi lay on the ground, out of breath. I walked up to her and placed my foot on her shoulder. If you ever do anything to Katsuki, I'll make you regret it. Her eyes widened at my words as I removed my foot and walked away. My gaze found Katsuki, who wasn't clapping but was grinning. I smiled back, walking proudly. That was amazing, YN. Izuku exclaimed as he rushed up to me after I reunited with the class. Yeah, YN. That was awesome. Izuku added, and I smiled, thanking them. Katsuki remained seated, facing away from me. I took a seat next to him. Good job, he said, closing his eyes. I smiled and placed my hand over his. I couldn't have done it without you. What did I do? He blushed, and I laughed at his reaction. The next match was Kaminari against a girl from Class 1B, which didn't last long. I wasn't surprised. Ijuru's fight against the Iron Guy ended in a tie, and then it was Katsuki versus Achiko. I felt a wave of nerves wash over me as I watched. As the fight progressed, the crowd began to boo Katsuki. I felt bad for Achiko. She looked exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Uraraka is down. Bakugou is the winner. When Katsuki returned, everyone began commenting on the match. I bit my lip, hoping Achiko was okay. I could never go that hard against a frail girl, Kaminari said, but Katsuki furrowed his eyebrows. I definitely wouldn't call that girl frail. A strange feeling settled in my stomach at his words. Why did I feel so odd after he said that? I'm next, Izuku announced, standing up. I wished him luck before he left, feeling a bit worried for him as well. He was already hurt. Who do you think will win this? Achiko asked me. I thought for a moment, my concern for Izuku growing. I didn't want him to get hurt even more. Begin. Todoroki started with ice, but Izuku countered with his smash. I leaned forward, hands clasped to my chest, noticing blood on the ground. Ah man, am I missing it? Ijuku exclaimed as he ran up to us. Hey man, good job on winning. Kaminari smiled at Ijuku. Thanks. Looks like I'll take down Bakugou next. Ijuku smirked at Katsuki. I'll kill you, Katsuki mumbled, but I ignored the banter, keeping my focus on Izuku and Todoroki. The battle intensified, and I could see Izuku's fingers were all broken at this point. I refused to use my left side. Todoroki groaned, and the stadium fell silent. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. I never saw Todoroki use his fire before, but in a blink of an eye, flames erupted from his left side. Achiko blocked her face, exclaiming how incredible it was, while Ida whispered in awe. My eyes widened at the sight. Katsuki glanced at me, dismissing Todoroki's abilities with a scoff, insisting he was no better than himself. Cementos used his quirk, expressing concern that one of them could be killed. Midnight, in a moment of urgency, ripped part of her costume, revealing some pink smoke. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as a giant explosion shook the stadium. I immediately stood up from my seat, noticing Todoroki panting, half of his uniform burned off. Izuku wobbled and then fell to the ground. Oh no, I muttered, about to rush after him, but Katsuki stopped me, insisting he would be fine. I looked at him, then back to Izuku, who was being taken to Recovery Girl. Reluctantly, I sat back down. Anyway, time to fight this guy, Katsuki declared as he stood up. I smirked, teasing him about the opponent he was about to face, mentioning my earlier joke about a kiss. Katsuki's anger flared as he stomped away, vowing to take down his opponent. Mina suddenly appeared at my side, curious about the kiss. I blushed a deep shade of red, quickly denying it and claiming it was just a joke to rile Katsuki up. She winked, clearly not buying my excuse. As the match continued, Idra grinned at Katsuki, who was growing increasingly angry and blasting him repeatedly. I watched the screen, realizing I was up next. Achiko noticed my fear and placed her hand on my shoulder, encouraging me with a bright smile. I nodded back, trying to muster my confidence. My wobbly legs carried me up the stairs, where Maya stood tall with her hands on her hips. I took a deep breath and looked at my classmates. They all wore reassuring smiles, except for Katsuki, who sat with his arms crossed, determined for me to win. I furrowed my eyebrows and focused back on Maya. Is everyone ready? Let's begin, she announced, her body covered in blue flames. What you did to my friend was unforgivable, I replied, forming a water spiral and aiming it at her. She dodged by jumping up, prompting me to grunt as I transformed my arm into rock. As I attempted to strike, flames flew into my face, sending me flying back to roll on the ground. Come on, get up. Is that all you got? Maya taunted. I stood up and wiped my mouth, summoning the air to circle around her. She stood still, arms blocking her face as my hands glowed a bright blue. A giant tidal wave formed and crashed into her, pushing her close to the line. Now was my chance. I started running towards her, preparing for another water attack. What would your mother be doing right now? Maya's sudden words froze me in my tracks. She laughed, standing tall. I bet she'll be complaining about how weak you are. You won't even use your flames because you're too scared to fight fire with fire. I bet my flames are better than yours. Anger surged within me. Slowly but steadily, my flames erupted. I held out my arm, letting the flames escape, and she mirrored my actions. Our flames clashed, creating an explosion of red and blue fire. I waited for the smoke to clear. Surprise, Maya said as she emerged from the smoke, punching me repeatedly. The crowd gasped. Come on. Don't stop now. Aren't you doing this for your mother? I'm sure she'll be disappointed in you. What a loser. Shut up, I growled, feeling the heat of her flames. She stopped laughing, raising an eyebrow at me. What? Can't take the truth. I said shut up. I shouted, slowly standing up despite my wobbling legs. What's this? Seems like YN is back in action. Present Mike announced into the microphone. Hey, Mom. I looked up at my mother, who was watching the sports festival. Yes, honey. Since I have all 4 elements as a quirk, will I ever get to use all of them at once? I asked. She frowned, turning her body towards me. Wine, you should have known this by now, but using all 4 elements at once can cause serious damage to your health. It's best if you just use one at a time. My body began to glow, and Maya, along with everyone else, looked at me in confusion and shock. No. Katsuki and Izuku's eyes widened. What's going on? Achiko exclaimed, worried. I know that glow. That means she's going to use all 4 elements. Izuku trembled. If she uses it, it'll take a toll on her health. This isn't good, I have to stop her. Katsuki shouted, getting up and running toward me. Wait. Idru followed him. Why aren't they stopping the fight then? Mina gripped onto Momo's shoulder. YN. Izuku called out. What the hell? Why are you glowing? Maya took a step back from my glowing figure. I sobbed uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Mom. The ground began to shake, and rocks hovered above me. Flames surrounded me, then water and air, all circling around me. My eyes shot open as the 4 elements formed into a big glowing sphere that I held in my hands. YN. Stop. Katsuki and Idru ran toward me, but I ignored them and aimed at Maya, who stood frozen in fear. I made a promise to my mother that I will win for her. I declared before unleashing all 4 elements at her. I will not break that promise. Katsuki's perspective shifted as he shouted for me to stop, but I continued, using all my elements. Cementos Quirk intervened, stopping the attack from hitting Maya and causing the wall to explode. Kirishima and Katsuki were thrown back by the force. Once the smoke cleared, Maya was trembling in fear, blocking her face. I was wobbling, and before I could hit the ground, Kirishima and Katsuki caught me. YN, Kirishima spoke softly. Idiot, Katsuki clenched his teeth, trying to hold back tears. Stand back, you two, Midnight instructed, stepping in front of us. The paramedics placed me on a stretcher and took me to Recovery Girl. What an intense battle. I hope YN will be okay. Looks like Maya Noko is the winner. Katsuki's frustration boiled over as he stomped over to Maya, grabbing her collar. You did this. I'll kill you, she exclaimed, glaring at me with narrowed eyes. It wasn't my fault she went wild. A tic formed on my forehead as I shouted back, You'll pay for this. Go back to your seats, you two, Midnight intervened, separating us. Thief, I muttered, starting to walk away, with Kirishima following closely behind. As we walked back, I halted my steps. You go back to our class, I'm going to see YN. Recovery Girl is helping her. They won't let you in. Kirishima tried to stop me, but I took off running. My heart raced at the thought of YN. I recalled the first time she used all her elements at once. Why did you use all your elements? I thought you weren't allowed to. I had stood next to her hospital bed, where I sat, looking weak. She chuckled softly. How else was I supposed to know what I can really do? Well, you scared Deku to death. Not you, she smirked, crossing her arms. I felt my cheeks heat up and turned my head away. All Might stood at the door to IN's room. He looked at me and sighed. I had a feeling you'd come here. How is she? Let me in. I tried to push past him, but he stopped me. Recovery Girl is taking care of her. Go back to your class. You can visit young Dun later. I clenched my teeth and squeezed my fists. All Might placed a hand on my head. Go, young Bakugou. I'm not gonna leave until I see her. Before All Might could respond, the door opened, revealing Recovery Girl. How is she? All Might asked, concern etched on his face. Recovery Girl frowned. I performed surgery on her. She's in a coma. Hopefully she'll wake up soon. She's lucky to have survived. My chest tightened as I pushed past her and saw YN. Bandages covered her body, her arms bruised and battered. I slowly knelt beside her bed. Damn it, I whispered, wiping my eyes. Please wake up. Young Biki, you're next, All Might called from the doorway. Apparently, Maya lost to Todoroki. Forget the battle, let that icy hot guy win. I don't care, I growled. All Might sighed. You knew that YN wanted to win this, so win this for her. I stayed quiet for a moment before standing up. I'll win this, but only for YN's sake. My eyes slowly opened, but I immediately shut them again against the bright light. Where am I? Ah, you're awake, Recovery Girl said, sitting up from her chair. What happened? I slowly sat up in bed, rubbing my head. I noticed my body was covered in bandages. Recovery girl frowned. During the match, you used all your elements at once, which took a toll on your health. You've been in a coma for a week. A week? I shot up, wincing at the sudden pain. Recovery girl gently placed her hand on my shoulder. Relax. Where's Katsuki? And everyone else? I asked, looking at her. She smiled. Oh, them? It's quite adorable, actually. That Bakugou guy came here every day to check on you, along with the other students, but mostly him. My heart skipped a beat. He came here every day? Do you know where they are? I glanced at the clock. It was 8 in the morning. Everyone must be in school. They're in class now, but don't worry, they'll visit you later, she assured me, and I nodded. LN, did you know that using this much power is dangerous? She broke the silence that had settled in the room. I looked down at my hands and nodded. I've used it once before, a long time ago. Your injuries are severe. You're lucky I was able to save you. Her expression turned somber. I sighed, realizing the weight of her words. If you use that power again, it will take your life. My heart sank. Since when could your own quirk kill you? Maybe my body just couldn't handle that much power. I understand, I replied, curling up in a ball as Recovery Girl left the room, leaving me alone. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Startled, I sat up quickly. Katsuki was panting, hands on his knees as he tried to catch his breath. Katsuki, I whispered. He looked up and grabbed my shoulders. Don't you dare scare me like that again, you idiot. You hear me? If you pull that again, I'll kill you. I chuckled for a moment before frowning. If I use that power again, I'll die. His eyes widened, and he gripped his pants tightly. Don't be stupid. If I ever see you using all your elements, he looked into my eyes, I'll stop you. I promise I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. Katsuki. I stared at him in shock. He looked down, his hair falling over his eyes, but I could see the blush on his cheeks. Thank you, I said, tilting my head and smiling. A tear fell from my eye. YN. Are you all right? Izuku and my other classmates rushed in. Katsuki and I quickly wiped our eyes. It's good to see you all. And I'm all right, I said, closing my eyes and smiling. Izuku sighed in relief. I was so worried, we were so worried. Idru exclaimed, hugging me unexpectedly. I glanced at Katsuki, who had smoke coming out of his ears, and gave him a look to calm down. You should probably rest up, we'll be back later, Ida stated. I nodded as they all left the room. Katsuki paused at the doorway. By the way, I won the sports festival. For you, he whispered the last part. My heart raced and I blushed. He then tossed a gold medal at me. I caught it and examined it, a tear falling onto the medal. I held it close to my heart. Get some rest, he said before leaving the room. I smiled to myself, placing the medal on the table beside me. Tomura furiously scratched his neck. That girl, what incredible power. She is the daughter of the hero, Element, Kurogiri stated. She's pretty, Toga said, rocking back and forth on her feet. With her on our team, we'll be unstoppable. Tomura declared, holding a picture of YN. Did you not notice that she got seriously injured after using all of her powers? Dabi rolled his eyes. Shut up, Stitch Face. I'll help her out, Tomura smirked. Whatever, Dabi shrugged, leaving the room. Toga followed. How will we capture this girl? Kurogiri asked. Tomura scratched his neck again. Well, we'll have to find her first. Another day passed, and I was finally able to go home. My dad hugged me tightly, sobbing. I'm so glad you're okay, he cried. I'm proud of you, even if you didn't win. I know your mother is proud too, he said, holding my shoulders. Tears began to flow as I hugged him tightly. YN, you do know that even if you didn't win, I'd still be proud of you. As long as you gave it your all. I whimpered and sobbed even harder. I miss her. My dad hugged me tighter, as if trying to shield me from the pain. My heart ached, a feeling I hoped to never experience again. I know. I miss her too, YN. 1 week later. You will be training in the woods, We will be staying on a private island, Mr. Aizawa announced with a sigh. The class erupted in cheers, but he quickly silenced them by preparing his quirk. Anyway, if you don't pass the final exam, you will attend summer school, he added. Idru and Kaminari turned around, urging everyone to do their best. This is so stupid, Katsuki mumbled, and I chuckled. Oh, come on. It'll be fun. Oh yeah? He glanced at me and I smirked, tilting my head. Maybe we'll get to fight again. Katsuki's expression brightened. Fine. I knew I could convince him. I laughed to myself. Whenever there was something involving fighting, he would want to be there. Even as kids, he had always been like that. Yes, he was an egomaniac, but I kind of liked that about him. Once class was over, we all headed home to study. I ran straight into my room and sat at my desk, turning off my phone and switching on the lamp. I didn't want any distractions. After a few hours, I found myself dozing off. Just then, I heard a tap on my window. I jumped out of my seat and angrily stomped toward the window. I opened it and looked down, my eyes widening at the sight of the spiky blonde below. Katsuki. He looked up and threw another rock, which hit my forehead. Stop it. I grabbed a water bottle and threw it at him. He laughed and caught it, then took a drink. Why are you here? I sighed. Once he finished the water, he tossed it aside. To study. I looked at him, confused. It was past 9. Was he crazy? It's late. You should go home. Plus, why would you want to study with me? I tried to keep my voice low, hoping not to wake my dad. Before he could respond, he used his explosions to jump up to my window. He stood on the windowsill and jumped into my room. I placed my hand on my forehead, worried that if he made another sound, my dad would definitely wake up. And you're in my room, I crossed my arms. He eyed me, and I suddenly realized I was in a tank top and shorts. I blushed and tried to cover myself. My old hag was bugging me the entire time, so I couldn't focus. That's why I came here, he said, sitting on my bed. I took a seat next to him. The only light in my room came from the lamp, but I could still see his crimson eyes. Why didn't you just go by Idru's? I asked, and he shrugged. That idiot doesn't know how to study. I rolled my eyes. Fine. Only for a half hour. I grabbed a chair and placed it next to my desk. I took a moment to take in his appearance. He was wearing a black tank top and black pants. Black was basically the only color he wore, yet he looked good in it. Quit staring and start studying, he smirked. I shook my head and glared at him. We started studying for about 10 minutes until he suddenly became more touchy. It began with a hand on my thigh, slowly moving higher. I gasped, surprised by the unexpected action. He smirked and continued until he reached my waistline. Before he could go any further, I grabbed his hand. What do you think you're doing? He groaned. Well, I can't control my hormones. I quickly looked away, feeling my face heat up. What's wrong? He asked, grabbing my hips and spinning me around, pushing me against the wall. Katsuki, I stammered, my breath hitching. I had never seen him like this before. Help a guy out, he leaned in closer. I gasped as I felt his lips brush against my neck. What was happening? I tried my best to hold in my reactions, knowing my dad would be furious if he found Katsuki in my room. I let out a small sound as he lightly bit my neck. I placed my hands on his chest and slowly moved downward. He breathed heavily and pulled away, his forehead pressed against mine. I could take you on right here. My heart raced at his words. He wanted me? Right here? Right now? My mind was racing with thoughts, and I couldn't even speak. All that came out was air. He pulled away and stepped back, tilting his head and laughing. You look like you saw a ghost. I scowled at him, my face still flushed. I stomped past him and faced the door. I think you should go. I knew that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to control himself. I was afraid of what might happen. Already? He pressed against me, and I felt something poking me. I bit my lip, about to speak, but my breath hitched as he started to touch me. We're just getting started, he whispered, kissing my earlobe. I let out another sound but quickly regained my composure. I spun around and kicked him away. What the heck? He crouched down, looking up at me with a glare. I said leave. TC whatever. He slowly stood up and left through the window. I finally breathed a sigh of relief and touched my neck. What was up with him? What made him act like that? Did he like me? I slapped my cheek, dismissing the thought. There was no way he liked me. He was just a typical teenage boy. I need sleep, I whispered to myself. I closed the window and crawled into bed, my mind racing with thoughts of what had just happened. He seemed to be enjoying it, but was I? Yes, I was. I slapped myself again and closed my eyes. No, I didn't enjoy that. I couldn't have. He's an airhead. Whatever, I just needed to get some rest for the final exam tomorrow. It was finally the day of the exam. I hadn't spoken to anyone, even Katsuki, since everyone was studying. I managed to get a good night's sleep, which was what I needed. You better pass this exam and not make me look stupid. Especially after tutoring you. Katsuki rushed into the room with Izuku. So they went out, huh? Don't worry, man, I'll do my best. Izuku grinned. Katsuki rolled his eyes and sat at his desk, not making eye contact with me. To be honest, I couldn't stop thinking about what he did that night. It seemed like he completely forgot about it. Izuku wished me luck and patted my head. I thanked him and looked at Katsuki again. He was now glaring at the two of us. Mr. Aizawa handed us the exam, and we finally began. Of course, the first one done was Katsuki. He was playing with his lead pencil. The clicking was driving me nuts. Stop that, I whispered, my teeth clenched. From the corner of my eye, I saw him smirk, and he continued to click. My body started shaking. At least I was almost finished. I just had one last question. I couldn't focus with that annoying clicking. I rushed through the question and flipped the paper over so no one could see my answers. I exhaled deeply. It's about time, Katsuki whispered. I got up from my seat and asked Mr. Aizawa if I could go to the bathroom. I didn't look back at Katsuki. I also didn't actually use the bathroom, I just needed some air. A walk down the corridor should calm me down. As I was walking, a sudden force pushed me into a closet. A hand covered my mouth. My muffled screams couldn't be heard. The light turned on, and I looked at the one who pushed me in here. Godin, calm down, I'm not going to hurt you, the ash blonde sneered. What the hell, Katsuki? I yelled against his flesh. He removed his hand and leaned his head on the wall behind him. This was a pretty small closet, so there wasn't much room. We were inches away from being chest to chest. I got bored and you left the classroom, he shrugged. We have to get back to class. Mr. Aizawa will. He's sleeping, he won't wake up for anything, he interrupted me. I stayed quiet for a moment. What about everyone else? They'll think something's up. They're still taking the test, no one even noticed that I left, he responded angrily. So why push us into a closet? Why do you ask so many questions? He tilted his head back in annoyance. An idea popped into my head that made me smirk. Time for payback. You could have picked a bigger closet, you know? I placed my hands on his shoulders, my chest pressing up against his. He blushed and raised an eyebrow. What are you getting at? Oh, nothing. I slyly smiled and pushed myself closer to him so that he could feel my breath on his face. He flinched and started breathing heavily. Shoo. I pressed my finger against his lips. He shut himself up and stared into my eyes. My right hand slowly moved downward to his waistline. I heard him gulp. What the hell are you doing? He growled deeply. My heart started beating quickly. I could also hear his heartbeat quicken. My hand made its way down towards his waist. He reacted and I pulled back quickly. Before either of us could say anything, he slammed me against the door. His hot breath hit my face. Stop with the teasing. He squeezed my waist and pressed me against him. I felt his tension against my thigh. I took this opportunity to kick him again. The heck? He fell to the ground, his eyes squeezed shut. That's revenge for what you did to me. I turned the doorknob. He stopped me by grabbing my ankle. I turned around. Do you mind standing there for a moment? I have a good view of your underwear. I blushed furiously and kicked his side. He groaned and curled up in a ball. Now we're even. With that, I left the closet. I made my way back to the classroom as fast as I could. Once I opened the door, I sighed with relief when I saw everyone still there. They were all done with their exams. Hey, YN. Ijiro grinned at me. He was sitting on a desk with Kaminari. Mina and Kyoko were with them too. Hey. I walked over to them. They all looked at me for a moment. You were gone for a while? You all right? Kaminari asked. I stood up quickly and started sweating. Why? I'm perfectly fine. I thought back to what I had done in the closet. I'd never done anything like that before. Also, where's Bakugou? Ijiro added. I rubbed my head and shrugged nervously. Maybe he had to use the bathroom? Just then, the door slid open. An angry Katsuki stood at the doorway, glaring at me. Speak of the devil, Mina whispered. Kyoka and Kaminari laughed. Hey man. Ijiro hopped off the desk. Katsuki walked toward me. I gulped and took a step back. Whoa man, what's your deal all of a sudden? Ijiro placed his hand in front of Katsuki. I'm gonna kill you. I knew his statement was directed toward me. I shivered but quickly tried to hide it. What did she do? Kaminari asked. My eyes widened a bit. Katsuki looked at me again. He better not tell them. She tripped me earlier. Oh thank goodness. I let out the breath I was holding in. Ijiro laughed but quickly stopped once Katsuki scowled at him. It was probably an accident. Chill man. He broke the silence. Katsuki clicked his tongue and walked away. I think I should head home. I don't want my dad to worry. I nervously laughed. Do you mind if I walk home with you? Ijiro blushed and scratched his head. I gaped at him and smiled. Sure. We both ignored Katsuki's glares behind us as we walked out of the classroom. So, what did you think of the exam? I tightened my grip on my book bag strap. It was easy. A sweat drop fell on his head. I chuckled, realizing he probably had no idea what he was doing. I'm sure you did great. I grinned at him. He nervously smiled back, thanking me. I really hope I did well. I can't afford to go to summer school. Also, I want to spend the summer with you and everyone else. I said, and he smiled. His eyes were focused on the sidewalk in front of him. I looked at him, not realizing I probably looked like a creep staring. He glanced at me and quickly looked away. Hey, YN. He stopped behind me. I turned around to face him. What's up? He ran his fingers through his red spiky hair, a deep shade of red covering his face. He looked adorable. It's about that time when we hung out. He avoided eye contact. My eyes widened and I gulped. What was he going to say? Did I make him uncomfortable? Oh. I looked down at my shoes. He cleared his throat. I just wanted to say that He stopped mid-sentence when familiar black mist came from behind him. A black portal formed, and a man with hands all over emerged, followed by a guy covered in stitches and a girl with pigtails. Oh no. I know you. You're the League of Villains. Ijiro pushed me behind him. I am Tamura Shigaraki. Now, hand over the girl. We both gasped. Ijiro grew angry and held out his arm in front of me. YN, run. I'll handle these guys. You against us? Come on, I don't want to hurt you. Let's make this nice and easy. Hand over the girl, Tamura said. YN. I said run. I followed Ijiro's orders and ran as fast as I could. The guy with the stitches and the girl grabbed my arms, stopping me. I screamed and tried to use my quirk. Huh. I felt something cold touch my wrists. HNDCFFS. Those aren't just any HNDCFFS. These HNDCFFS stop you from using your quirk. Tamura put them on Ijiro as well. We both tried to fight our way out, but it was no use. Dabi, Toga, take, YN. We have work to do. Tamura walked into the black portal. I struggled, trying to break free. Ijiro was on the ground with the HNDCFFS on. My eyes widened again, realizing his arm was injured. Ijiro! I called before being pulled into the portal. Oof! I crashed onto the wooden floor of the bar I was now in. I slowly looked up at the figure standing above me. Well, hello there. The girl liked her lips. I cringed and shuffled back towards the wall. Tamura and the shadow guy grabbed my arms. I didn't try to fight back this time. These HNDCFFS were draining my energy. You'll be staying here while we discuss what we're going to do with you. Tamura threw me into a cell. Tamura Shigaraki, should we be worried about All Might? What about that red-headed boy? The Shadow Man asked. Now, Kurogiri, we'll use this little brat to destroy All Might once and for all. We'll force her to use her elements. My heart dropped at his words. Did they not know that using all my elements could kill me? How will we get her to do that? Kurogiri questioned. It seems like Bakugou is a close friend of hers. We'll use him as bait. I clenched my teeth and started to shake. They couldn't bring Katsuki into this. No way. Don't you dare bring him into this, I growled, my hair covering my face. Tamura and Kurogiri looked at me. Shut her up. Tamura walked away. Dabi took a piece of duct tape and placed it over my mouth. Anyway, we'll threaten to harm Bakugou and all her other friends, he continued. Tears started to form in my eyes. Tamura walked towards my cell and placed his hands on the bars. You'll be staying here for a while. We'll take the HNDCFFS off only if you don't try to escape. If you do, we'll harm all your precious friends and you. He looked at me through the hand on his face. I gulped and looked down. My head moved up and down. He opened the cell and took off my HNDCFFS, then closed the cell. I sat on the floor, my messy hair still covering my face. Good. Katsuki's POV. I was still in this classroom after YN and Kirishima left. She would kill me if I ended up following them, so I decided to stay with these classmates. As everyone started to leave, Kirishima burst through the door. He had HNDCFFS on. What happened? His shirt was torn, and his arm was injured. Everyone, including Mr. Aizawa, gasped at the sight. He panted and ran over to me. I was in shock to see him crying. Kirishima? What happened? Deku ran up to him. He tried to catch his breath. YN and I were walking, then the League of Villains appeared out of nowhere and captured YN. I tried to stop them, but they put these HNDCFFS on me that stopped me from using my quirk. He breathed out. Everyone gasped again. My eyes widened and my breath hitched. I clenched my teeth and slowly walked up to him, grabbing the collar of his shirt and pulling him closer. So you're saying that she got captured and you couldn't do anything to save her? I yelled in his face. I tried. But did you not hear what I just said? Kirishima yelled back. Mr. Aizawa separated us. Enough. He looked at Kirishima. Don't worry, we'll find YN and bring her back. But first, you go to Recovery Girl. He then looked at me. Bakugou, you go with him. What? No way. I'm going to save YN. No matter the cost. Damn it, Kacchan, just listen to him. Deku shouted. We all turned to face him. He was crying, and Uraraka was trying to comfort him. Fine. I growled and grabbed Kirishima. He was quiet on the way to Recovery Girl. I'm sorry, Bakugou. I really did. How can I be a hero if I couldn't save my friend? Kirishima finally spoke after Recovery Girl healed him. He was trying to hold back tears. I almost felt bad. Listen up, dumb hair, we're going to take down those villains and be the heroes we are. I said with a straight face. He looked up at me and wiped his eyes. Yeah. Mr. Aizawa told All Might and the other heroes about what happened. The students tagged along. Mr. Aizawa assigned groups with a hero that had a different job to do. Midoriya, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Ida were with All Might. Kirishima and Bakugou were with Mr. Aizawa. Bakugou was eager to confront the villains, expressing his frustration about what they had done. He was determined to make them pay. Mr. Aizawa interrupted him, telling him to calm down, which Bakugou begrudgingly accepted, though he was clearly still agitated. Kirishima, with a worried expression, mentioned his concern for YN. Bakugou, while trying to sound tough, admitted that he hoped she would be okay. He knew she was strong, but the thought of her being in danger made him increasingly angry. He was resolved to take down the League of Villains at any cost. Meanwhile, YN found herself sitting against the wall of her cell, feeling drained and unwilling to risk her life or the lives of others. The sound of the cell door opening startled her, and she saw Tamura and his crew standing there. He ordered her to come with them, smirking as he did so. She reluctantly followed them outside, where Tamura took them to the rooftop of a building. Tamura pointed at the building below, suggesting it would look better in flames. Toga chimed in with a similar sentiment, while Dabi stood silently, lost in thought. Tamura then commanded, Wyan, to set the building on fire, pointing out the people inside. Wyan clenched her teeth, refusing to harm innocent people who were simply enjoying their lives. Tamura scowled at her defiance, threatening her and her friends if she did not comply. In a moment of bravery, Wyan jumped in front of him, attacking with fire. Tamura laughed maniacally as he grabbed her neck and pushed her toward the edge of the building. She struggled to break free, feeling the pressure tighten around her throat. Just as she was dangling dangerously, Bakugou's voice rang out, demanding Tamura to let her go. An explosion erupted, forcing Tamura to release her. Wyan felt the rush of air as she fell, but strong arms caught her before she hit the ground. It was All Might, who smiled down at her and reassured her that she was safe. Once on solid ground, Wyan was greeted by Izuku and the others, who expressed their relief at her safety. She quickly asked about Bakugou, and they pointed to the building where she had just been. Explosions were visible from the top, and Izuku informed her that Mr. Aizawa and Kirishima were with him. Ignoring his warning, Wyan ran toward the chaos, with Izuku chasing after her. Using her quirk, she flew to the rooftop, where she found Katsuki, Izuku, and Mr. Aizawa. Their eyes met, and she smiled, knowing he had come to save her. Katsuki hugged her tightly, expressing his frustration and concern. Mr. Aizawa then urged them to leave, and they all nodded, heading back down. As Wyan looked around, she noticed that Izuku and the others were gone. Just then, Achiko ran up, informing them about a Nomu that had appeared and that the pro-heroes were fighting it. Wyan gasped at the sight of the giant creature behind Achiko. Before it could attack, Izuku pushed her out of the way. Determined, Wyan declared that they could defeat the Nomu. She and her friends prepared for battle, but despite their efforts, they struggled to make any impact. As Wyan found herself on the ground, she noticed that everyone else was occupied with another Nomu, while All Might and Mr. Aizawa continued to fight the League of Villains. Feeling desperate, Wyan questioned what they should do. Katsuki encouraged her to keep fighting, while Izuku expressed his determination to not back down. With renewed resolve, Wyan ignited her hands with flames and launched herself at the Nomu. They managed to knock it down, but as they stood waiting for it to rise again, Wyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back, sending her crashing into a wall. Izuku rushed to her side, lifting her up as she wiped the blood from her mouth. Despite her injuries, she insisted on fighting, unable to sit back while her friends were in danger. She broke free from Izuku's hold and charged toward the Nomu, ready to strike again. Katsuki shouted her name in warning, but everything felt like it was happening in slow motion. Just as she was about to make contact, a figure landed on the Nomu, crushing it. As the dust settled, Wyan looked up at the figure who had saved her. Flames surrounded them, creating a whirlwind of heat and energy. Tears streamed down her face as she recognized the familiar face. It was her mother, alive and standing before her. Her mother frowned and called out her name, but a loud explosion interrupted them. Without hesitation, she flew toward another Nomu, declaring that now was not the time for explanations. Katsuki and Izuku rushed to Wyan's side, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Her mother was here, fighting alongside them. Tears ran down my face. "Is that Mikasa?" Katsuki gasped. "The pro-hero element," Izuku added. "She's alive," I whispered, watching her fight the other Nomu. Izuku and the others were shocked as well. He glanced over at me and then back at my mother. "Mikasa," Izuku began to cry. I quickly ran over to him and the others, with Katsuki and Izuku following closely behind. "It's been a while since I fought you," my mom breathed out, shaking slightly. A loud crash on the ground caused us all to look up at a shocked All Might and Mr. Aizawa. "Element? You're alive!" All Might exclaimed. My mother smiled at him and continued to fight the Nomu. "All Might, where's the League of Villains?" Izuku rushed up to him. All Might clenched his fists and looked down. "They escaped." We all looked at him in shock. Mr. Aizawa's breath quickened. Forget about them for now, they're gone. Right now, we have to deal with the Nomus. All Might nodded, and they both went to help my mother. Since they were aiding her, now was my chance to get some answers. I ran up to her and grabbed her tightly, burying my face into her chest. Tears fell onto her hero costume. Why, Mom? Why leave me and Dad for so long? Then you just show up out of nowhere. I sobbed. She grabbed my shoulders and pushed me back. I can't explain now, I have to help, she said, starting to run, but I stopped her. Her eyes widened, and her frown deepened at the sight of my tear-streaked face. Mom, please. I looked up at her. She hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Trust me. I have to do what a hero should, which is to help others. She let go of my grasp and ran towards the open Nomu. I fell to my knees and continued to cry. Izuku hugged me tightly. I gasped and sat still. She's a hero. She knows what she's doing, he smiled through his tears. I looked at him and wiped my eyes. Yeah, you're right. She'll be okay. She is element after all. Achiko and the others gathered around me. I smiled sadly and nodded. You need to rest up. Come here. Katsuki's eyes were covered by his hair. He picked me up bridal style and carried me over to a wall. He set me down and stood next to me. You're not leaving my sight. Not again. He looked ahead. I blushed and smiled sadly. Thank you. I leaned against his leg. My short moment of happiness was interrupted by my mother's calls. The League of Villains is back. I need you to get them. It's up to you. My eyes widened. Before I could respond, a purple vortex appeared in front of us. Tamura emerged from it, accompanied by Dabi and Toga. Izuku! Toga ran up to him, but Izuku stepped back. Kirishima and I will take care of that hideous-looking guy, Katsuki referred to Dabi. I nodded and faced Tamura. Kurogiri was fighting Achiko and the others. Shoto and Kaminari were engaged with Izuku. That just leaves you and me, he smirked. I furrowed my eyebrows and clenched my fists, letting them turn into rock. In honor of my mother, I'll defeat you. I didn't hesitate to strike him, but he dodged and grabbed my arm. I quickly pulled back before he could harm me further. Your mother is quite a hero, huh? She has some powerful quirks, he grinned. I raised an eyebrow, wondering what he was getting at. You want to know the real reason she left you? He looked at me through the hand attached to his face. My eyes widened and I gasped. I quickly covered my shocked expression with anger. He was just trying to provoke me. She thought you were a weakling. Useless. Just a no-good little. Shut up. I punched him. The hand fell from his face, revealing his bare expression. He scowled at me. You think you're so tough, huh? You fool. He grabbed my arm and twisted it. I heard a crack, which caused me to scream in pain. I heard Katsuki call. I glanced at him, narrowing my eyes to tell him to stay out of it. I knew he wanted to run towards me, but I was determined to handle this on my own. I could easily tear off your limbs, one by one, he taunted, using his quirk on my arm. I screamed even louder. The pain became overwhelming, and I fell to the ground as Tamura's grip on my arm loosened. My mother came into view, attacking Tamura. I whispered. I tried to stand up, but the pain in my arm caused me to fall again. Stay back, she panted, punching Tamura repeatedly. Mom, he's too powerful. He'll hurt you too. I screamed. She looked at me and smiled softly. Trust me. Katsuki's POV. Damn it. I dodged his attack. This stitch-faced guy was stronger than I thought. Kirishima and I were already out of energy. You seem real fond of that girl, huh? Dabi tilted his head. My heart skipped a beat. I knew he was referring to YN. Kirishima looked at me, then back at Dabi. He isn't the only one, Kirishima mumbled. I gritted my teeth, not wanting to deal with this nonsense. Just shut up and fight me, damn it. I growled. Dabi smirked and aimed at me. She's pretty cute. Too bad she's with a loser like you. She had a chance to attack us, but she didn't. You know why? It's because of you and your petty friends. I grew angrier. Leave her out of this. Bakugou, Kirishima placed a hand on my shoulder, but I shrugged him off. You like her, don't you? Shut the FK up. I shoved my hand in his face and made it explode. I waited for the smoke to clear, but he suddenly grabbed my arm and threw me aside. Bakugou! Don't worry about me. I slowly stood up and wiped my mouth. I'm going to kill this guy. YNSPOV. I watched as my mother fought Tamura. She was bleeding and out of breath. I tried my best to help, but she forced me to stay back. Tamura only had a few scratches on him. This wasn't looking good. Just leave my daughter alone, my mom stumbled. My eyes shook with fear. I couldn't bear to see her like this. You stupid heroes, trying to save everyone but yourself. I'm sick of it. My mom punched him again. My frown was replaced with a smile. That's what a true hero does. Save people. No matter what. We will keep this world safe. She screamed out. Tamura narrowed his eyes, appearing lost for words. I will continue to fight even if it kills me, she added. In that moment, I realized I inherited my bravery from her. She had always been a hero at heart. No matter how dire the situation, she would still fight. So why was I just sitting here watching her suffer? I had to stand up and fight, just like her. Because that's what a hero does. You might have broken my arm, I said, slowly standing up and smiling through my tears. But that doesn't mean I can't fight. My mother smiled at me lovingly. Then, something unforgivable happened. My pupils shrank as I watched blood fly past me. The hole in my mother's stomach was caused by a fist. I watched in horror as the Nomu punched my mother in the stomach. Everyone stopped and looked at us, even Tamura was shocked. My mouth hung open as I watched her fall to the ground. Quick, let's get out of here. Tamura called to Kurojiri. The black mist formed into a spiral. The League of Villains and the Nomus went through, leaving us behind, but I didn't care. All I could focus on was my mother's lifeless body. I ran to her side and immediately started crying. Everyone gathered around me, looking at the scene in horror and shock. I cried out. Her eyes slowly opened, and she smiled. Mom. I whimpered. She closed her eyes again, then opened them. Listen, I need to tell you, the reason why I left was to protect you, she breathed out. I looked at her in shock. No words came out of my mouth. Years ago, a villain named Raiden threatened our family. In order to protect you, I had to work for him. If I didn't, they would kill you. She spoke softly. My body was shaking. I could feel my heart breaking more and more each second. Why didn't you tell me? Does Dad know about this? She continued to smile through her tears. He did. The reason why he didn't tell you was because he knew you would chase after me. We had to keep it a secret for your sake. I'm so sorry, YN. She placed her hand on my cheek and sobbed softly. Don't be. You did what any mother would do. I just wanted to show you how far I've come. I was even in the sports festival. I wept. She nodded weakly. I know. I saw you on the TV. I'm so proud. Her hand fell from my face. There hasn't been a day that I haven't thought about you, thinking about when I'll see you again. When I finally escaped Raiden, I immediately tracked you down. I'm just so happy I was able to see you again. Her voice cracked. Please don't leave me. You just came back. You can't leave now. I screamed. Wyan, listen to me. You'll become an amazing hero one day. I know because you're so strong. Now, I need you to be strong now. My heart broke into a million pieces. I had been hoping to find my mother after all these years. I knew she was alive somewhere out there. I can't. I love you so much, Mom. I sobbed even harder, if that was even possible. My mother's eyes slowly closed. I love you too, Wyan. Mom? Mom. Sit. I have so much to tell you. I joined UA, the best hero school there is. I made so many new friends and I gained more control over my powers. Mom, please. Don't go. I was crying uncontrollably now. Everyone behind me was crying as well. My mother was officially gone, and there was nothing I could do about it. You can't be gone, I whispered, watching my tears fall onto the ground beside my hand. Katsuki watched me crumble in pain in front of my mother's dead body. Everyone around us was crying. He stood there, clenching his fists. Katsuki, a soft, angelic voice spoke in my head. Please take care of Wyan, for me, she said. I smiled sadly. I will, I whispered. I felt a hand rest on my shoulder. I looked up and saw Katsuki standing beside me, his eyes covered by his hair. Come on. Let's get you to recovery, girl, he spoke softly. I hesitated. No. I'm not just going to leave my mother here. Katsuki sighed. Yn. She's dead, Katsuki. He was taken aback by my words. All Might came over and picked me up. Looked up at him. He wasn't smiling. Young Yn. She fought for the sake of everyone here. She's a true hero, he said, his voice cracking. I whimpered and silently cried. The police and ambulance eventually came and cleaned up around town. My mother's body was no longer on the ground but in the back of an ambulance. I watched over All Might's shoulder as the ambulance drove away. Katsuki walked next to All Might. I could tell he was looking at me, but I ignored his gaze. I healed the bone in your arm, but you'll have to wear a cast for a little while, Recovery Girl said. I didn't respond. I was still recovering from my traumatic heartbreak. I'm sorry about your mother. She was a wonderful woman, she added with a sad smile. I continued to look at my broken arm, ignoring her again. All Might touched her shoulder, indicating for them to leave. She nodded and walked out with him. The only ones left in the room were Katsuki and me. Yn, please say something. I looked up at Katsuki, then back down at my arm. What's there to say? I flinched slightly when he gently grabbed my hand and placed something in it. He then closed my hand. Curious, I opened my hand and gasped. Tears ran down my face. It was my mom's necklace. The police officer gave it to me, he said. I placed the necklace against my heart. Let me put it on. He took the necklace from me and opened it. I lifted my hair up and let him put the piece of jewelry on. Thank you. I wiped my tears. He placed his hand over mine. I'm sorry. He blushed and looked down at our hands. For the first time I smiled. It was a genuine smile, one I hadn't had in a long time. I placed my hand on his cheek and caressed it. He flinched and looked into my eyes. Before I knew it, I was leaning in, and so was he. My heart quickened its pace, butterflies flew in my stomach, and fireworks went off in my mind. What were these feelings? This was more than what I felt with Izuku. Our lips met after what felt like forever. His lips were soft and warm. I continued to cry as we kissed. After a minute or so, I pulled away and pressed my forehead against his. He looked at me with his crimson eyes, the brightest shade of red I had ever seen. He quickly leaned in again and pressed his lips against mine, his hand placed behind my head, pulling me closer. Yn, he said, blushing furiously. My face was also a deep shade of red, realizing what had just happened. I gripped onto the bedsheets, feeling embarrassed. What if he didn't like it? What if we were both just caught up in the moment? I'll let the others come visit you. He stood up and walked out, leaving me lost for words. To be honest, I didn't expect him to say that he liked it or that he wanted to go out with me. It's Katsuki after all. Yn. Izuku and the others rushed into the room. I smiled sadly and greeted them. How's your arm? Izuku sat next to me on the bed. I sighed. Recovery Girl managed to fix the bone. I just have to wear this cast for a while. We're sorry about what happened to Mikasa, I mean Element. Izuku's voice cracked. Achiko rubbed his back, and Ida placed a hand on his shoulder. I gripped onto my necklace. Even if it was for a short while, I still got to see her again. Everyone smiled sadly. Izuku patted my back. You know we're always here for you. Yeah. Achiko and the others cheered. My lips started to shake, and tears ran down my face once again. Oh no, I didn't mean to make you cry. Izuku waved his hands nervously. I chuckled and wiped away my tears. It's happy tears, I smiled at him. He blushed and smiled back with relief. Where's Kacchan? Izuku asked, looking around the room. I thought he'd be here with us, He came in before you guys, I told him, and he nodded. From the corner of my eye, I could see Izuku frowning. Well, you should get some rest, Izuku said as he stood up. Yeah, we'll see you later. Izuku and the others left the room, leaving me alone. My mind wandered back to the kiss. What was Katsuki feeling? What was I feeling? I slammed the front door open and called out for my dad. Dad! He came rushing into the room and didn't hesitate to hug me. I tried my best to hold in my tears and anger. She's gone, I mumbled into his shoulder. He rubbed my back and silently cried. I know. All Might told me everything. I'm so sorry, YN. I'm sorry for not telling you. I'm sorry I didn't do anything to save her. I pulled away from his embrace and smiled through my tears. Mom was right. If I knew where she was, I would have caused more trouble. I'm just glad I got to see her one last time. My dad cried even more and hugged me again. She's in a better place now. I know, I cried out. It had been about a week since the incident with the League of Villains and my mother. I had spent more time with Dad than with any of my friends. All I needed was his love and care. Aizawa pushed the trip to next week. Right now, we were getting ready for the next part of the exam, which was teacher versus the students. Katsuki and I hadn't spoken about the kiss. When I saw him again, I was too afraid to mention it. Besides, he kept acting like himself, as if nothing happened. In fact, it was like he had been even more difficult to deal with. Move it, dumbass. Speak of the devil. Katsuki bumped my shoulder, causing me to almost fall back. I spun around and grabbed the back of his collar. A deep growl came from his throat as he turned his head. What the hell? Why are you acting like an but? What's your problem? His eyes softened a bit, but he quickly turned away. What are you talking about? His shoulders stiffened. I furrowed my eyebrows. He knew exactly what I was talking about. Katsuki gripped onto his bag strap and bit his lip. My heart wasn't ready for what he was about to say. Just leave me alone, damn it. My eyes widened and my jaw dropped. Yes, he was difficult, but he had never told me to leave him alone. Did he regret that kiss? I shook my head and walked away from him. I had no words to say. It was like everything I wanted to say went down the drain. I could feel his cold eyes on my back watching me leave. Something bothering you? Izuku sat at the desk next to mine. I looked at him and shook my head. I'm fine, just tired. He looked at me for a moment and sighed. I gasped once he grabbed my hand and led me outside the classroom. Curious eyes watched as he took me away. What are you? YN, what did he do to you? He looked at me sternly. My breath hitched at his question. Was he talking about Katsuki? What are you? I stammered, but he quickly cut me off. I'm talking about Bakugou. I didn't know what to say. He didn't know about the kiss, so why would he ask about Katsuki? Why do you think he's done something wrong? My voice was soft. I was a bit nervous about where this was going. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, you're always with him. Plus, he has an explosive personality. Well, you're not wrong about that, but he didn't do anything wrong, I trailed off. Izuku wasn't buying it. I could feel the sweat fall from my forehead. Don't be afraid to tell me anything. I want to help you. My cheeks grew hot at his words. Should I tell him about the kiss? No, I didn't want to hurt his feelings. I sighed and looked into his scarlet eyes. It's just that ever since I was in the hospital, Katsuki has been avoiding me. He's more aggressive. Izuku frowned. Maybe he's scared? Scared? Katsuki Bakugou? Scared? Those words couldn't go together in a sentence. Just didn't make sense. I'm serious, YN. I know he cares a lot about you, and he doesn't take situations like these very well, he said. I thought for a moment. I guess. What should I do? Well, just try to ignore it and let him be. His eyes didn't look into mine this time. Was he upset? Izuku. I placed my hand on his shoulder and smiled. I leaned in quickly and gave him a kiss on the cheek. He looked at me with shock and his cheeks turned red. I smiled at him again and walked back into the classroom just before class started. Izuku stood there for a moment, still shocked, then followed me inside. I did my best to ignore Katsuki's intense glare. From the corner of my eye, I could see his lips pouting. Throughout class, I could feel Katsuki's gaze on me. I tried my hardest not to look back at him. Now that I thought about it, I was surprised Katsuki didn't follow me when Izuku took me out into the hall. Usually, he would be watching from somewhere, just like that time at the park. My thoughts were interrupted by a small folded piece of paper that landed on my desk. It came from the direction of Katsuki. I opened it slowly, trying not to get caught by Aizawa. My eyes scanned the paper, and my cheeks heated up immediately. Meet me at the park after school, we need to talk. King Explosion Murder. I laughed quietly at his signature. For the first time, I looked at him. He was writing something down. I tilted my head a bit to see what he was writing. Just then, another piece of paper landed on my desk. I opened it. Scratch that, come to my house after. My parents aren't home. Why did he want me to come to his house? Now that I thought about it, I hadn't been there since I moved. I turned the paper over and wrote back to him. This better be good. Once he opened the note, he smirked. Once again, he quickly wrote something down, then handed it to me discreetly. My heart skipped a beat when I read the note. Oh, it will. After school, I anxiously waited by the entrance for Katsuki. He wanted me to go to his house for some reason, and I didn't know why I was so nervous. Hey! I flinched at his low tone. I turned around and looked at him. He looked good in that uniform. I mentally scolded myself. What was I thinking? So, your house? I rocked back and forth on my feet. He started to walk. Yeah. I walked behind him. Can you at least tell me why? He continued to walk. You'll see. Just be patient, damn it. I scoffed and continued to walk behind him. It was a 5-minute walk to his house. None of us said a word on the way there. I tried my best to hold in all my questions. I let out a big sigh once we reached his front door. This was it, I guessed. He probably wanted to fight or something. We both entered his house. I put my backpack down as he closed the door. So, what did you want to? My eyes widened at the sudden action. Katsuki's lips crashed onto mine. I pushed him back and looked at him wide-eyed. He blushed and frowned at my action. I couldn't see that adorable face frown. I grabbed his shoulders and kissed him hard. He didn't hesitate to put his hands on my hips. I let out a soft sound, causing him to pull away this time. He leaned his forehead against mine. I can't take it anymore. I need you. I caressed his cheek. I'm all yours. His lips smashed against mine again. He gently lowered me onto the couch. His warm hands traveled along my body, touching every curve. I did the same, feeling under his shirt and tracing his abs. He pulled back and took his shirt off. My eyes sparkled at the sight of his shirtless figure. He started to unbutton my shirt, then threw it on the floor. His eyes gazed at my torso. I quickly covered up, embarrassed. He chuckled and removed my arms. I noticed something sticking up from his pants. He leaned down and started to kiss my stomach. I gasped at the sensation. He left a trail of kisses as he took my skirt off. All I had left on was my underwear. I leaned forward and unbuttoned his pants. He pushed me down by my shoulders and pinned my arms above my head. Let me satisfy you first. He grabbed my thighs and continued to leave a trail of kisses. I gasped with pleasure as he kissed my lower area. I ummed and grabbed his head, moving my hips as he kissed me. He smirked and held onto my waist. Katsuki! I gasped. He liked his lips and took off his pants. We were both now completely bare on the couch. This felt like a dream. Was this really happening? I bit my lip, wanting him. He went to find a condom and put it on. Are we really doing this? I looked up at him. He bit his lip. You and I both know that you want this. My face turned completely red. Okay. You're so beautiful, he said before moving closer. I gasped at the sudden sensation. Tears started to form, but he quickly wiped them away. His eyes never left mine as he moved. Katsuki, I whispered, grabbing his face and kissing him again. Oh yeah, I kinda like you. Damn it. I really like you, okay? I jumped up but quickly sat back down once pain shot through my abdomen. Looks like I went a little rough. He scratched the back of his neck. I blushed and scowled at him. So you kinda like me, huh? I leaned my head on his shoulder. His heartbeat quickened. Yeah. I looked up to see him blushing while looking in the other direction. I grabbed his chin and turned his head toward me. Well, I kinda like you too. Of course you do. It's obvious. He smirked. What? No, it wasn't. I blushed a deeper shade of red. He laughed and pulled me closer to him. I felt his lips touch the top of my head. You're mine now, and if anyone tries to take you away, I'll deal with them. I smiled. It was crazy to think that after all we had been through, we ended up together. Sheet. My mom is here. Katsuki shot up once he saw the headlights of his mother's car. I stood up weakly and quickly put on my clothes. I didn't have underwear on because Katsuki had ripped mine. I'm keeping this, he said, holding onto my panties. I rolled my eyes and urged him to help me find a way to get out of there. We both flinched at the sound of the doorknob rustling, and I came face to face with Katsuki's mother. She gasped and dropped her bag of groceries. "YN," she exclaimed. Mitsuki dropped her groceries and hugged me tightly, squeezing me as if she hadn't seen me in ages. "Katsuki told me you returned. I've been wanting to see you. How have you been?" "I'm fine." My face was buried in her chest, and I was surprised by her strength. "I heard what happened on the news about your mother. I'm so sorry, YN. She was an amazing friend." My mouth opened as I tried to find the right words. She knew what had happened? I could feel Katsuki's anger rising behind me. "Hey! Leave her alone, you old hag!" Katsuki shouted. Mitsuki pulled away and stomped over to him. "It's been years since I've seen YN. Don't boss me around." She slapped his head and he scowled at her, grabbing my arm. She was just about to leave anyway. "Already? Why won't you stay for dinner? Call your father. Maybe he wants to join too." Mitsuki clapped her hands together. I looked at Katsuki, who narrowed his eyes at me. I knew he wanted me to say no, but I could never turn down an offer from Mitsuki. I turned to face her and smiled brightly. "Sure. I'll stay." Katsuki clicked his tongue, and I discreetly kicked his ankle, causing him to wince. "Oh, perfect. I'll start making dinner now." "You should call your father," she said as she went to the kitchen. I called my dad and asked him to come over. Accepted and arrived within 10 minutes, entering the house with Masaru, Katsuki's father. "YN. It's been a while, huh?" he said, giving me a delicate hug. "This is stupid," Katsuki mumbled. I elbowed his side with a smile. "Lighten up, will ya?" He replied, looking away. My dad and Masaru started chatting while Mitsuki cooked dinner. Katsuki decided to take me up to his room. "Ah, how cute," I cooed at his All Might poster. He blushed and ripped it down immediately. I laughed. "Once I leave, I'll bet you piece it back together." I fell onto his bed, still laughing. He blushed a deeper shade of red and fell on top of me. I stopped laughing and looked up at his flushed face. "What do I have to do in order to shut you up?" he growled, and I gulped as my heart raced. He smirked and I felt a rush of heat. Before I could process what was happening, we were interrupted by Mitsuki calling from downstairs, "Kids! Dinner is ready." "Seriously?" Katsuki muttered, pulling away. I felt a mix of relief and disappointment as I stood up. He liked his fingers, teasingly. "You taste so good. Dinner won't compare to this." I blushed and slapped his hand playfully. He laughed, and we headed downstairs. My dad and Katsuki's parents were waiting for us at the table. We took a seat next to each other. Mitsuki was at the end while Masaru and my dad sat facing us. I felt a bit uncomfortable thinking about what had just happened while my dad was there. "Dig in, everyone," Mitsuki sang. "That was some amazing food, Mitsuki. Way better than my cooking." My dad chuckled, wiping his mouth with his napkin. Masaru laughed. "She is the best cook in this house, right, Katsuki?" "Whatever," Katsuki replied, leaning back in his chair. I sighed and leaned back as well. "So, YN, how do you like UA?" Masaru asked me. I perked up and answered, "Oh, I love it. All my classmates are super nice, and Mr. Aizawa is great." "I heard All Might was teaching this year, right?" Mitsuki said, placing her hand under her chin. I nodded, then gasped when I felt Katsuki's hand on my thigh. Yeah. He's a great teacher, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Katsuki's fingers brushed against me, and I gripped the table, trying to focus. You okay, YN? My dad asked. This felt so awkward with him around. Yeah. Why don't you show Masaru our trip to America? I know you have a lot of pictures, I suggested, trying to change the subject. Oh yeah. I have so many pictures to show you, my dad said, taking out his phone and swiping through the many pictures he had. Nice save, Katsuki mumbled with a smirk. I glared at him, but my focus quickly shifted as I felt a rush of heat. I covered my face, feeling overwhelmed. Katsuki, don't lick your fingers. That's gross, Mitsuki yelled, causing us to jump. Thankfully, she didn't notice what had just happened. He put his hands up in defense and leaned back in his chair. An idea popped into my head. Time for payback. I reached my hand over and placed it onto his lap. He furrowed his eyebrows at first, but then his eyes widened as he realized what I was about to do. I unzipped his pants slowly, feeling his reaction. Beach? He mouthed, and I smirked, mimicking his earlier pose. I started to tease him, and he bit his lip, closing his eyes as I continued. My dad and Katsuki's parents were still focused on the phone as I sat across from Katsuki at the table. Katsuki gripped my thigh, signaling his excitement. I pretended to drop my napkin and bent down to pick it up, glancing at him with a playful smile. He smirked and zipped up his pants. How beautiful! Sir, we should take a trip there one day, Mitsuki exclaimed, placing her hand on her husband's shoulder. Oh, look at the time. You two have school tomorrow. We should probably head home, my dad said as he stood up. Thanks again for the dinner, Mitsuki. The rest of us stood up and hugged each other. I caught Katsuki's eye before leaving the house. He winked and headed upstairs. I giggled and left with my dad. Come again real soon. You can stop by any time. Mitsuki waved as we got into the car. We both waved back and drove off. As soon as I got home, I dragged myself upstairs, exhausted from the day. My dad went to bed, and just as I was about to close my eyes, my phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Mina. Hey girl, she said with her usual cheerfulness. I smiled and greeted her back. Since tomorrow is Friday, I was planning to have a sleepover this weekend to celebrate the end of the exams. What do you say? I thought for a moment. I was always with Katsuki or Izuku, so it would be nice to get away from all the boys for a bit. Sure. Just give me the details. I grabbed a paper and pen and wrote down her address, the time, and what to bring. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. See you tomorrow. Bye, she said before hanging up. I chuckled and put my phone away. Now that I thought about it, I had never been to a sleepover before. When I was young, my only friends were Katsuki and Izuku, and we never had sleepovers. I turned off my phone and curled up in bed, feeling nervous about the practical exam tomorrow. Now then, let's begin the last part of the exam. Don't mess this up, you wouldn't want to end up in summer school, Mr. Aizawa said. All right, time to fight some robots. Kaminari shouted, punching his fist in the air. Mina jumped up and down, excitedly exclaiming, Fireworks, Esnes. I can't wait. Actually, there are a few changes for this year's exam, Nizu said, popping out of Mr. Aizawa's scarf. We all jumped at the sudden appearance. You mean you're changing the exam? Momo asked, frowning. Nizu climbed down from Mr. Aizawa. You will each be in pairs, and since there is an odd number, there will be one group of 3. You'll all be fighting a pro-hero. Isn't that great? Fighting pro-heroes, huh? I thought, lowering my head slightly. Who would I be fighting against? And who would be my partner? We already paired you all up and chose your opponents based on strength and relationships, Mr. Aizawa added. Yayarozu and Todoroki are a team against me, he said with a smirk. Midoriya, Bakugou, and LN are a team. The 3 of us looked at each other in shock. Katsuki glanced at me, narrowing his eyes. I knew he was trying to push his feelings aside, and I had to do the same. There was no way I was going to fail this exam. You 3 will be up against me. All Might exclaimed as he jumped onto the ground. We're up against All Might? The three of us said in unison. All Might smiled at us. As Mr. Aizawa announced the other pairs, Katsuki pulled me aside. Hey, don't do anything stupid, okay? Focus on victory. I won't let you or Deku ruin that, he warned. I furrowed my brows. We're a team, Bakugou. He gasped at my use of his last name. You really thought I'd fool around? Well, you're wrong. I'm not ending up in summer school. I moved my arm away from him and walked off, feeling his surprised gaze on my back. YN, is everything all right? Izuku asked as he approached me. I smiled and nodded. Yeah, let's do our best. Team Kirishima and Sato, practical exam, ready? Go, the announcer called. I hope Izuku and Sato pass, I said, watching the two boys on the screen. Izuku and Achiko were beside me, also watching intently. Yeah, they're both powerful, Achiko added. Tsu tilted her head slightly. Cementos is also powerful, Achiko. Come on, have some faith in them. I lightly nudged her. She responded with a rib bit and nodded. Come on. Izuku, I whispered, my hands resting on my chin as we anxiously watched Sato and Izuku get trapped by Cementos' quirk. Team Kirishima and Sato have failed the practical exam, the announcer declared. I sighed, letting my head drop. At least they did their best, right? Izuku said with a shrug. Izuku and I continued to watch the other teams face off against the pro heroes. Mineta and Zero were up against Midnight. Wow, who knew the little perv could be so smart? I chuckled. Izuku tapped my shoulder and motioned for me to follow him. It was almost time for our exam, and I felt a bit nervous about fighting All Might. As I followed Izuku outside, I gripped my mother's necklace. I won't let you down, I whispered to myself. Kacchan. Izuku stopped in his tracks. Katsuki was facing the double doors, waiting for the fight to start. He turned around and scowled at us. Team Midoriya, Bakugou, and LN, practical exam. Ready? Go, the announcer called. The doors opened, and we stepped into the battlefield. Katsuki walked ahead of us with determination, while Izuku tried to talk to him. Kacchan, listen, for this exam, we're the heroes, and the teachers are the villains, so we need a solid plan. Izuku's right, Katsuki. There's no way we can beat All Might in a head-to-head fight, I added, feeling Katsuki's anger rising. Stop following me, he growled, causing Izuku and me to halt in our tracks. All Might is waiting for us on the other side. We should take another route, Izuku suggested, trying to reason with him. Katsuki kept walking, determined not to back down from the fight. He believed it would look better if he could wipe that smile off his opponent's face. Izuku sighed, urging caution. No, we should avoid fighting him no matter what. Katsuki, however, was resolute. I'm going to toy with him until time runs out and then knock him unconscious for real. The two of them continued to argue, ignoring my attempts to intervene. Think about this. Even with the handicap weights, it's impossible for you to win in a fight against him. Katsuki groaned, raising his arm, and his gauntlet came dangerously close to Izuku, causing him to stumble back. Hey, what the hell? I rushed to Izuku's side as he covered his nose, trembling with fear. I don't want to hear another word. Just because you think you're getting stronger doesn't mean you get to tell me what to do. Katsuki clenched his fists, and I couldn't help but let out a frustrated sound. Will you stop acting like an idiot? Wait, Kacchan. All I'm trying to do is help us pass the practical. Izuku insisted, ignoring my comment. I told you we don't need your dumb power to pass. I could win this all by myself. Katsuki yelled, his voice echoing. Will you stop yelling? This is why we can never have a real conversation. Izuku shouted back. Suddenly, a massive force knocked us all back, and we could see the destruction around us. Buildings and cars were in ruins. It's him, I said, wiping my mouth. Izuku trembled while Katsuki smirked. If you think of this as an exam and not a real fight, then you'll be sorry. All Might declared. I'm a villain now, heroes, so come at me with all you've got. I won't hold back any punches. Izuku and I took a step back. It's over if we fight him head-on, let's run. I urged. Don't tell me what to do. Katsuki remained in his spot, preparing to face All Might. As All Might lunged at him, Izuku reached out, calling, Kacchan, no. Stun grenade. Katsuki shouted, unleashing a powerful blast that filled the area with smoke. You want everything I've got, All Might? Like that wasn't my plan. I never. Izuku and I gasped as All Might seized Katsuki's face. Hold back, damn it. Katsuki screamed, struggling against All Might's grip. Ow. All Might slammed him into the ground, then turned his attention to us. Where are you going? Don't think I forgot about you too. Are you really going to leave your teammate and run away? Izuku's power began to awaken. I touched the ground, lifting myself into the air, and Izuku jumped alongside me. Move it. Katsuki called from behind. Kacchan. We collided in midair, and once we landed, Katsuki wasted no time standing up. Kacchan. Get out of the way, he growled. Haven't you been listening to me? It's impossible to fight him. Shut up. I will win this. Katsuki walked past us, his head hung low. Because that's what it means to be a hero. At the very least, we should try to avoid him. I suggested. Listen to him, Katsuki. We have to come up with some kind of plan. I added. Katsuki's breath hitched at my words and he scowled. Get your hands off of me. Incoming heroes. We all looked up at All Might, who was carrying something with his feet. I have a special gift for those who want to run away. He placed the railing on top of Izuku and me. Katsuki flinched but quickly held out his arm. All Might stopped him with a punch to the stomach, sending Katsuki flying back. Katsuki! I cried, trying to break free. Izuku did the same, watching in fear as Katsuki writhed in pain on the ground. His limp body struggled to stand, and anger surged within me. I used my fire to burn the railing, freeing us. Hey, did you see what he just did? He'll beat those villains. He was all like, oh. Katsuki imitated All Might's moves, and I couldn't help but laugh. Stop embarrassing yourself, I said, and Katsuki blushed. Oh, shut up. He's the greatest hero of all time. If I'm so bad that I need help from a weakling like him, then I'd rather lose. Katsuki's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Izuku clenched his teeth and punched him, shocking both All Might and me. Don't you dare say that you'd rather lose. Izuku grabbed Katsuki and hopped away, and I quickly followed. Put me down, Katsuki punched him, forcing Izuku to let go. I can't think of a way for us to defeat All Might, Izuku mumbled. I stood next to Katsuki against the wall, noticing his heavy breathing. I placed my hand on his shoulder, but he shrugged me off. You can't give up. You're always fighting. The most amazing hero always wins. You've been saying those words ever since we were kids. Katsuki screamed and punched the wall, his fist landing dangerously close to Izuku. All Might's speed is insane. No matter where you run or hide, there's no way you'll avoid fighting him. Yeah, but there's no way we stand a chance. You saw him back there. Shut the hell up before I kill you. Stop fighting, you too. I interrupted. They both turned to me and I clenched my fists. If you keep arguing like this, we'll fail this exam. So listen to each other and cooperate. I'll take both of you down if we end up failing. Both of their eyes widened. Katsuki pulled away from Izuku and removed one of his gauntlets. I've got a plan. Katsuki and I watched from behind the wall as All Might searched for us. He looked at me and nodded, and we both jumped out. You're going the wrong way. Katsuki screamed. Is that supposed to be some kind of sneak attack? All Might asked, clearly unimpressed. This is pissing me off, Katsuki muttered, tears welling in his eyes. We both launched our attack on All Might. As he became distracted, Katsuki called out for Izuku. Du. Izuku came from behind and pulled the trigger on the gauntlet. Shoot now. Katsuki and I shouted in unison. I'm sorry, All Might. As the smoke enveloped All Might, we made a run for it. We're almost there. We just have to make it to the gate. Izuku urged. My mind began to fog up, and I was all ready. Out of breath. The boys' arguing resumed but was quickly interrupted by All Might, who shattered Katsuki's gauntlets. As the attack unfolded, I tripped over some rubble. Before I could hit the ground, Katsuki caught me. "Alright, heroes. It's time for you to face the consequences," All Might declared, kicking Katsuki in the chin. He flew back, crashing into the building behind him. Izuku and I rushed after him, but All Might grabbed our arms, halting our progress. A blast came from the building as Katsuki flew down towards All Might. "That's my line." All Might threw him down, pinning him with his foot. He held onto Izuku and me with both hands. "What kind of face is that, young Midoriya?" he said before throwing him aside. "And what about you, young LN?" He threw me against the building. I touched my forehead and looked at the blood on my hands. "You can beat up Deku, but don't you dare touch her." Katsuki's voice was shaky. "This is over," All Might smiled. "Shut up." Katsuki yelled and used another blast. He broke free and grabbed Izuku through the smoke. I slowly stood up and wobbled towards them. "Get ready to fly." He lifted Izuku. "I don't like the idea of running, but in this mess, this is the only way to pass the practical. Now die. Die." I watched as Katsuki threw Izuku. "Are you serious, Kacchan?" he yelled while flying through the air. Katsuki grabbed onto his arm, quietly wincing. "You okay?" I looked at him. He shook his head quickly and scowled. "I'm fine, you idiot." New Hampshire, smash. All Might crashed into Izuku's back. He screamed in agony. "Izuku! Damn it!" Katsuki ran and blasted himself into the air. "If I don't take any risks, then there's no way I can beat you. Right, All Might?" He used a giant blast just like the one at the sports festival. "Deku go!" Katsuki gripped onto his arm. I couldn't stand to see him in pain like this. "Take this." I blasted my fire at All Might. He covered his face and stood still. I then used a giant spiral wave, which he dodged. He grabbed my face and smashed me into the ground. "YN!" Katsuki screamed while getting ready to attack. All Might smashed him to the ground as well. "It's time for you to sleep, young Bakugou. I'm sorry, but it pains me to see you sacrifice your own body in a fight," All Might said. Katsuki grabbed his arm. "I'll keep fighting. I'll break myself even if there's nothing left of me. I will win the way I want to. I'll destroy myself before I accept defeat at your hands." At this point, my vision was blurry. All I could see was Izuku running and hitting All Might. He then grabbed us and passed the gate. Team Midoriya, Bakugou, and LN have passed the exam. "Thank you, recovery girl." I sat up on the bed. Katsuki was unconscious, but Izuku was awake. He told me that we passed the exam, which was a relief. I hope he wakes up soon. I looked over at Katsuki's sleeping figure. He looked so peaceful. "Will you be all right here, YN?" Izuku stood up from his bed. "Yeah. You're going to see the others?" He nodded and opened the door. "I'll let them visit later," he said before leaving. The only ones in the room were me and Katsuki. I got up and walked towards him. I sat next to his unconscious body. A smile formed on my face. "You were amazing. Despite all the arguing, of course." I moved the hair that was covering his eyes. My hand then moved to his cheek, caressing it. "What would I do without you?" I didn't realize I was crying until a teardrop fell onto his shirt. I wiped my eyes and kissed his cheek. Before I could reach my bed, his weak voice cracked. "YN?" I turned around and gasped. Was he awake? I noticed that his eyes were still closed. "Yes." I put my hands on my hips. He took a deep shaky breath and spoke again. I. My heart started to quicken its pace. What was he trying to say? YN. I drew and the others ran into the room. I mentally groaned with annoyance. I was curious as to what Katsuki was trying to say. "Hey guys." I smiled at them. Achiko hugged me tightly. "You guys had me so worried." "Yeah. Good thing you passed though." Ichiro patted my back. "Yeah." I trailed off. He looked at me concerned. "What's wrong?" "It's just that I feel like Izuku and Katsuki did all the work. I barely did anything. I sighed. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows. Don't you dare say that. You did everything you could, and that's enough. If anything, you were the best one out there. I blushed. Thank you, Izuku. You're amazing, YN, don't you ever forget that. He smiled. Yeah. Especially that spiral wave thing. That was so cool. Kaminari popped up behind Izuku. I laughed at his comment. At least you don't have to go to summer school, Mina sighed. Don't be sad, Mina. Tsu rubbed her back. I don't want to be rude, but you guys should go, so Katsuki doesn't wake up. You know how he is. I laughed nervously and scratched my head. Yeah, you're right. I don't want him killing me. Kaminari ran out of the room with Shiro. I'm going to Deku, coming Ida? Achiko said, and Ida nodded. I'll see you later. Izuku smiled, then left with everyone else. Once the door closed, I decided to take a nap. Katsuki was still asleep. I had no idea what time it was, but all I needed right now was sleep. Katsuki's POV. I slowly opened my eyes, adjusting to the dim light. I looked around and realized that I was in the nurse's office. I sat up and placed my hand on my forehead. I groaned in pain. I noticed that to my left was YN. She was sleeping. Her soft snores could be heard, making me smile a bit. I got up and sat next to her. I moved a piece of hair that covered her face. She smiled in her sleep. I stopped my actions, hoping not to wake her up. She must have noticed my presence because she snuggled into my chest. I continued to play with her hair as she slept. You actually did pretty good today, I whispered to her even though she couldn't hear me. So did you? I gasped at her soft, groggy voice. She opened her eyes and looked up at me. Her smile lit up the room, making my heart beat quicken. While you were asleep, you were trying to say something. What was it? She asked as she leaned onto my chest. I gulped. I was trying to say something, but I didn't realize she could hear me. I didn't mean to speak out loud. Nothing. You must have been hearing things. I blushed. She sighed. Katsuki? I wasn't trying to say anything. You must have really hit your head or something. Now that element is out of the way, it'll be easier to capture, YN. Also that Bakugou kid. He's pretty powerful, right, Dabi? Tamura scratched his neck furiously. Dabi rolled his eyes, calling someone a brat. Tamura, with a grin, exclaimed that if they had both of them on their side, they would be unstoppable. Toga smiled and added that Izuku was just adorable. Tamura then explained that Izuku was childhood friends with YN and Katsuki, and also connected to All Might, making it unlikely for them to recruit him. After removing his hand from his face, he stood up and thought for a moment. Dabi leaned back on the bar while Toga sat on the counter, swinging her legs back and forth. Tamura then announced that he had the perfect idea, and as he shared his plans, they all smirked. Toga rocked from side to side, excitedly saying it should be fun, while Dabi casually commented that it wasn't bad. From YN's point of view, Katsuki called out to her, asking where she was going. She turned to face him and replied that she was going home since it was almost midnight. Katsuki insisted that she shouldn't walk alone in the dark and started walking beside her, their fingers intertwined. She smiled, calling him a sweetheart, to which he blushed and told her to shut up while looking straight ahead. Breaking the silence, YN asked if this meant they were officially boyfriend and girlfriend. Katsuki hesitated for a moment, then declared that no one else could have her, and if anyone tried to take her away, he would deal with them. She took that as a yes, chuckling and kissing his cheek, which made him blush even more. As they reached her house, he gave her a kiss and said he would see her tomorrow, grabbing her cheeks and kissing her forehead. With a smile, she watched him walk away, feeling overwhelmed by the fact that they were now dating. She wondered how everyone would react, especially Izuku. Sighing, she entered her house, where her dad was waiting for her on the couch. He expressed his pride over her passing the exam and kissed her head as he hugged her. She chuckled quietly, saying it was nerve-wracking. Her dad continued, expressing how happy he was and how proud her mother would be. Not wanting him to cry, she hugged him tightly. Then she asked if she could go to a sleepover at Mina's house, and he excitedly agreed, saying she deserved it. Thanking him, She hugged him again and ran upstairs to pack her bag. When she exited the car at Mina's house, she chuckled, saying she could have walked. Katsuki smiled and shook his head, reminding her she shouldn't walk alone in the dark. After wishing her to have fun and telling her to call if she needed anything, he drove off. Gripping her bag, she rang the doorbell, and Mina greeted her with excitement, despite having failed the exam. Entering the house, Wyan followed Mina upstairs to her bedroom, where she was met by the other girls sitting on their sleeping bags. They cheered her arrival, and she sat down next to Achiko and Mina. Tsu asked how she was feeling after the intense battle with All Might, and Momo added her worries. As Wyan gripped her necklace, flashbacks flooded her mind, recalling Bakugou's fierce protectiveness. Achiko commented on Bakugou going overboard, to which Wyan nodded and smiled sadly, agreeing that he often did. Momo expressed her sympathy for Mina, who had not passed the practical, but Mina laughed it off, saying the principal was smarter than she thought. After discussing Kaminari's devastation over the results, Toru suggested playing Truth or Dare. Mina eagerly took the lead, asking Achiko if she wanted Truth or Dare. When Achiko chose Truth, Mina asked if she liked someone, causing Achiko to spit out her drink in surprise. Mina teased her about liking Midoriya, and Achiko, blushing, floated around the room, trying to deny it. Mina then turned the game back to Achiko, who looked at Wyan and asked her to choose Truth or Dare. Wyan hesitated, knowing that choosing Truth would lead to questions about her relationship with Katsuki. Opting for Dare, she nervously laughed as Achiko dared her to call Bakugou and tell him she loved him. Wyan's face grew hot at the suggestion, and she stammered, unsure of how to respond. The girls pressed her for answers, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she blurted out that they were dating. The room erupted in excitement, with the girls tackling her in a hug, expressing their delight and eagerness for details. Feeling overwhelmed, Wyan suggested watching a movie to change the subject. Mina jumped at the idea, announcing she had a new horror movie. As she left the room, Wyan felt a weight lift off her shoulders. The girls now knew about her and Katsuki, but she still felt nervous about telling Izuku. Meanwhile, Katsuki was at Kirishima's house, where Kirishima celebrated his victory in a game while Kaminari groaned in defeat. Katsuki was there simply because he had nothing better to do. I was busy, so I couldn't be with her. Hey Bakugou, want to challenge me? Kirishima offered me a controller, but I refused. He looked at me puzzled. Why not? Don't you always play this game? Shut up, dumb hair. I've got something on my mind. I whispered the last part, still processing the fact that Wyan and I were dating. I hadn't told anyone yet. Well, what is it? Is it about the practical? Kirishima set the controller down. Kaminari and Shiro did the same, all of them looking at me curiously, waiting for an answer. I crossed my arms and glared at them. Stop being so nosy. Kirishima sighed. Just tell us what's going on. My cheeks started to heat up. Great. I quickly covered my face. Hey, are you blushing? Kaminari teased. I growled. Shut up before I lose it. He's totally blushing. Is it about a girl? Is her name Wyan? He smirked, and I blushed an even deeper shade of red. What will it take for you to be quiet? Did you ask her out or something? Shiro jumped in. Kirishima stayed silent. I'm dating her, okay? So you better stay away from her or I'll take you all on. I blurted out. They all stared at me wide-eyed. All right. Shiro and Kaminari high-fived each other. Kirishima looked down at his hands and sighed. You're lucky, he whispered. Huh. I furrowed my eyebrows. He refused to look at me. She's an amazing girl, Bakugou. Take good care of her. Of course I will. I scoffed. Anyway, will you play with us now? I stared at the controller in Kaminari's hands and grabbed it. Get ready to lose. In another part of the world, Tamura removed the bag covering the face of the girl they had just captured. She inhaled deeply and coughed. So this is the girl, huh? Dabi and Toga entered the room. The girl struggled against her restraints, her hands and feet cuffed. You seem to have a hostile relationship with Wyan, isn't that right, Maya? Tamura knelt down to her level. What do you want from me? Maya growled, trying to use her blue flames, but the HNDCFFS prevented her from doing so. I want you to join us. That little brat, Wyan, made us look foolish, especially with that All Might. We need you to help capture her and her boyfriend. Why do you need me? What will you do with them? She narrowed her eyes. She never cared much about Wyan, but she had always wanted to get involved in her affairs. In order to destroy All Might, we need her power. You know her 4 elements can be lethal, right? We'll capture that Bakugou kid and force her to comply, or her hot-headed boyfriend will be in danger, he explained. She thought for a moment. That doesn't explain why you need me. Then she scoffed. No way. I'm going to be a hero, not a villain. Find someone else. Her words were cut short by a needle jabbing into her arm. Tamura had grown tired of her defiance. Maya then fell into a deep sleep. What did you do? Dabi raised an eyebrow. Tamura discarded the needle and smiled wickedly. I injected a special substance into her. One that will make her obey us. And where did you get this from? Kurogiri asked. Tamura pointed to the dark doorway. A tall man, covered in a mask, stepped out. It was me. Raiden, Tamura continued to smile. Let's get this girl cleaned up. I can't stand her being covered in dirt and germs. With that, he left the room. Finally, it was the day of the camping trip. I was excited to get away from the city for a while. We were currently on the bus to the island that Mr. Aizawa had mentioned. Hey, quit staring at us, you nerd. Katsuki shouted, jumping out of his seat. Izuku sweated nervously. Sorry. I'm just shocked that you two are, dating. Well, believe it. Dumbass. Katsuki gripped my hand. I sighed and leaned on his shoulder. My eyes wandered to Izuku. By now, the whole class knew about us, even him. I had talked to him before we left. Hey Izuku? Can I talk to you? I walked up behind him. He turned around and smiled sadly. Sure. Everything okay? Yeah. It's just that Katsuki and I are dating now, and I hope I didn't hurt you in any way. He looked a bit upset. I understand. You didn't hurt me. What matters to me is your happiness. I hugged him tightly. Thank you for understanding. You're an amazing guy. Ijuru's head leaned against the window beside him. I still felt bad. Snap out of it, doll face. We're here. Katsuki snapped his fingers in front of my face. I flinched and looked out the window. That was fast. Wow, this place is so cool. Mina exclaimed, gobbling down her food. Kaminari grabbed her shoulder. Yeah, this is going to be awesome. Also, this food is amazing, he said with a mouthful. I feel like I haven't eaten in ages. I swallowed my food. Katsuki laughed and leaned over to whisper in my ear, you can always eat something else. My face flushed a deep shade of red. I knew exactly what he meant. Not now, I grunted. He winked and continued to eat. Ah, this feels so nice. I dropped my towel and stepped into the warm water. The other girls did the same. Do the boys have to be so loud? I'm trying to relax. Kyoka closed her eyes and leaned her head back. Just ignore them. Let's enjoy ourselves. Achiko smiled and splashed the water around. It was quiet until Mina spoke up, directing her gaze toward me. So, YN, have you and Bakugou seen each other naked? My eyes widened and I choked on my spit. What? You know. She bumped her shoulder into mine. I started to sweat. We just started dating. You know, he's naked behind that wall. She winked. I stood up. Mina, please. I'm trying to relax. She laughed. All right, fine. I sat back down and stared at the wall in front of me. She was right. He was behind that wall, naked. Then again, so were all the other boys. Damn it, YN. Stop thinking like that. I stood up again. I'm going to take a shower, actually. I exited the water and looked around for my towel. Guys? Where's my towel? My heart stopped. This wasn't good. Didn't you put it over there? Momo pointed. I looked in her direction. It's not there. Can you make me one, Momo? Momo frowned. I wish I could, but I need to save my energy for tomorrow. I'm sorry, Sue said. Are there any extra towels here? She asked, and I shook my head. Maybe if I make a run for it, I can grab a towel, I suggested, resting my hand on my chin. It's up to you. You better get it fast, Kyoka commented. I sighed and covered myself with my arms. All right, wish me luck, I declared as I started to run down the hall, searching for a closet. I was lost in this place. How was I supposed to find a towel? As I reached a dead end, I heard a cough that startled me. I froze and turned to see Katsuki and Izuku standing there, both only wearing towels. Their eyes widened in surprise. Breaking the silence, I kicked at them in frustration. Don't look at me, you idiots. I crouched down, trying to cover myself as best as I could. The boys stood up, shaking their heads. Why the hell are you running in the halls like that? Izuku asked, still blushing. He tried to look away but struggled. Katsuki growled and covered Izuku's eyes before tossing his towel at me. I quickly wrapped it around myself. But then I realized the other problem. Katsuki was now without a towel. Do you not have any shame? I asked, blushing and looking away. He chuckled. Don't act like you weren't just naked a few seconds ago. I should go, Izuku exclaimed, running off and leaving me alone with Katsuki in the corridor. I glanced down, feeling nervous. Katsuki smirked and pinned me against the wall. Stop acting so nervous. It's not like you haven't seen me like this before. Katsuki, I started, but he cut me off by kissing me. I was taken aback but soon found myself responding to the kiss. He smiled against my lips and pulled my towel away. You know, that giant wall stopped me from getting a peek at you. I'm glad I ran into you in the hallway, he said, his hands trailing down my waist. With a shaky breath, I ran my hands over his chest. He picked me up and opened the door behind us with his foot. It led to the bedroom filled with sleeping bags. How convenient. He locked the door behind him and laid me down on one of the sleeping bags. I still held my arms around my chest, but he towered over me and pinned my arms above my head. Katsuki. God, you're so beautiful, he said, leaning down to kiss my neck. I felt a rush of warmth as I ran my fingers through his hair. Want to take a shower? He asked, nodding toward the bathroom. You just read my mind, I replied, getting up and walking toward the bathroom. I jumped when he playfully smacked my rear. Not my fault you're so attractive, he shrugged. I turned on the shower and stepped inside, and he followed me. Don't think I'm done yet, he said, grabbing my waist and turning me around. We both enjoyed the moment, lost in laughter and playful banter. Afterward, we joined the others for breakfast. Man, this food is amazing. Almost as amazing as... Well, you know. Mineta exclaimed, gobbling down his meal. I rolled my eyes but chuckled at his antics. I wonder what we'll be doing today, Izuku mused. Training, probably, I replied as Katsuki put his arm around me. I want a rematch, he declared. I looked up at him, confused. Huh, he scoffed. The first day you came to UA, we fought, remember? But Mr. Aizawa stopped us. We fought during training, I exclaimed. That was training. I want a real battle, he insisted. I groaned. Katsuki. Please, he whispered in my ear. I shook my head, and he groaned in response. I'm not trying to get in trouble. Plus, I'm tired, I said, pulling away from him. I tossed out my leftovers and walked outside, where Mr. Aizawa was waiting for the class. We trained hard, and by the end I was out of breath just like everyone else. It felt like I was going to collapse. After training, we took showers and relaxed in the lodge. Hey, Izuku greeted from behind me. I turned around, ready to respond, but then I noticed his hair. Whoa, your hair! I exclaimed. He blushed and ran his fingers through it. It was down, looking good. Yeah, this is what my hair naturally looks like, he laughed. I reached out to touch it, and he seemed surprised but smiled. Oi, what the hell do you think you're doing? Katsuki suddenly pulled me back. Izuku jumped back, standing tall. Sorry man, he said. Don't be. I was just feeling his hair, Katsuki. Chill, I chuckled. Katsuki responded with a growl and put his arm around me. I sighed and gave Izuku an apologetic look. He nodded and walked away. "Come with me," Katsuki said as he started to walk away. Confused, I followed him. "But something wrong?" I asked, putting my hands in my hoodie pockets. He led me outside into the woods. The only light source was the moon, casting a peaceful glow around us. Once we reached the middle of the woods, he stopped and turned to face me. Before I could say anything, he came at me with an explosion. I stepped back and dusted off my shirt. "What the hell, Katsuki?" I exclaimed. He opened his hand, and small explosions boomed. "I still want to fight." "I'm not fighting you," I replied, crossing my arms. He clicked his tongue and charged at me again, but I dodged him. I hit him with my rock-covered arm. He grabbed his nose and smirked. "There you go." "No, I didn't mean to like." I placed my hand on my forehead. Katsuki attacked again, sending me backward. I took the hair tie off my wrist and tied my hair up. "Fine then. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get." "Hell yeah. Show me what you're really made of," he shouted, holding out his hand. I blocked his next move by stepping on the ground, causing it to lift and rush towards him. He flew up and stood on top of the mini cliff I had created. I jumped using the air and waved my hand. A giant spiral wave hit him, making him fall off the cliff. I waited for him to get back up as he charged at me again. "Stun grenade," I called out. I used the air to blow away the explosion. His eyes widened as I stood there with my hand held outward. He scowled and jumped into the air, spinning around with his explosions, creating a smoke spiral. He flew towards me, holding out his hand. I held out both of my hands, preparing to shoot my fire at him. Before either of us could hit each other, a voice stopped us. "That's enough, you two." Katsuki landed on the ground while I lowered my arms. Mr. Aizawa stood there, looking serious. "Crap," I mumbled. Katsuki clicked his tongue. "You two are coming with me." Mr. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around us, dragging us back to the lodge. He brought us inside and sat us down on the couch. "Before you say anything, it was my fault," I said. Katsuki's eyes widened at my comment. "Bakugou." Mr. Aizawa turned his head towards him. Katsuki spoke up. "It's my fault. I'm the one who started it." "It's both of your faults," he replied, tightening the scarf around us, causing us to hold our breaths. "You're lucky you didn't damage anything, so I'm letting you off the hook. But if I see this happening again, you two will be suspended." We both nodded quickly. He freed us and told us to get some sleep. Before we could, All Might slammed the door open. "Aizawa, there is a student missing." Behind All Might was Class 1B. Mr. Aizawa's breath hitched. "Who's missing?" "Young Noko." All Might glanced at me. My mouth hung open. "Maya is missing? It's unlikely for her to run away out of nowhere." "You!" The girl I fought with at the sports festival pointed at me, her eyes red and filled with tears. "What did you do to her? This is all your fault." I heard Katsuki growl, but I put my arm out in front of him. "What are you talking about? I had nothing to do with this. You're enemies with Maya. Of course, you had something to do with this." She stomped towards me. Katsuki stepped in front of me. "Stay back." "That's enough." Mr. Aizawa rubbed his temples. "YN, did you have anything to do with Maya's disappearance?" I looked at him, shocked. "No. I haven't seen her since the sports festival, for crying out loud. She had nothing to do with this. So why don't you leave her alone?" Katsuki was about to grab her, but I stopped him. "Don't worry, young Shigari, we'll find young Noko," All Might said, patting her back. She wiped her eyes while glaring at me. My eyebrows furrowed sadly. "I've got my eye on you," she said before leaving the room with the rest of her class. All Might sighed and sat on the couch. "Tell us the truth, young LN, do you have anything to do with young Noko's disappearance?" "What?" "All Might, I just told you that I don't. You don't believe me?" I raised my voice. Katsuki clenched his fists. All Might sighed again. "I do. It's just that as a teacher, it's my job to help the students at UA." "Since when do you act like the principal?" Katsuki mumbled. I kicked his ankle, but he didn't budge. All Might looked down at his hands. Bakugou, Mr. Izawa warned. I think I know what happened to young Noko, All Might said, standing up. We all looked at him with curiosity. He took a deep breath. The League of Villains. You really think they took her? I asked, looking down. All Might hesitated. I'm not positive, but it's a possibility. It would make sense, Mr. Izawa added. I continued to look down at my shoes. So what are we going to do? Well, we have to save her, of course. All Might said. I nodded sadly. Katsuki put his hand on my shoulder and pulled me closer to him. It's not your fault, he whispered. I didn't respond. Why did I feel like this was my fault? What did you do to her? This is all your fault. I clenched my fists. Damn it. YN, Katsuki said, grabbing my hand. I didn't realize I was crying until I saw tears dripping onto the floor. Don't worry, YN, we'll find her, Mr. Izawa said before leaving the room with All Might. It was now just me and Katsuki. He hugged me tightly. Even though I hate that brat, we have to be the heroes we are. I looked up at him. Yeah. Just promise you won't leave my side again. He pulled away and clenched his jaw. I smiled sadly and wrapped my arms around his neck. I promise. We were all currently gathered outside the lodge. Class 1B was with us. All Might and Mr. Izawa stood in front of everyone. All right, everyone. You will each be in groups of 4. You and your group will go around the camp, trying to find any clues, All Might announced. What is this, Scooby-Doo? Katsuki mumbled. Mr. Izawa gave us our groups. I was with Katsuki, Izuku, and Todoroki. You 4 will search this way, Mr. Izawa pointed to the right of the woods. We started walking, but a hand stopped me. I turned around and saw Ijuku. His hair covered his eyes. Be careful, all right? He looked into my eyes. I smiled softly and gave him a nod. I turned back around and continued to walk with the boys. Katsuki watched me as I walked back to them. What was that about? He asked. He just told me to be careful, that's all, I replied, grabbing his hand. He didn't say anything in return, he just kept looking straight ahead. It's kinda hard to believe that Maya went missing. I know you dislike her, and forgive me for saying this, but she's a strong girl, Izuku said, furrowing his eyebrows. I bit my lip, trying to hold back my words. She has a fire quirk, right? If anything, we should look for burn marks or ashes, Todoroki suggested. Izuku snapped his fingers. He's right. This is pointless, Katsuki grumbled. I sighed and tightened my grip on his hand. Hey, look. Izuku pointed at the purple and black vortex forming in front of us. It's them, Todoroki said, putting his arm in front of us. I watched as Tamura and his crew came out of the portal. So we meet again, he smirked behind his hand. I took a step back as Katsuki grabbed my arm and pushed me behind him. What did you do with that brat? Katsuki screamed. Behind Tamura came Toga and Dabi, then Maya. Her appearance was different, her golden eyes were now glowing red. Our eyes widened. Maya looked at me and started laughing. What the hell happened to you? I ran up to her. Get her. Tamura ordered. Maya stopped me by using her fire. I flew back and hit a tree. YN, the boys called. I stood up and brushed off my shirt. Stay back. Are you kidding? Look at this psycho. Katsuki screamed. Maya scowled at him and attacked him with fire. Don't you see? She joined our side, Tamura sneered. I looked around my surroundings. This island was huge, so there was no way I could call out to All Might. We were already far out in the woods. Don't even think about calling All Might, I have someone taking care of him, Tamura said. I narrowed my eyes. And who's that? His name is Raiden. Toga squealed. I gasped and my eyes widened. A flashback of my mother came into my mind. Years ago, a villain named Raiden threatened our family. In order to protect you, I had to work for him. If I didn't, they would kill you. Raiden. My eyes shook with fear and anger. Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki stood close to me, getting ready to fight. What did you do with Maya? I clenched my fists. Maya tilted her head and looked at Tamura. We gave her some medicine that'll, make her more powerful, he said, and I scoffed. They must have given her some kind of injection, something that'll make her into a villain, I'm guessing. It's like she's listening to Tamura's orders, Izuku explained. I turned my head back towards Maya. This stupid brat. When I'm through with you Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Toga blushed and gushed at Izuku. He cringed and stepped back. We have to get Maya back to normal. Bakugou. Shoto called for Katsuki, but he ignored him. Katsuki stood close to me. You can handle Stitch Face on your own, can't you? He growled. Katsuki, go with Todoroki. Let me deal with her, I insisted, letting my flames ignite. Katsuki did a bleach. No way am I leaving you by yourself. Fine, I mumbled, aiming towards Maya. She blocked me with her fire. She then used her fire to form wings and flew above us. She spun around, creating a fire spiral and aimed at me and Katsuki. If you want to fight, then fight me, damn it. Leave her out of this. Katsuki shouted, using his power. Maya covered her face, blocking the attack. She slowly lowered her hands and started laughing. How adorable! She liked her lips. Both of our eyes twitched at her words. I quickly shook my head and aimed at her with my water. She jumped in the air, blocking it. Katsuki followed by using a big blast. He was finally able to hit her. She slid back and growled, You dumb lovebirds. You two make me sick. Seeing your face makes me sick, Katsuki said with a poker face. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. I got her, Izuku said with his arm wrapped around her neck. Toga blushed. Oh Izuku. I'm gonna bring her to Mr. Aizawa. He fell back once Toga elbowed him in the stomach. There was nothing I could do to help him. Katsuki and I were fighting Maya while Todoroki was fighting Dabi. Katsuki, listen to me. You have to help Izuku, I said before attacking Maya again. He looked at me dumbfounded. Are you serious? I'm not helping out that stupid nerd. I held out my hands. My flames ignited again, covering my arms. I gritted my teeth. Damn it, Katsuki, just listen to me for one time, okay? His breath hitched, then he ran towards Izuku. I put my focus back on Maya. You two are finally together after all these years, huh? She said, putting her hands on her hips. I let my flames fly towards her. Enough about him. It's just me and you now. I smirked. Tamura and Kurogiri watched our fight. Tamura had his arms crossed and his head held high. Destroy her, he grumbled. I will. Maya's eyes gleamed with rage. She ran towards me so fast I didn't see her move. She punched me in the stomach. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Katsuki looking at me with anger. Deku, I have to help, Yn, he said. Izuku nodded. Go Kacchan. I can handle her. Shoto was still fighting Dabi. Katsuki looked between me and Shoto. He didn't hesitate to come to me. You alright? He asked, helping me up. I nodded. I'm fine. Katsuki stood close to me as I fought Maya. This girl was way more powerful than she was at the sports festival. Tamura and Kurogiri decided to step in once I finally attacked Maya with a stun grenade. Let me go, you freaks. I tried to break free from Tamura's grasp. He used his quirk on my arm. I gritted my teeth and called out for Yn. She turned her head and gasped. Ignoring Maya, she ran towards me. Maya's fire circled around Yn, blocking her from me. The blue flames then started to burn her skin. I can't, fine, breathed out. Maya laughed. This is too easy. I growled and used my explosions to help me break free, but it didn't work. Damn it. Let her go. I screamed at Maya. She looked at me and smirked. The fire around Yn increased. Smoke surrounded her as well. Yn gasped for air. My body started shaking as I shouted, Hang in there. Katsuki, I heard a voice call out. Let me go. I screamed in agony as Tamura held me captive. My legs began to wobble. In Yn's perspective, Tamura commanded, Maya, Toga, Dabi, I got the boy. Let's go. Kurogiri formed a portal. Izuku and Todoroki were on the ground, struggling to get up. Maya released me and I fell to the ground, trying to run toward Katsuki, but my legs collapsed beneath me. Katsuki! I reached out my hand as he was being pulled into the portal. Kacchan! Izuku screamed. Katsuki looked back at him as he was being dragged away. Stay back, Deku, he warned. He glanced at me and smiled before vanishing. Izuku, Shoto, and I sat on the ground in disbelief. No, I whispered, tears forming in my eyes. Izuku began to whimper while Todoroki gritted his teeth. My body shook with anger, and I punched the ground, causing it to burn. Damn it! This is all my fault. I couldn't protect him. I cried out. Izuku was screaming, and Todoroki rubbed my back. Don't worry, he is Bakugou. He can save himself, he reassured me. I wiped my eyes and said, yeah. Even so, that's not stopping me from going after him. We have to find him. Don't forget about Maya, we have to help her too, Todoroki reminded me. I sighed and slowly stood up. Let's find All Might and Mr. Aizawa. In a third-person perspective, Katsuki sat silently in the chair he was chained to, surrounded by the League of Villains. Do you want to know why we have captured you, Bakugou? Tamura asked, scratching his neck. Katsuki leaned forward defiantly. So I can kill every single one of you? You have such a powerful quirk. Perfect for, oh I don't know, a villain, Tamura replied. Katsuki scoffed. I'm gonna be the #1 hero. Nice try, handyman. Tamura lowered his hand. Very well. I'm afraid this would happen. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, sensing a tall figure behind him. Before he could turn around, a needle was jabbed into his arm. Thank you, Raiden, Tamura said. Raiden looked at Tamura with a blank expression, still angry about his brawl with All Might. He had fled once Katsuki was captured, but he had to stick to the plan. Katsuki's head hung low as Tamura removed the chains, but Katsuki remained limp. Did it work? Toga asked, tilting her head. Tamura stood in front of Katsuki. Bakugou, can you hear me? Katsuki's glowing red eyes were visible through his hair as he grinned evilly. Yes. Good. Now here's what we're going to do. Twine's perspective again, All Might frowned as he exclaimed, They took young Bakugou? Mr. Aizawa covered his face with his hands. We were all gathered around the lobby with Class 1B. It's all my fault. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. Idru placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. No, it's not. Stop blaming yourself. You did everything you could, he said. I looked at him and sighed heavily. All right. It's not safe to stay here anymore. We have to go back, Mr. Aizawa instructed. I continued to frown, feeling like I wanted to punch myself for not saving Katsuki. As we were on the bus heading home, I sat with Kirishima, ignoring his worried gaze by looking out the window. YN. His voice trailed off. I raised my eyebrows but kept staring out the window. He sighed. I feel the exact same way. A gasp escaped my throat as I turned to face him, noticing him clenching his jaw. Bakugou. I look up to him. I know he's more powerful than me. As a hero and as a man, I want to save him. I care about him more than you think. He looked me in the eyes. You don't think I'm useless, do you? I was shocked, then smiled softly. Of course not. Listen, ever since I joined you, I had this feeling about you. I just knew by your strength, cooperativeness, compassion, and heroism that you're already an amazing hero. He blushed and looked down at his hands, which were no longer shaking. You really think so? Why would I lie? His eyes filled with tears, but he quickly wiped them away. Thank you, he said, his voice shaking. I smiled and grabbed his hand. At that moment, he began to cry. I pulled him into a hug and rubbed his shoulder. It'll be okay, I reassured him. Once we arrived at UA, everyone gathered outside. The principal and other teachers met us there. We have no way of tracking them down, 13 spoke. But that doesn't mean we're giving up hope, All Might added. So what do we do? Izuku asked. It was quiet for a moment until Mr. Aizawa spoke up. We go on a search. As we moved on to the next chapter, Mina suddenly popped up behind me, causing me to jump. YN. What are you wearing to the Halloween dance? Oh, I'm not sure yet. I was probably going to be a cat or something, I replied, rubbing my arm. Mina slapped my shoulder playfully. That's too basic. How about we go shopping after class? We'll pick out something. Sure, I nodded. She cheered and ran to her seat. Why is Raccoon Eyes so happy? Katsuki approached me. I chuckled. We're going shopping for a Halloween costume after school. For what? Trick or treating? Aren't you a little old for that? He smirked. I rolled my eyes. It's for the Halloween dance, you idiot. You're going, right? He scoffed. Why would I do something so stupid? I playfully glared at him. And here I thought you said you were going yesterday. His breath hitched at the memory. Flashback to yesterday during school. Halloween dance? How stupid, Katsuki said, shaking his head at the giant poster hanging on the wall. I elbowed him. It's not stupid. It actually looks fun. He looked down at me. Of course you'll think that. You think everything's fun. Not true. I protested, turning red. He laughs and takes my hand as we start walking down the hallway. If I go, will you go? I lean closer to him, but he doesn't budge. Nope. Come on, Katsuki. I stop and push myself closer to him. He backs up against the wall and gasps at the sudden contact. I said no. I sigh and pull away. Guess I'll have to dance with someone else then. He furrows his eyebrows. Oh yeah? Who? I lean in again and whisper in his ear, Kirishima. His breath hitches and he grabs my shoulders. I smirk up at him. He closes his eyes and sighs. Fine. I'll go. Yay. I jump and kiss his cheek. He chuckles. But if I see you dancing with that red-haired loser, then I'll set him on fire. I'm all yours. I kiss his lips. Presently he blushes and looks away. I laugh and walk back to my seat, ready to end the school day with some math. How wonderful. How about this one? Mina pulls out a flashy little Red Riding Hood costume. I cringe at the dress. Isn't that a little too flashy? She looks at it, then back at me. Well, don't you want something that'll make Bakugou want to? Alright, I get it. I blush and she laughs while putting the costume away. She then pulls out another one. This time it's a nurse's outfit. Still showy, but not as much as the other one. I got an idea. We can make you into a zombie nurse, she says. I take the costume from her and decide to try it on. Wow. I whisper to myself. The white dress fits me perfectly, showing all my curves. I put on the little hat and gloves. It's perfect. Mina was right. Katsuki would definitely notice me in this. Come on out and let me see. Mina calls from behind the dressing room door. I walk out and watch her face light up. It's perfect. She claps her hands together. I look down and smile. I'm definitely getting this. Awesome. This is gonna be so much fun. She jumps up and down. A few unfriendly faces stare at us. We both chuckle nervously. Once we get our costumes, Mina tells me to come over so she can do my makeup. I'm currently sitting in her room, covered in fake blood. Add some red lipstick and there you go. She turns the chair around so I can see my reflection. I gasp at the amazing job she did. I have fake blood stains all over me, the red lipstick pops, my hair flows over my shoulders, and the mascara and eyeliner make my eyes stand out. I look amazing. Well, Mina stands behind me, grinning. I smile and hug her. Thank you so much, Mina. No problem. Now let's head to that dance. Halloween dance. Mina and I finally arrive at the dance, which is in the gym. Everyone is already here. I scan the crowd looking for Katsuki, but I don't see him. Hey girls. Wow, you look great. Idru and Kaminari greet us. I chuckle at Idru's costume. He's Little Red Riding Hood while Kaminari is a devil. How cute. You guys look good too, I say, and Mina laughs. Kirishima, what's up with your costume? He blushes. Well, I wanted to match with Bakugou. He refused to be the wolf, but I talked him into it eventually. Speaking of Katsuki, have you seen him? I ask him, and he looks around. Huh, he was with us a second ago. Maybe he got scared, Kaminari snickers. Hey guys. Izuku and Achiko run up to us. A ghost, huh? This is the first time you didn't dress up as All Might. I laugh. Izuku scratches the back of his neck. It was time for a change, I guess. Uraraka. You're rocking that witch costume. Mina tells her. Thanks. And, Ryan, you look amazing. Achiko says to me and I blush. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing? You look great. Idru cuts Kaminari off by hitting his head. Everyone is on the dance floor. Come join. Izuku grabs my hand. Wait, where's Katsuki? I ask as he pulls me. I'm not sure, I haven't seen Kacchan, he says, and I nod. I decide to look for Katsuki later and just enjoy myself. I meet up with everyone else and start to dance. All the teachers, including the principal, are here too. Are you guys ready to slow things down? Present Mike sings. Of course, he's the DJ. Once a slow song comes on, I look around the crowd and realize I'm alone. Izuku is dancing with Achiko. Jaira dances with Kaminari. Todoroki dances with Momo. Idru and Siro went to the food table. So I'm all alone. Even the teachers are dancing. As I stand in the middle of the dance floor, I feel something touch my waist. Someone's warm breath hits my ear, making me shiver. I look down at his black nails that are digging into my hips. I think I broke my arm while falling for you, he whispers in my ear. I giggle and turn around. That's your big pickup line? I put my hands on my hips. Katsuki rolls his eyes, then smirks. You look so good. He eyes my entire body. I wrap my arms around his neck. You look absolutely adorable as a werewolf. By the way, where were you? I've been going crazy trying to find you. The minute I saw you walk in, I ran into the bathroom. Katsuki. I slap his chest and he laughs. Okay, seriously though, I admit that I kinda got nervous. He whispers the last part, but I can hear it. I can't help but kiss him passionately. He kisses me back and grabs my waist again. We eventually pull away and he leans his forehead against mine. I could eat you up right now. His hands trail down to my waist. I blush furiously. We're in the middle of a dance floor, Katsuki. There's a closet over there we can sneak into. He nods his head toward the closet on my far left. I bite my lip. Can't you wait until the party's over? It's your fault that you came here in such a revealing nurse's outfit. The blood makes it hotter. He growls. I do admit, seeing him in a torn-up shirt and baggy pants does turn me on. What do you say, nurse, YN? What do you say, nurse, YN? Katsuki whispered softly in my ear. I bit my lip and grabbed his hand, leading him towards the closet. I looked around to make sure no one was looking. Once it was safe, I pushed him inside. He fell onto the floor with a thud. I locked the door and stood tall over him, my foot placed gently on his chest. He smirked and licked his lips, looking at my legs. From his angle, he had a good view under my dress. Let me take care of you, patient, I said playfully. His breathing quickened. I removed my foot and helped him up, pressing him against the wall as I kissed his neck. His head fell back against the wall. I bit his neck, leaving a mark. As I kissed his neck, he shrugged off his jacket, revealing his torn shirt. I pulled away and took his shirt off, leaving a trail of kisses down his chest. YN, he breathed out. I smiled and unbuttoned his pants, pulling them down. He was already excited. I didn't hesitate to pull down his boxers. He hummed louder this time, grabbing my head. My turn, he said, turning us around so that I was now backed up against the wall. He bent down, putting my leg over his shoulder. I let out a soft sound when I felt his hot breath against me. You're already so eager for me, huh? I like it, he said before kissing me. I covered my mouth to hide my sounds. Let me hear those pretty little sounds of yours. The vibrations from his voice made me want to lose control. He continued, making me call out his name. That's right. Say my name. He continued, and I started to pant as he went faster. I grabbed his head, urging him on. You taste so good, he said, kissing my temple. We should head back. Everyone's probably wondering where we are, I told him. He pulled me close. But I like it in here. Katsuki. I gave him my best pleading look. He blushed. How can I say no to that face of yours? He grabbed my hand, and we exited the closet. Luckily, no one saw us. Everyone was dancing. "Let's go dance," I said, trying to pull him over to the dance floor, but he didn't budge. "I don't dance," he scowled. I rolled my eyes. "It's called a Halloween dance for a reason, Katsuki." "I'm not dancing." He crossed his arms. I placed my hands on my hips. "One dance." Another slow song began to play. I looked at Katsuki again with my pleading eyes. "That won't work on me this time, idiot," he said. I pouted and glanced at the dancing crowd behind me. "Fine. I'll dance by myself then." I glared at him and walked away, not bothering to look back. I knew Katsuki was stubborn, and while I expected this behavior, it still hurt a bit. I stood in the middle of the dance floor while everyone danced with a partner. I'm guessing Bakugou didn't want to dance? Izuku appeared behind me. I spun around and chuckled sadly. No. He never liked events like this. "Well then, I'm sure he won't mind if I dance with you?" He held out his hand. I gladly accepted, placing my hands on his shoulders. His arms wrapped around my waist as we swayed to the music. The dim light illuminated Izuku's face, and I could see the blush on his cheeks. He kept glancing at my lips, then back at my eyes. "You're so beautiful," he whispered. "Izuku, what do you think you're doing, shitty hair?" Just as I thought. Izuku was pushed back by Katsuki, and by now, everyone was staring at us. "Who told you to put your hands on my girl? You be—" "Katsuki, stop." I grabbed his arm before he could escalate things. "She was all alone, man. Calm down." Izuku raised his hands in defense. Katsuki clenched his fists, causing a small explosion. "I am calm, you idiot." He smiled menacingly. I placed my hands on each of their chests. "Why do you two always have to fight over me?" Katsuki and Izuku were taken aback by my words, their eyes wide. Tears filled my eyes as everyone else looked at me with concern. "Katsuki, just because I dance with someone else doesn't mean I like you any less. And Izuku, I understand your feelings for me, but..." I wiped my eyes. "I can't stand seeing you two fight." I ran outside. Even though it was dark, I could still make out the bleachers. I sat down and began to cry. "Yn?" I lifted my head to see Izuku, looking concerned. He sat next to me and pulled me into a hug. Surprised by the sudden action, I let my arms hang by my sides. "I'm sorry things are complicated between Kacchan and Kirishima. You know they both really like you, but only one of them has you. Plus, you know how Kacchan is," he said as he pulled away. I sniffed and wiped my eyes again. "I know. I just hate seeing Izuku hurt by all this. I really like him, but not in that way. He understands that, he told me the other day. He still wants to be your friend. Kirishima and Kacchan are close to each other. Kirishima wouldn't do anything to ruin your relationship." I processed his words. He was right. Kirishima wouldn't do something like that. "Thanks, Izuku." I hugged him and he hugged me back, smiling. "Oi, Deku, get out of here so I can talk to Yn." Katsuki stood behind Izuku. Izuku nervously sweated and quickly left, leaving me and Katsuki alone on the bleachers. He sat next to me inside. "I'm sorry about what happened back there." I looked at him in shock. He was blushing while looking straight ahead, his ash blonde hair gently swaying with the wind. He looked so adorable. "It's fine," I said, grabbing his hand. "You just got jealous, that's all." A tick appeared on his forehead, and he blushed an even deeper shade of red. "No, I didn't, you idiot." I laughed. "That means you care, dumbass." He stayed silent, his thumb gently rubbing my palm. I didn't realize I was staring and smiling at him until he looked at me and quickly turned away. "Quit your staring," he said, continuing to blush. I laughed again and kissed his cheek. "You're too adorable." He placed his arm over my shoulder and gave me a half smile. "Adorable is for pussies. I'm just flat out amazing." I playfully rolled my eyes. Yeah, whatever you say." He kissed the top of my head. "You're the adorable one." "I know," I replied, blushing and smiling brightly. He stood up and held out his hand, and I gave him a confused look. "I owe you a dance," he said. The faint music could still be heard outside. I took his hand and wrapped my arms around his neck. He grabbed my waist and we started swaying. "Hey, you're pretty good at this," I giggled, and he made a teeth sound in response. "I'm good at everything," he replied. I ran my fingers through his hair. "Of course you are." He leaned in and kissed me passionately. I smiled and held his face. After a minute or so, we pulled away, our foreheads resting against each other. "I kinda have to admit, I had fun, thanks to you," he told me. I pecked his lips. "So did I." Katsuki's POV. I leaned against the wall with my foot pressed against it, listening carefully as Raiden outlined his plans. All the other villains were present as well. "Iwana, dead." Maya growled. "YN. Why does that name sound so familiar?" "The only one who'll be able to get her is you, Bakugou," Tamura told me. I perked up and furrowed my eyebrows. "Why me?" "Tamura Shigaraki, did you forget he lost his memory from the vaccine?" Kurojiiri whispered, and Tamura sighed. "It's your job and you'll do as I say." I nodded and smirked. "No problem." YN, SPOV. It was Saturday morning, 1 week since Katsuki was kidnapped. I was worried sick. We had heroes and police searching all over the city, but there was no sign of him. I sighed heavily and looked up at the cherry blossom trees in front of me. "Where are you, Kacchan?" I whispered to myself. I looked down at my feet, which were covered with pink petals. I shook them off and sat on a nearby bench. YN. My head lifted at the sudden voice. I looked up at the tall figure. "Oh, hey Todoroki. How've you been?" he asked, taking a seat without asking. I was afraid someone from school would find me and ask how I was doing. I had been quite distant ever since Katsuki was taken. "Fine, I guess," I shrugged. Todoroki kept staring at me, waiting for me to speak again. I looked at him and sighed dramatically. "It's been hell having Katsuki not here," I mumbled. He gave me a half smile. "Sooner or later, we'll find him." "But what if we can't? What if they did something to him? I can't take it anymore." I covered my face with my hands and started to cry. Todoroki rubbed my back. "You just gotta have faith, YN. He will come back." "I know he will." I sat up and wiped my eyes. My sadness turned into anger as I clenched my fists. "When I get my hands on those villains, I'll make them pay." "Any sign of Bakugou or Noko?" Mr. Aizawa asked All Might. All Might frowned and shook his head. "It's been 2 weeks, and no one has found anything." I slammed my hands against my desk. Mr. Aizawa's eyes turned red, signaling me to calm down. I grunted and sat back down. Aijiro looked at me with worried eyes. He didn't say anything, he just sighed and looked away. Suddenly, an earthquake shook the ground. All of our eyes widened at the sudden action. "An earthquake?" Izuku looked out the window and gasped. "What's wrong?" Ida and Achiko stood beside him and gasped as well. I pushed them out of the way and looked out into the city. My breath hitched at the sight. Buildings were on fire and collapsing, people were running for their lives, and the road was broken in two. It was something straight out of a horror movie. What the hell is going on? All Might, what do we do? I looked behind me and saw that All Might and Mr. Aizawa were gone. They must have gone to the city. "I'm not positive, but this could possibly be the League of Villains," Izuku mumbled. I looked at him, then back at the burning city. "That means Katsuki and Maya are there," I said before running off. "YN, wait." Izuku and the others ran after me. Once I made it outside, I used the air to lift myself into the sky. I looked back at my classmates. "I'm sorry, but I have to save Katsuki." I ignored their calls and continued to fly toward the city. I continued to fly through the city, looking around for Katsuki, but it was no use. Just then, a black mist surrounded me. It was dark for a moment until I landed on the ground in an alleyway. I rubbed my head and opened one eye. My eyes widened at the person standing in front of me. "Tamura." "So we meet again. I'd like to introduce you to someone," he said, gesturing toward the end of the alleyway. A tall figure appeared from the darkness. "Who are you?" I took a step back. As the figure came into view, I was able to see his face. "Me? Call me Raiden, he grinned. My body started to shake as he stepped toward me. Why couldn't I move? He came closer and placed his hand under my chin. You look just like your mother. I couldn't speak. My insides were churning, and it was hard to breathe. His touch made me feel like I was dying. What was this power? I was hoping to meet you someday, YN, he said, removing his hand from my chin. I breathed heavily and crouched down to catch my breath. My eyes wandered up to his face, and he was still grinning down at me. Why you? You're the reason why my mother disappeared. I slowly stood up and clenched my fists. Raiden tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. Element. She was a pain. You know I'm glad she's gone. He started to laugh. I gritted my teeth and stomped on the ground. Raiden and Tamura stumbled at the force. The ground cracked and shot up at Raiden. As he floated in the air, he placed his hand over his chest. Slow down, he shouted, slowly floating down towards the ground. I gasped and bent my knees, preparing to attack again. Raiden chuckled, silly girl. Are you not aware of my quirk? I held my hands in front of me but didn't attack. I stayed quiet, waiting for him to respond. You see, if I touch someone, I can make them do whatever I say. For example, when I touched you, I was thinking about pain and fear. That's why you felt like that, he explained. I had never heard of such a powerful quirk. I could stay right here and fight you, but I need to find someone, I said. He tilted his head again. You mean that Bakugou boy? My breath hitched. What did you do to him? Same with Maya. Owe them? Don't worry about it. Let's just say that they've joined the dark side, he told me. My breathing started to quicken. He watched me in amusement. If you want to find them, they're somewhere in the city. I really wish you could stay and fight, but I want you to find your friends first, he said. I looked at him confused. He actually wanted me to find them? Without saying anything, I walked backwards and left the alleyway. I started to run towards the explosions coming from up ahead. People looked at me strangely while I ran towards the destruction. Some even called out to me. I ignored them and continued to run. I saw a black silhouette standing on a bus that was crushed. As I was about to call out, a giant car flew towards me. YN. A force pushed me away from the car that had now hit the ground. I rubbed my head and looked up at the person who had saved me. Izuku. Lightning surrounded him as he held me in his arms. He was running towards the figure. I get that you want to save Kacchan and Maya, I do too, but you also have to be aware of your surroundings, he panted. He let me go, and we both ran towards the damaged bus. We stopped in our tracks once we heard a familiar voice. That's Katsuki. I prepared myself to fly, but Izuku grabbed my shoulder. I looked over my shoulder to see him filled with concern. I'll be by your side the whole time, so there's no need to worry. Izuku, I know you want to save him as much as I do, but let me handle him, I told him. He hesitated, then nodded. I jumped onto the bus, and Izuku ran in the other direction. Katsuki turned around and glared at me. I gasped at his appearance. His eyes were glowing red, filled with hatred. If looks could kill, I'd be dead. What do you want? He growled, continuing to glare right into my eyes. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. Katsuki, what in the world are you doing? What did they do to you? Don't tell me that they poisoned you just like they did to Maya. Katsuki's fist came in contact with my face. I fell back and covered my nose, which was now bleeding. I looked at him, shocked. What the hell is wrong with you? Shut, scum. I'll wipe out every single person in this city. He walked up and towered over me. I removed my hand and wiped away the blood. Do you not know who I am? I started to yell. Katsuki tilted his head. I don't care about who you are. I knew he wasn't himself, but his words still hurt. I couldn't even focus on my surroundings anymore. All I saw was Katsuki standing right in front of me. Don't just stand there. Are you gonna fight me or what? I don't have all day. He bent his knees and activated his quirk. I regained my composure and cracked my knuckles. I guess I don't have any other choice then. I let my flames ignite. Katsuki smirked and used his stun grenade. I covered my face and waited for the explosion to clear. Once it did, my flames flew towards him. He dodged and kicked me. I fell back, then flung my arms around, creating a strong wind. He stood still and covered his face. I turned my arm into rock and punched his stomach. He coughed and spat. I held my hands up to my face, ready to attack again. "You're a strong one, huh?" A gasp escaped my throat. His scarlet eyes peered through his hair. "But I'm stronger." Before I could respond, he charged at me and hit me again. He pinned me down with his foot. I breathed heavily and opened one eye. Katsuki, you're not dead yet." He raised his hand. Mini explosions came from his palm. My body started to shake, then was covered with flames. He screamed and stepped back. He gritted his teeth and held out his hands. This explosion was way bigger than any I had faced before. The force from the explosion caused me to fall off the bus. As I landed on the ground, Katsuki jumped down and ran towards me. I quickly stood up and formed a water spiral. After the wave hit him, I touched the ground, and it shot up under him. As he was in the air, he used his explosions to fly around me. I lifted myself into the air with my fire. "DMNU." He kicked me again, causing me to fall down. He landed and grabbed me by the collar. "Why won't you stay down?" I growled and grabbed onto his arm. He gasped and furrowed his eyebrows. I looked at him and scowled. "I'll do whatever it takes to save you, Katsuki, even if it means destroying myself." He stared at me for a moment. His eyes lit up for a second, then returned to their glowing form. "Shut up. Just shut up." He threw me. I hit a wall and fell on my face. He grabbed a piece of glass and raised it over me. My breath hitched, and my heart stopped beating. Is he really going to kill me? His hands started to shake. I could no longer see his eyes. They were covered by his hair. "If killing me means that it'll somehow save you, then go ahead. I know the real Katsuki is in there, and if you can hear me, then listen." Katsuki stood still, his hands still raised. Inside his mind, he was battling with dark thoughts. He felt an overwhelming urge to harm, but he knew deep down that she was his girlfriend, and he could never do such a thing despite his attitude. He cared for her more than anything, even himself. Seeing her like this made him want to grab her and kiss her, yet the voices in his head were relentless. Kill her. These voices tormented him. Why wouldn't they go away? Stab her. Shut up, damn it. He was losing control, and he could feel the tears welling up. Help me, YN. In that moment, no one but her could save him. Not All Might, not Deku, no one. She was his only hope. I made a promise to myself that I'll always protect you, just like you'll always protect me. I'll die trying to save you from this darkness. Katsuki began to shake and scream, "Shut up. Just shut the hell up already, damn it." A tear ran down his cheek. Help me, YN. He whispered. She kept a stern look on her face and urged him, "Do it then." His eyes were wide and filled with tears as he stared at her determined expression. He raised his hand a little higher, aiming for her head, but he was shaking so much that he couldn't even hold onto the piece of glass. "I will kill you," he breathed out. "Then do it, Katsuki," she cried, tears streaming down her face. His mouth wobbled, and then he collapsed to the ground, his face buried in his hands. "I can't. Damn it, I can't kill you." He looked up at her, desperation in his eyes. "I'm fighting this evil. Can't you see? Even with this drag, I can't kill you." She was shocked, her mouth hanging open as her breathing slowed. He continued to cry, "YN. I." Without thinking, she hugged him tightly. His eyes widened, but he didn't hug her back at first. "It's going to be okay," she murmured. Slowly, his arms wrapped around her, pulling her closer. "I'm so sorry," he sobbed. She smiled and pulled away, leaning in to kiss him. Once her lips touched his, the dark thoughts began to fade. His mind returned to normal. Had the kiss washed away the drag? He closed his eyes and kissed her back. When she pulled away, she smiled at him. "Are you back to normal now?" she asked, her eyes filled with hope. He gave her a half smile. "I think I am." "Thanks, idiot." Katsuki and Plain ran around the city, searching for Izuku and the others. They found him by the mall, holding Maya in his arms. He noticed them and smiled. Kacchan, I'm glad you're okay. Shut up, that. You had no idea what I just went through. Katsuki clenched his fists. Izuku looked at Wyan, then back at Maya. What happened? She asked. Izuku stood up and placed Maya on his shoulder. I fought her. She's unconscious, so I'm going to bring her to Recovery Girl, he explained. By the way, have you seen the others? And where's All Might? Wyan looked around, but there was no one in sight. Everyone went to evacuate the people that were here. All Might and Mr. Aizawa are on the other side, fighting the League of Villains. Let's bring her to Recovery Girl then. She'll be all right, Ellen. No need to worry, Recovery Girl smiled. Wyan sighed and looked back at Maya's sleeping figure. Even though they often clashed, there were times when she still cared about her. Katsuki grabbed Wyan's hand as Recovery Girl checked on him to ensure the drag was out of his system. Thankfully it was unexplainable how the drag had disappeared when Wyan kissed him. You don't have any explanation? How is it possible that the drag was wiped away with one kiss? Wyan asked Recovery Girl. She sat down and smiled softly. I believe that it's the power of love. Katsuki and Wyan both blushed a deep shade of red. Love? Wyan stammered. Recovery Girl smiled and nodded. Love is very powerful. You see, when you kissed Bakugou, it's like you flushed away all the voices and demons in his head. She looked at Katsuki, who was fiddling with his fingers. I'm sorry if I made things uncomfortable, Recovery Girl said, scratching her head. Wyan shook her head. Oh no, not at all. The blush remained on her face. We should go back to the city and find All Might, Izuku said as he walked away from the corner. Wyan almost forgot he was there. Yeah, she replied. As they were about to leave, Recovery Girl called out one more thing. Be careful, children. If anything happens, please contact me. We will, Izuku and I nodded at her. They left the room and stood outside the school. Katsuki was quiet, and Izuku glanced between Wyan and Katsuki. Kacchan? What? Katsuki growled, clearly bothered by something. Is something wrong? Why? Asked. He looked up at her, blushed, then quickly looked away. No, he replied. She furrowed her eyebrows. Was what Recovery Girl said bothering him? They hadn't been dating long, but did they really love each other? She pushed the thought aside. Their lives were in danger. Let's go then. Katsuki and Wyan flew into the air using their quirks while Izuku ran beside them. All the people had been evacuated, which was a relief. As Wyan looked at the city, her lips began to tremble. There had been many villains and destruction in the past, but nothing like this. She noticed Katsuki glancing at her, and she smiled softly, reassuring him that she was okay. Helicopters surrounded the city, and it was clear that this was all being broadcast live. Suddenly, a blast came toward them. Katsuki pushed Wyan and Izuku down. They all stood up, realizing what had just happened. Where did that come from? Izuku brushed the dirt off his arms. Wyan gasped at the robot that had appeared from around the corner. That looks like the robot from the entrance exams. Katsuki finished her sentence. She looked back at the two of them. The giant green robot's eyes were glowing red, just like Katsuki's had been when he was under that drag. I can beat this thing. Piece of cake. Katsuki cracked his knuckles and charged toward the robot. The robot's eyes shot lasers, but Katsuki dodged and used his explosions. He returned to their side, waiting for the smoke to clear. The smirk on his face faded when he saw the robot still standing, untouched. Not even a scratch? Wyan stepped back, and Katsuki bent his knees, preparing to attack again. Izuku placed a hand on Katsuki's shoulder, stopping him. Kacchan, don't risk it. Katsuki shrugged him off and remained in place. The three of us stared at the robot that was now stomping towards us. We can't just run away, we have to attack. I waved my arm, causing the ground to shoot up. The robot punched it, turning it into rubble. Izuku grabbed us and jumped around, trying to avoid getting hit. Once he put us down, Katsuki started to shake. This stupid robot. Why can't we destroy it? He exclaimed, charging again. Izuku and I couldn't stop him in time. Kacchan. Katsuki, no. Take this, you bnha. Katsuki released a giant explosion, but once again, the robot remained unharmed. The robot hit Katsuki, slamming him against a wall, and he slid down. No! I ran to his side. Katsuki coughed, and my eyes started to water. Izuku looked up at me. You take him somewhere safe, I'm going to find a pro hero. Alright, just hurry up. I urged as he ran off. No. Katsuki began to stand. I can beat this thing all by myself. I placed my hand on his chest. But you're hurt. Don't worry about me. Go with that nerd. You'll be safer with him. My eyes widened as I gasped. You made me a promise. You'll keep me safe and protect me, remember? If I can't even lay a hit on that robot, then how the hell can I protect you? His voice was shaky and his eyes filled with tears. Because I believe in you. I've always believed in you since we were kids. You never give up, you always make sure that you're the winner. If you won't get up, then I'll go myself. I also made a promise to protect you. I'll keep fighting until you're safe. Tears ran down his face. YN. We're in this together. You and me. I grabbed his hand and pulled him up. He wiped away his tears and smiled. How did I ever get so lucky? I smiled in return. Then let's beat this thing together. Do you have any plans? Katsuki asked me. I thought for a moment before speaking. Do you think we can combine our quirks? With your explosions and my fire, there's a possibility that we can take the robot down. I suggested. He nodded and grabbed my hand. His hand glowed and so did mine. We lifted our hands in the air, aiming at the robot. Our fires mixed together. Ready? Katsuki looked at me. I smiled and nodded. Let's do this. We looked back at the robot and shot at it. We flew back from the force of the explosion and fire, but we weren't hurt. We both smiled when we saw the robot on the ground. We did it. I hugged Katsuki tightly. He picked me up and spun me around. That's my girl, he whispered, kissing my forehead. Our celebration was cut off by clapping. We turned our heads towards the tall figure. Congratulations. You defeated him. It's you. Katsuki placed his arm in front of me. Raiden, I growled. That's my name, he chuckled. A dark aura surrounded him. Katsuki tensed up. Don't think that we're afraid of you. We'll easily wipe that smile off your face. I'd like to see you try. Raiden tilted his head and smiled evilly. My eyes widened at the sudden flashback that came into my mind. His quirk made me feel like I was dying. He would do the same to Katsuki. Katsuki, are you aware of his quirk? I stepped in front of him. No. I never saw him use his quirk, he responded while glaring at Raiden. Well, let me show you. Raiden touched himself, appearing right in front of my face. I fell back. His hand gripped my throat and lifted me up. Pain, he whispered. That feeling came back again. I couldn't breathe, my heart wasn't beating as fast, I couldn't move a muscle. Let her go. Katsuki was about to blast him, but Raiden touched his face. Pain. Katsuki screamed and crouched down. He coughed and spat. His veins popped from his head and neck. I tried my best to remove Raiden's grip, but it was no use. You two look so cute being in pain together, he cooed. He then suddenly let me go. I fell to the ground and grabbed my throat, trying to catch my breath. I looked up at him, confused. He touched Katsuki again, and he finally stopped screaming. I don't want to kill you both, yet, he chuckled. What is this power? Katsuki coughed. There's no specific name for this quirk. He likes to keep it a mystery. Don't worry, young Bakugou, I'll take care of him. All Might. Katsuki and I said at the same time. He was with Izuku, Achiko, Shoto, and Iger. Wait, what happened to the League of Villains? I stood up. Aizawa and the police are taking good care of them, All Might told us. I was about to sigh with relief until I noticed the wound on All Might's side. All for One is here as well. I have to stop him. I believe in you, heroes. All Might flew in the opposite direction. You know, it's too bad you petty heroes. Raiden touched the robot, making it stand up. Katsuki and I widened our eyes. But we defeated that thing. We'll die. Raiden pointed. The robot shot a laser that no one was prepared for. It was aiming towards me. YN. Katsuki jerked his head towards me. Everything felt like slow motion. I stood still with my eyes wide. Why couldn't I move? Did Raiden use his quirk to make me stand still? I watched as the laser slowly came closer towards me. In a blink of an eye, a hand reached out and pushed me down. I quickly lifted my head and watched in horror at who had just saved me. There he was, the laser had shot through his shoulder. All eyes were on him as he slowly fell to the ground. Even Raiden was wide-eyed. Izuru! Tears furiously ran down my cheeks. Izuru closed his eyes, breathed heavily, and grabbed his shoulder. But why did you step in like that? I screamed. He coughed and looked up at me slowly. I wasn't going to just stand there and watch you die, he whispered. My shoulders shook as I sobbed. We have to get you to recovery, girl. Achiko stepped in. Katsuki stood over us, his eyes covered by his hair. He clenched his fists. Kirishima. I'm sorry, Izuru smiled. I put my head on his stomach and continued to cry. You'll be okay. YN. He stroked my hair. I lifted my head. He smiled again. Please don't cry. Why wouldn't I cry? You're my friend and I care about you. I closed my eyes. Even after everything I had been through with Katsuki, still kept a smile on his face. He understood and comforted me in any situation. He knew how to make everyone smile and laugh. He wasn't the kind to give up. He looked up to others and tried his hardest to become a hero. He was a hero. My eyes shot open. You're an amazing person. How can I not cry? A tear rolled down his cheek as he grabbed my hand. You have to defeat Raiden. Be the hero you've always wanted to be. Don't smile, not when it hurts, I whimpered. Izuku and the others lifted him up. We'll take him to recovery, girl. I believe in you too, Izuku nodded at us. I wiped my eyes. Katsuki pulled me into a hug. I pulled away and faced Raiden. Now that that's over, you ready to fight, Deach? I cut him off by punching him. He flew back and hit a wall. Katsuki added a kick and an explosion. You're gonna pay for what you did to my friend, he screamed. I looked at him shocked. Tears flew from his eyes. Katsuki never called anyone his friend. Izuru must really mean something to him. I smiled at the thought, but it quickly faded once Raiden got up. You are one annoying kid. He used his quirk to speed up to Katsuki's face, grabbing his throat and lifting him up, just like he had done with me. Let go of him. I was about to attack, but Raiden pushed me back. He used his quirk to make me stand still. You know what'll really satisfy me? The sight of your dead body. My pupils shrank at his words. Raiden smirked. Katsuki struggled to break free. Please don't. I cried out. Feel the wrath of death. Raiden's grip tightened. I watched as Katsuki's eyes rolled back. The image of my mother's death popped into my mind. Goodbye, Bakugou, Raiden laughed. Stop it. I screamed. My body started to glow. The overpowering feeling from the sports festival came back. Raiden looked at me and let go of Katsuki. What's this? I cried and continued to glow brighter. The ground shook and rocks floated above me. Katsuki lifted his head from the ground and gasped. YN, don't. Wind surrounded me, then water, the ground, and finally, fire. It all mixed into one around me. You're the reason my mother disappeared. You hurt innocent people who did you no wrong. You controlled Maya and Katsuki, I had to hurt them to save them. You hurt my friends, and you destroyed the city. I slammed my hands onto the ground. The four elements shot up into the sky. My body started shaking from all the power. I ignored Katsuki's screams. I ignored everyone else who had just appeared. I ignored them all. I'm sorry, but this is the only way, I whispered. YN, listen to me. You'll become an amazing hero one day. I know because you're so strong. Now, I need you to be strong now. I can destroy you. All four elements shot at Raiden. He blocked his face as the elements consumed him. Demon you. His voice faded away. A giant explosion of light covered the city. It was quiet once the attack had ended. Everyone was still covering their faces. My body stopped shaking. I stared up at the stars and watched them go black. My body slammed to the ground as I breathed my last breath. Katsuki removed his arm from his face and looked at me, hoping I was okay. His heart stopped once he saw me lying on the ground. He slowly stood up and made his way toward me. His body shook as he came closer. Hey, he breathed out. He knelt and grabbed my shoulders. Hey, wake up. You can't leave me. Please wake up, YN. He sobbed as he shook me, leaning his forehead against mine. I made a promise. You can't be gone. I can't live without you, YN. Don't leave me. Deku and the others stood behind him, crying. Recovery girl can heal her, right? Deku wept. If I use that power again, I'll die. No. She can't. If she used all her elements again, she would die. You idiot. Katsuki held me tightly in his arms and cried against my head. This can't be happening, he whispered. You left me once, don't leave me again. He pulled back and removed the hair that blocked my face. My eyes were still shut while his were red and filled with tears. YN, there's something I've been wanting to say. He continued to cry. I. 1,000 memories flooded his mind at that moment. Hey, don't be so self-centered, Katsuki. Your elements don't compare to my explosions, YN. I bet I could beat you in a fight. Since when are you so nice? I'm always nice, you idiot. Why did you stop us then? I could have had my first kiss. Well, maybe I don't want you to have your first kiss with him. So you were watching me? Stop asking questions and let me train you. You're with me. And what makes you think that I'll team up with you? I just wanted to wish you luck. Kacchan. You better not lose or I'll kill you. Katsuki, stay. What are you doing, idiot? I'll win this, only for YN. I'll stop you. I promise I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. What do you think you're doing? Well, Diamin, I can't control my hormones. You're not leaving my sight. Not again. I can't take it anymore. I need you, YN. I'm all yours. No one else can have you. You're mine, and if anyone tries to take you away from me, I'll kill them. I made a promise to myself that I'll always protect you, just like you'll always protect me. I'll die trying to save you from this darkness. You don't have any explanation? How is it possible that the drag was wiped away with one kiss? I believe that it's the power of love. YN. He leaned his forehead against mine once more. I love you. Recovery girl sat in her chair, her frown deepening. I shot her a scowl, feeling the weight of despair. YN lay unconscious in the hospital bed. We just got here, and that's all you have to say? I stomped toward her, frustration boiling inside me. Aizawa placed a hand on my shoulder. Let her do what she has to do in order to save YN. She is unconscious for now. I'm surprised. All of you leave quickly so I can perform surgery. If we wait any longer, she could die. Recovery girl waved her cane at us. I cast one last glance at YN. Please be alive, you idiot, I whispered before stepping out of the room. Young Kirishima is unconscious, but young Noko is all right, she's just resting. They'll be okay, All Might said as he approached us, appearing weaker than usual after his battle with the villain. Earlier, All Might had fought the boss villain, and the entire city had watched the fight unfold on the big screen. I couldn't help but think that none of this would have happened if I hadn't been kidnapped. Yes, show the world your true form, the villain had taunted. All Might glared at him, anger radiating from his stance, and threw one last punch. United States smash. The ground shook as he landed the hit. Silence fell over the crowd as everyone waited anxiously for the smoke to clear. When it finally did, All Might stood tall with his arm raised, and the crowd erupted into cheers. He pointed toward the camera, declaring, "Now, it's your turn." We sat in the waiting room, the tension palpable. No one spoke. The only sound was my foot tapping against the tiled floor. I hope she makes it, Deku said, rubbing his eyes. I gritted my teeth. Of course she'll make it. Bakugou, Aizawa warned. I huffed and slumped back in my chair. I can't believe she used that power again, even after being told it could kill her, Ashido said, wrapping her arms around herself. Uraraka rubbed her back in comfort. She was able to defeat Raiden, but it cost her life, Todoroki added, running his hands through his hair. Pressed my lips together, listening to the others speak. Whether she makes it or not, she'll always be an amazing hero, Maya said as she entered the room on crutches, her leg bandaged. My lip quivered, and my breathing quickened as I darted my eyes at her. Just shut up, all of you. I don't want to hear another word. Kacchan. I said shut up, damn it. I stood up and stormed out of the waiting room, seeking fresh air. My breathing slowed as I stepped outside. Why did it have to end like this? I whispered to myself, my voice trembling. Anger surged within me, causing my fists to shake. Suddenly, a hand landed on my shoulder, and I turned to see Deku. Kacchan? What do you want, Deku? I snapped, noticing his red eyes and tear-stained cheeks. It's YN. My heart raced. I pushed him aside and rushed back into YN's room. Everyone inside was crying, and Recovery Girl bowed her head. My gaze fell on YN, her lifeless body lying still. The heart monitor emitted a low, monotone hum that slowly faded as I stepped closer. No. My knees buckled and I dropped to the ground. Smoke began to rise from my hands as I slammed them onto the cold, tiled floor. Why? I cried out in anguish. Kacchan! All of you get out of here before I lose it. My hair fell over my eyes. Once the door closed and footsteps faded, I grasped YN's cold hand. I'm sorry, I sniffled. I broke my promise. I looked at her, hoping for an answer that would never come. I can't ever forgive myself. This is all my fault. I'm not a hero. I'm weak. I couldn't save you or protect you. My grip tightened, and tears streamed down my face. There's so much more I want to do with you. How can I become a hero without you by my side? Katsuki Bakugou? I turned to see a doctor enter the room. What do you want? I snarled. The doctor looked at me sadly. You have to leave. What? There's no way I'm leaving her. I stood up defiantly. The doctor placed a hand on his forehead. Please, Mr. Bakugou. I glanced back at YN. I can't, I said, my voice shaking. Bakugou. Aizawa's voice came from the doorway, his expression stern. No. I clung to the hospital bed as two security guards rushed in, grabbing me by the arms. I kicked and struggled to break free. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I screamed. The guards lifted me and carried me out of the room. I looked back, watching the door close, sealing mine from my sight. Where is she? I shouted as YN's father entered the hall. The doctor raised a hand to stop him. Sir, you can't see her. Let me see my daughter, he demanded, shaking the doctor's shoulder. The doctor sighed and opened the door. 5 minutes. With that, he rushed into the room. I tried to follow, but the door closed behind him. I leaned my head against the door, straining to listen. First your mother, now you? Why, YN? He wept. I love you so much. I bit my lip, clenching my fists as they began to smoke. I fought to keep my anger in check. You're truly a hero, honey, he whispered. I couldn't bear to listen any longer. I stepped away from the door and slid down the wall, pulling my knees to my chest. Bakugou! What do you want, Kirishima? I kept my head down, knowing it was him. All Might told me what happened. His voice cracked. I squeezed my arms tighter. Just leave me alone. But he didn't leave. Instead, he sat down next to me. Bakugou, you and I both know she isn't coming back. I tensed up. What are you talking about? He sighed. I'm saying we should make a vow to always be here for each other for YN's sake. We should stick together. I know she would want that too. I don't want you to be off on your own all the time. I finally lifted my head and faced him. My lip quivered as I said his name, Kirishima? He placed his hand on my shoulder and said, for YN. I looked down at the floor, feeling defeated. Fine. I'll give you some alone time. He patted my back and left me alone in the hallway. I stared at the door in front of me, realizing that YN's dad was still inside. After a minute he finally came out. He looked down at me and took a deep breath. Katsuki. I stood up and wiped my eyes. His eyes matched mine, red and full of tears. He took another deep breath and put something in my hand. Ever since we came back, you and YN were always together, just like when you were kids. So I decided to give you this. I gasped and clenched my teeth. It was YN's necklace, the one her mother had. But why would you give this to me? This was Mikasa's. I asked, still looking at the piece of jewelry. He smiled softly. YN told me about your relationship, and I couldn't be happier. She would always talk about you. You were always on her mind, Katsuki. Plus, this was a gift for my wife from YN many years ago. When she passed away, YN told me that you gave it back to her. You deserve to have it. My heart raced, both quickening and breaking at the same time. I put the necklace on, a rush of chills running through me. You're a good man. He pulled me into a hug. I awkwardly hugged him back. Katsuki. Oh no. My mom and dad interrupted our awkward hug. Tears streamed down her face. I lost two of my favorite girls. I'm so sorry, honey. She grabbed me and pulled me close. She knew about my relationship with YN. We were both there when we told her. The memory flashed in my mind. Hey, old hag. My mom stopped her cooking and turned around. Everything okay? I looked at YN and grabbed her hand. Just wanted to let you know that YN and I are dating. Before I could finish my sentence, my mom tackled us into one giant hug. I knew it. I'm so happy. She cried. Oi, get off of yous, you old hag. I pushed her off. She wiped her tears and smiled. Make sure to use protection, okay? YN, and I blushed a deep shade of red. I shook my head and dragged upstairs. Yeah, don't bother us. Oh, I won't. She winked. Have fun, you two. She was like a daughter to me. My mom was now hugging YN's dad. We all have to keep our heads held high. Mikasa and YN would want us to, he said. I grabbed the necklace and squeezed it. I'm gonna go back to the others. Let us come with you, my dad said. I shrugged and looked at the door one last time before walking away. No one could sleep that night, including me. I spent the night going through all the times we spent together. I had no more tears left, so I didn't cry, but the pain in my chest never left. Everyone was quiet in school. It wasn't the usual happy class I was used to. I refused to look at the empty desk next to mine. A few people put flowers on top of it. This only made me angrier. After class, I walked home with my hands in my pockets and my head hung low. I made a left, which was the opposite of where my house was. I entered the empty park and sat on one of the swings. This was where I caught her and Kirishima. This is also where I trained her. I gripped the chain of the swing and gritted my teeth. I miss you, I whispered. I miss you too. I looked up and gasped. YN's glowing figure stood in front of me, smiling. YN. I reached my hand out and so did she. Before I could reach her, she disappeared. Bakugou. Kirishima appeared from the shadows. His face fell at the sight of me. Why did you follow me here? I mumbled. He stood in front of me. I didn't. I stood up and walked past him. Well, I was just about to leave. Wait. He grabbed my hand and turned me around. He hugged me unexpectedly, leaving me at a loss for words. Gonna stick together, right? He whispered. I didn't answer. I just stood there with my arms dangling. I know you want to, he added while he pulled away. Well, let's stick together, I said through my teeth. His eyes started to water. I miss her too, Bakugou. I looked at him with my mouth hanging open. He started crying. It's hard for me to face the fact that she's gone. I guess everyone feels that way, I mumbled. We should both head home. He looked at me for a moment. How about we go out for a bite to eat? To clear our minds. I shrugged before saying, whatever. Kirishima and I sat in a booth in the corner of the empty restaurant. Neither of us said a word. It wasn't awkward but kind of depressing. Wine was all we could think about. We should make plans, with Ciro and Kaminari, he suddenly spoke. I aggressively tapped my foot. And do what? Hiking, he suggested. Kirishima knew what I loved and what I hated. I guess, I growled. Here's your food, enjoy. The waiter handed us our food. We both ate in silence. After we finished eating, I decided to pay the bill. We both left and went in separate directions. Kirishima's voice stopped me. Hiking this weekend? Sure. I turned my head and gave him a small smile. He smiled brightly and walked away. Another day passed, and it was finally Friday. All I wanted to do was go home and be trapped in my room all day. No matter what I did or where I went, she still stayed in my mind. I even hated walking alone to and from school. I sighed heavily and opened the door to my class. Bakugou! Kaminari, Ciro, and Kirishima ran up to me. Kaminari put his arm over my shoulder. Hey man, how've you been? Why are you so happy, dunce face? I groaned and shrugged his arm off. I started to make my way toward my desk, but Kaminari put his arm around me again. Because we're going hiking tomorrow. It's a great way to get your mind off, YN. I immediately turned around and grabbed his neck, bringing him up against the wall. His eyes watered as he tried to break free. Don't you dare say her name. I growled. What's going on here? The door slid open. I turned around and couldn't believe my eyes. My eyes widened as I dropped Kaminari, whose face was now blue, but he immediately got up and gasped. Everyone else in the classroom had the same reaction as me. Why is everyone looking at me like that? She took a step back, her eyes landing on me. I stepped forward and ran up to her, jumping and hugging her, which caused us to fall down. I pulled back, straddled her waist, and cried frantically. Her eyes never left mine. It's you. You're alive. She lay there with her mouth in the shape of an U. My lip quivered. YN. Whoa, YN, S alive, the whole class shouted. Kirishima stood still, his hands shaking. YN, he whimpered. I grabbed her cheek and leaned in to kiss her, but her hands stopped me. Confused, I pulled back. She was sweating nervously. My heart sank at her action. I'm sorry, but who are you? And what's going on? What do you mean, who am I? I'm your boyfriend, remember? Stop messing around, YN. I nervously chuckled and rolled off of her. She stood up and wiped her skirt. Boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend. I'm new here. I'm so confused. She placed her head in her hands. Each and every one of us was shocked. Deku walked out of the crowd and fiddled with his fingers. YN, did you not lose your memory? My breath hitched. So many thoughts were running through my head. Right now, I felt happy, sad, angry, and confused all at the same time. Lose my memory? I don't know what you're talking about. She scratched her neck. Just then, Aizawa and All Might walked into the room. YN, why don't you go see the principal? So he can show you around. All Might grabbed her shoulders. She nodded and left without looking back. My eyes were still wide, still looking at the spot where she just was. Listen up, everyone. Last night, somehow, I woke up. Recovery Girl was just as confused as us. She didn't do anything to make her wake up. It's unexplainable, really. She was dead, and now she's alive. We're still trying to figure out what happened. So, when she woke up, that she lost her memory? Kirishima asked, tears still in his eyes. Yes. All she remembers is her family, her name, and wanting to become a hero. She doesn't even know about her mother's death. She still believes that she's missing, All Might answered. All of us stayed quiet. I clenched my fists. She doesn't know who I am, I mumbled. She doesn't know who any of us are, Deku cried silently. Hopefully, we'll find out soon what caused her to live again, Aizawa said. My jaw tightened, and tears spilled. My knees dropped to the ground, and I slammed my fist against the floor. Ah! I screamed. Kirishima knelt down and rubbed my back. Get off of me! I pushed him off. Bakugou, she's alive. Why are you so upset? Kaminari shrugged. I lifted my head and glared at him with my teary eyes. Because she lost her memory. She doesn't remember any moments we shared. I'm not even her boyfriend anymore. This is so unfair. I cried. There's only one thing to do then, Kirishima said. I wiped my eyes and waited for him to speak. He looked down, then looked at me. We'll help her regain her memory, he said. I stood up. How so? We'll take her to places she's been to, show her pictures. Hopefully she'll remember soon. He trailed off. I didn't respond. I'm back. The door slid open, and there stood Yn. She was now smiling brightly. My heart melted. Aizawa leaned against the wall. All Might and Yn's father leaned over Recovery Girl and the doctor. No clue, the doctor spoke, looking at his clipboard. We were positive that she was dead. We ran dozens of tests. It's weird that she lost her memory though, All Might said. It's possible that she was in a coma. After using all that power, I don't see why she wouldn't lose her memory, Recovery Girl exclaimed. Is there any way to get her memory back? Yn's father held his hands together tightly. I'm afraid not. The best option is to show her pictures and videos, the doctor responded. Yn's father nodded. I'm just so glad that she's alive. We all are. All Might patted his back. Yn's eyes slowly opened, then closed from the sudden brightness. She squinted, trying to make out her surroundings. She sat up and realized that she was in a golden field. A light breeze ran through her hair. The sun shone bright. Where am I? She thought. You're awake. Her heart jumped at the familiar voice. She spun around and came face to face with Mikasa, who was wearing a white gown. Looked down, so was she. Where am I? Yn ran up to her and hugged her tightly. The afterlife. She stroked her hair. Yn's heart stopped. Wait, so I'm not dead? She looked up at her mother. Mikasa nodded with a frown on her face, removing a piece of hair from Yn's face. Do you remember what happened? Mikasa asked. Yn took a moment to think, then it hit her. You're the reason my mother disappeared. You hurt innocent people who did you no wrong. You controlled Maya and Katsuki. I had to hurt them in order to save them. You hurt my friends, and you destroyed the city. I'm sorry, but this is the only way. You sacrificed yourself, Mikasa sighed. Katsuki, Yn whispered. And the others? Where are they? They're all safe, but since you sacrificed your life, here's what will happen in the future. Mikasa brought Yn to a nearby lake. She poked the water, making it ripple. An image popped up of a gravestone. Not just any gravestone, Yn's gravestone. Around her gravestone were all her friends, family, All Might, Aizawa, along with the other pro-heroes. Even Maya was there. She watched in despair as the events unfolded. Young Ln was an amazing student and hero. I've known her ever since she was a child. Seeing her pass so early breaks my heart. All Might wiped away his tears. Izuku walked up to the tomb and placed a bouquet of flowers in front of it. His shoulders shook as he placed them down. This is unfair. A gasp escaped from her mouth once she heard his voice. It was Katsuki. Yn watched as he stomped over to her grave. His hands started smoking. I refuse to believe that she's dead. He grabbed the flowers and blew them up. Bakugou, what's wrong with you? Izuku ran up to him and grabbed his shoulder, but Katsuki shrugged him off and pushed him down. She's not gone. I know she's still alive. Katsuki shouted, his voice filled with desperation. All Might and Mr. Aizawa stepped in, holding him by his arms. Young Bakugou, you need to calm down. Aizawa urged. Why can't you face the truth, Kacchan? She's gone. Izuku screamed, clenching his fists. Achiko pulled him into a hug, tears streaming down her face. She sacrificed her life for all of us, she said, her voice trembling. Let me go, damn it. Katsuki cried out, tears running down his cheeks. Before Yn could reach out to him, the image disappeared. She didn't realize she was crying until a teardrop fell onto the lake. What have I done? YN fell to her knees and sobbed. Mikasa grabbed her shoulder and knelt next to her daughter. This is why you have to go back, Mikasa said gently. YN stopped crying and looked up at her, confused. What do you mean? Mikasa smiled softly. Go back to your friends. I can't go back. I'm dead. It's impossible. YN raised her voice. Mikasa stood up and grabbed YN's hands. The only problem is the price you'll have to pay, she said sadly. What is it? YN's breath hitched. You'll lose your memory. I'll what? YN stepped back. I can't go back without my memories. And you can't leave the ones who love you, YN. Mikasa finished. YN bit her lip. Okay. Close your eyes. YN hesitated but eventually closed her eyes. Mikasa placed her hand over her daughter's heart. YN opened her eyes in shock as she felt a burning sensation. It's too early for you to be here, Mikasa started to cry. Her hand glowed as it was placed over YN's heart. Mom. I love you, YN, but you need to go back to your friends. As she spoke, everything around them started to fade away. It was bright, then dark. We'll meet again someday. Mikasa's voice faded away. YN found herself surrounded by nothingness. She couldn't tell if she was alive. She placed her hand over her heart and took a deep breath. Thump, thump, thump. Katsuki kept stealing glances at YN throughout class. She paid close attention to what Aizawa was saying. Her hair laid perfectly over her shoulders, her eyes scanned the board, and her pen tapped lightly on her paper. Are you okay? She asked, snapping him out of his trance. I'm fine, he stammered. She shrugged and looked away. He sighed deeply and leaned his head on his palm. Hey, YN. Deku, Kirishima, and Katsuki caught up to her after class. They had made a plan to bring her to certain places and show her pictures to try and regain her memory. She turned around and smiled. Hey guys. Listen, we want to help you get your memory back, Kirishima said. She looked at them, confused. What are you talking about? Katsuki sighed. How about we go to the park? She looked at the three of them and thought for a moment. Katsuki gripped his bag tightly, waiting for her answer. Sure, she shrugged and smiled. He sighed with relief and led the way. He overheard her and Kirishima talking excitedly behind him. Looks like they get along well, Deku mumbled. Katsuki gritted his teeth, trying his best not to scream. Here we are, Deku announced, putting his bag down on a bench. YN looked around and smiled. It's nice, she said. Have any good memories here? Kirishima asked her. She placed her hand on her chin and shook her head. I don't think I've ever been here before. Katsuki's heart shattered. Not even from when you were younger? She shook her head. Kirishima pointed at the monkey bars. Not even this? She tilted her head. No, but that looks like fun. She ran towards the monkey bars and started to climb them. She sat on top, unaware that the three of them had a clear view of her. When she looked down and noticed their burning red faces, her eyes watered as she quickly covered herself, stumbling and falling. Kirishima held out his arms and caught her. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes squeezed shut. Thanks, Kirishima, she chuckled as he set her down. Yeah, no problem, he replied, giving her a fake smile before looking at Katsuki and Deku. Do you mind giving us a second, YN? Deku grabbed Katsuki and Kirishima's arms, dragging them away. This definitely isn't we know, he started. She doesn't call me by my first name anymore, huh? Kirishima murmured sadly. Plus, she doesn't even remember the park. Katsuki clenched his fists. What do we do? Deku asked, looking back at YN, who was giving her a thumbs up. She smiled and returned the gesture. Let me talk to her, Katsuki said, stomping over to her. Kacchan, I don't think that's a good idea. Shut up, you nerd, he interrupted, walking over to YN and gently grabbing her arm. She gasped and looked up at him. So you're saying you don't remember this park at all? He furrowed his eyebrows. She shook her head. Sorry, but no. He grunted and bit his lip. She tilted her head. Are you all right? I'm fine, he snapped, turning his back to her. Deku and Kirishima interrupted their moment. We should head home, guys, Deku suggested. Good idea. My dad is probably worried sick. Wyan laughed but quickly stopped when she saw that none of them laughed. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow, she waved and walked away. The three of them stood in silence. Wyan, wait. Deku called, grabbing her shoulder. She turned around with raised eyebrows. Deku took out his phone and pulled up a picture of them from when they were little. This is me, you, and Kacchan when we were little kids at this very park, he said, handing the phone to her. Wyan stared at the picture. Kirishima and Katsuki watched as she continued to gaze at the photo. I don't remember this. Are you sure that's me? You could have mistaken me for another girl. It is you. Katsuki shouted. She jumped and looked at him. I remember that day. That's the day you and I both got our quirks. We used to tease each other about whose quirk is better, he mumbled. She stared at him, then looked back at the picture. Oh, would you look at the time? I better get going. She handed Deku the phone and marched off. Katsuki clenched his shaking fists. Nothing's working, he growled. It's only been a day, Kacchan. Give her some time, Deku said. No. I want the old back, he cried out. She's all I want. He trailed off. Midoriya's right, she isn't going to get her memory back overnight. We should give her time, Kirishima added. Whatever, Katsuki sneered, walking away while wiping his tears. Deku and Kirishima watched him leave in silence. The next day, Katsuki knocked on the wooden door to this. Once school was over, I ran as fast as I could to arrive at Wyan's house before she did. Katsuki? Wyan's dad smiled when he opened the door, but his smile faded as he noticed my tired eyes. She doesn't remember me, I began, and his breath hitched. I continued, she doesn't remember anyone. Wyan's dad let me inside, and we both took a seat on the couch. I know. She doesn't even know about her mother, he said. We brought her to the park and showed her pictures to help her regain her memory, but she doesn't remember anything. Dad. Our heads shot up at Wyan, who had just entered the living room. Oh, hey Bakugou, she smiled. I looked down at my hands, unable to bear seeing her smile, and I wasn't used to her calling me by my last name. Wyan, would you mind giving us a moment? Wyan's dad said with a forced smile. Wyan nodded and gave me one last glance before heading upstairs. I just don't know what to do, I said, gripping my pants. I'm sorry, Katsuki, he patted my back. You can go talk to her if you want. I shook my head. I'm going home. Just as I was about to leave, Wyan's voice stopped me. Bakugou, since you're here, do you mind helping me with homework? I turned around. She stood on the steps with a hopeful smile on her face. How could I say no? Sure. I looked at her dad, who nodded with a smile. I followed her as we went to her room. I bit my lip, remembering the last time I was here. I watched as she took her jacket off and threw it on her bed. So what I needed help with was... Before she could finish her sentence, I grabbed her face and kissed her. Her eyes widened when I pulled away. She stayed like that, which worried me. Wyan, you okay? She grabbed her head and crouched down. Her body started shaking. I knelt down and rubbed her back. Wyan, what's wrong? She finally stopped shaking and slowly looked up at me. Katsuki? My eyes widened when he kissed me. Suddenly, my mind started flashing with dozens of memories. My head was pounding, so I put my hands on my head and crouched down. Once the pain stopped, I looked up at him with teary eyes. Katsuki? His eyes widened as he gasped. I stood up and smiled. I remember. Tears ran down our faces as we hugged each other tightly. You am an idiot, he held me tightly. I'm sorry, I mumbled into his chest. I'm sorry for what I did. He pulled away and grabbed my shoulders. Don't be. You defeated Raiden, you saved everyone. You're a hero. I smiled gently and kissed him passionately. He grabbed my waist and pulled me close. Katsuki. He leaned in to kiss me again. I chuckled and leaned my head on his chest. I love you. I heard his heart speed up. He smirked and kissed the top of my head. I love me too. Hey. I jerked my head up. He laughed and kissed me again. I love you too, idiot. The next day came by fast. Last night, I told my dad that I regained my memory just from one kiss. I wasn't exactly sure how that happened, but I was glad it did. I told them everything about seeing my mom again and her bringing me back to life. I shared the news with Izuku, Izuru, and everyone at school. All Might, Mr. Aizawa, and Recovery Girl gave me a big hug once they heard the news. Was I really like that when I lost my memory? I raised my eyebrows as Izuku laughed. Yeah. We didn't even recognize you, he giggled. I smiled sadly, thinking about the pain they had felt. Ever since Raiden and the League of Villains attacked, UA decided to build dorms. My dad was a little hesitant but eventually gave in. Honestly, I was super excited. Living with my boyfriend and all my friends would be a blast. Mr. Aizawa gave us our rooms the next day. We were all gathered outside the campus. This place is like a mansion. Achiko's eyes widened. Mina jumped up and down with excitement. This will be so much fun. The boys' wing is on the left while the girls' is on the right. The rooms go from the second floor and up. The baths are on the main floor. Now go and unpack your things, Mr. Aizawa said before trailing off and walking away. We all headed to our individual rooms. My room was on the fourth floor with Achiko, Tsu, Katsuki, Izuru, and Shuji. As we were walking upstairs, I noticed Katsuki looking at me. Why are you so happy? He asked. I didn't realize that I was still smiling. I blushed. Because of all this. Of course, you wouldn't be excited. I'm not surprised. A vein popped in his neck. What did you just say? Try to be a little more optimistic. I yelled back. Our foreheads clashed, but Shuji pulled us apart. Now isn't the time for fighting you two, he said. I stuck my tongue out at Katsuki while he glared at me. I gasped softly once I entered my room. It was a simple dorm room, just like a college dorm. I didn't really have anything to decorate. All I had were pictures. I placed them on the shelf next to my bed, which only took 2 minutes. Since everyone was still setting up their rooms, I decided to take a nap. It was hard for me to sleep last night after everything that had happened. I changed into a tank top and shorts and crawled into my new bed. I turned off the light and drifted off to sleep. My eyes fluttered open. I noticed that it was pitch black outside. I immediately sat up but was dragged back down by an arm. I looked beside me and saw Katsuki sleeping. His soft snores could be heard. I smiled but quickly replaced it with a frown. How long was I asleep? Katsuki. I gently shook his arm. He groaned and rolled over. I rolled my eyes and formed a water ball, then splashed it on his face. He jumped up and wiped his eyes furiously. Oi, what the hell? Shoo. I put my hand over his mouth. His bloodshot eyes glared at me. How long was I asleep for? And when did you come in here? He removed my hand. I went to check on you after I unpacked, and you were asleep, so I decided to join you. He ran his hand through his messy hair. I looked at the time and saw that it was past midnight. You can't be in my room. If you get caught, you're dead. I exclaimed, but he just rolled his eyes. Who cares? I've been in here for a while, and no one noticed anyway, he said. I placed my hand on my forehead and sighed heavily. Katsuki, it's our first day at the dorms. Please don't make us get in trouble, I pleaded. He made a sound of annoyance and stood up. Fine, whatever. Where's my goodnight kiss? I sat up on my knees on the bed and grabbed his shoulders, pulling him in for a kiss on the cheek. You tease, he said, grabbing my face and kissing me more passionately. I smiled and pulled away. Good night, you hothead, I replied. Good night, you idiot, he smirked, leaving my room and leaving me flustered. Even though we had been dating for a few weeks, I still felt nervous around him. Katsuki knew all my weaknesses. I put my hand against my chest and felt my heartbeat. It was still racing. Oh, Katsuki, the things you do to me. Once upon a time, in a world filled with heroes and villains, there was a young girl named YN. She had always admired the strength and determination of the heroes around her, especially a certain fiery individual named Katsuki Bakugou. His explosive personality and fierce ambition drew her in, igniting a spark of admiration that she couldn't ignore. One day, while training at UA High School, YN found herself paired with Katsuki for a special project. The tension in the air was palpable as they began to work together. YN felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, knowing that Katsuki was known for his intensity. Discussed their strategy, YN noticed a softer side to him that she hadn't seen before. "Why do you want to be a hero?" Katsuki asked, his voice steady but curious. YN took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. "I want to help people and make a difference. I believe that everyone has the potential to be great, and I want to be a part of that." Katsuki regarded her with a thoughtful expression. "You think you can keep up with me?" "I know I can," she replied confidently, feeling a surge of determination. As their project progressed, YN and Katsuki faced various challenges that tested their abilities and their growing bond. They learned to rely on each other, pushing one another to be better. With each passing day, YN found herself drawn closer to Katsuki, captivated by his passion and drive. One evening, after a particularly grueling training session, they sat on the rooftop of UA, gazing at the stars. YN turned to Katsuki, her heart racing. "What do you see when you look at the stars?" Katsuki glanced at her, a rare softness in his eyes. "I see the future. A future where I'm the #1 hero." YN smiled, inspired by his ambition. "I want to be there with you, fighting alongside you." Katsuki smirked, a hint of pride in his expression. "Then you better keep training hard." As the days turned into weeks, their friendship blossomed into something deeper. They faced trials together, celebrated victories, and supported each other through setbacks. YN realized that her feelings for Katsuki had grown beyond admiration. She was falling for him. One day, as they trained in the forest, YN summoned the courage to confess her feelings. "Katsuki, Before she could finish, Katsuki interrupted, his expression serious. "You don't have to say it. I know." YN's heart raced as she searched his eyes for a hint of what he felt. "You do." He nodded, a rare vulnerability shining through. "Yeah, I feel it too." In that moment, everything changed. They stood together, the weight of their unspoken feelings hanging in the air. YN took a step closer, and Katsuki mirrored her movement. Their hearts raced as they closed the distance, and in a moment that felt like eternity, they shared a kiss under the stars. From that day forward, YN and Katsuki faced the world together, their bond stronger than ever. They trained harder, fought side by side, and supported each other through every challenge. Their journey was just beginning, and they were ready to take on whatever the future held. As the sun set on their adventures, YN couldn't help but smile, knowing that she had found not only a partner in Katsuki but also a true friend. Together, they would become the heroes they had always dreamed of being, and their story was far from over.